offensive rebound and a foul against Sabali. Heads up play from Kelsey Mitchell.
As the shooter, you have the best idea of where that rebound is going. She lets it go. Bebic flies by, and that allows Mitchell to come back into the play.
Personal on Sabali. The length at the top of this zone for New York. Clark weaves a pass to Boston. Boston picks up her dribble. Hands it off. Mitchell shot clock's winding down. She's unaware. That's a turnover, Indiana. New York ball. A snuff on everybody.
It's a tale of two teams right now. One team that feels comfortable down the stretch, having to make game-winning plays, and the Fever questionable the last couple of minutes with their decision-making and awareness.
The largest lead of the game has been 2 for New York. It's a big up beauty. She went on the winner rim.
That was nice.
12-point lead for New York. Mitchell checks by somebody.
Yo, Coop, yo, Coop. Yo, guys. What up, guys? What'd you say? No, I just got on stream. Yo, Coop, yo, what's up, Coop? You got on stream, what you doing, nigga? What happened? Oh, yeah. Okay. Glad to hear that. Yeah. About to get on the game in a minute. Coop, what's up, man? What's the word? Okay, we got 4 people in this motherfucker. Okay. Coop, what's up, man? What's the word? Ooh. What you watching? Alright, what's that sound?
They've attacked her 3 times. One time there was a ball screen, so it looked like Clark was going to switch, but instead, SCA rejected the screen, forced Clark to slide and guard her. I also love the trust that Coach
I know, I just talked to him.
has.
When he called earlier, he called
As
an
a
hour
rookie, but
ago.
that has professional experience internationally. He's trusting her right now with the basketball to make really good plays. One more point. A lot of this has been Stewie being the point forward. And
Nah,
we feel
really.
like Indiana wasn't prepared for. Now SDA is running the 1, and they're having trouble containing her as well. What a good offensive game plan from New York.
Taylor Clark.
That pass was slow, so it interrupted the action they're trying to do. Clark on the drive. Clark bothered by Jones. No good. She came
Ready.
over and deflected it.
Stewie telling our team, settle it, settle it, settle it.
This play
Love.
might explode on the next bucket. It's Stewart defended by Clark.
And the Braves
Wants to
won.
come over and
And the Georgia Bulldogs won.
6
Hey.
remaining. Let's check out that last drive by Clark one more time.
Off the screen, she got Stewie, so the hesitation to find the angle. And just the length of New York, it bothers guards. See the fingertip there, just a piece of it is John Cole Jones, but the effort to rotate and to help. They are on one accord defensively in this quarter.
Stewart hits another free throw. She is 14 of 16 from the free throw line. The Liberty currently plus 17 on the free throw line against Indiana. Stewart hits a ball. 8-point lead to season high. 27 made free throws for the Liberty. Indiana has to hurry here. I started thinking about three, I imagine. Mitchell stutters down, loses their balance. Phoebus pounces on it, rolls it to Aston. The Liberty locking up.
I forgot how to get TikTok on this shit. On this app I'm using, I'm streaming to like 3 platforms right now, but they don't got TikTok on there, so I gotta do it another way.
Back-to-back possessions where the defense of the Liberty has been the calling card. The hustle there from Phoebus, a tough player to stop is Kelsey Mitchell, but you see she's first to the floor to get that possession for New York.
You mentioned the defense, Ice. Indiana came in with the number 1 ranked scoring offense in the W at nearly 90
butterflies.
points a game. They're sitting at 70 with just 51 seconds remaining, and you have to look at Breanna Stewart when she was firing up her team on the bench. They were trailing by 12. She took over the show as point guard. And they found their offense and the defense bowed up with a couple of different looks as well, too. Mitchell, the drive. Mitchell.
It should be a little closer to them.
The rebound. And Stewart will take the foul from the ball. So Indiana going empty on a handful of possessions down the stretch, while the Liberty.
New York is lit right now, bro. They got up 2-0. And they WNBA winning.
Their level of physicality this half. The intention to get to the basket, to score paint points. And like you mentioned, just a terrific free throw shooting. This is a great way to close games. We talked about the offensive rhythm of this team starting to click as of late. Under head coach DeMarco. And you just felt like also defensively they grew today in the way in which they held the Fever.
31 made free throws for the Liberty, 18 of those coming from Breanna Stewart. Just an exceptional masterclass in deciding the rhythm of the game. Mitchell down low, gets the 2. 27 points after remaining, 9-point lead for New York. Stewart now with 30 points, 8 rebounds, 4 steals as Mitchell will foul STA. And keep in mind, with this Commissioner's Cup, one of the tiebreakers is point differential. So for New York, you're looking to win by as many points as possible because you don't know who you might end up tied with at the end of the Commissioner's Cup.
That's also why Kelsey Mitchell there just committed the foul. Normal game, you let it go with less than 24 seconds left, but trying to see if you can get the other team to miss a couple of free throws and have another opportunity to score.
STA, we mentioned the efficiency, 4 of 6 from the field. She's got 12 points, 3 of 3 from the free throw line as well, too. And picked her spots, and her spots were key down the stretch.
For me, it was the game management.
They need a 3 right now.
Boston, the catch, the 3. She didn't want to knock it down. It's an 8-point lead for New York. We'll see if Indiana will foul. They won't. The Fever will wave the white flag in New York. Despite their fewest threes made since 2022, rely on their future Hall of Famer, Breanna Stewart, a 30-point masterpiece as the Liberty get the 83-75 victory over the Fever.
What a second half from the home team. They won both sides of the basketball in the second half, and they defend home court like no other in this league. It is tough to win on the road, but especially when that woman is healthy. A healthy Breanna Stewart is a great thing for our game, and she showed it today.
New York improves to 7-4. 4 consecutive wins to close out this 7-game homestand. They do it without Sabrina Ionescu, Tiffany Blackman standing by with the star of the night, Breanna Stewart.
Stevie, I watched you earlier in the fourth quarter as you all were staging that comeback. You told this team, go after them. How did they take that to heart and then flip the switch to get this comeback complete?
Yeah, I mean, our defense really dictated our offense. We got up, we got aggressive, and they were in the bonus early, so we got to the free throw line for a lot of the fourth quarter.
Stewie, 30 points, 8 boards for you. You talked to us a lot about feeling healthy again. What did that do for you tonight?
I mean, just mentally, being back to myself. I mean, I really appreciate you guys, so thank you for continuing to support me. And, you know, we wanted to finish this homestand strong, and that's what we did tonight.
Pauline, you told us, as you like to call her, what's the nickname?
Nasty air.
How proud are you of her tonight?
I mean, Pauline, she doesn't play like a rookie. Her parents are here, so shout out to them. But she had 2 crucial buckets in the fourth, getting downhill and really attacking the other team in the defense. And she's been huge for us, and that confidence just needs to continue to keep going.
Congratulations, Stewie.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Basketball Nirvana continues in New York City. The final score, 83-75. Stay tuned for an episode of 48 Hours. So, for Ice Young, Tiffany Blackman, and our entire wonderful CBS crew, this is Jordan Kent saying so long from Brooklyn. You've been watching the WNBA on CBS as we say so.
Yo, Twitch, yo, Twitch. Twitch, yo, Twitch. Twitch, yo, Twitch. Finna hop in the game in a minute. Alabama, what the winner?
With essential electrolytes and 50% less sugar than leading regular sports drinks.
This is a heavyweight fight right here.
We can't change it fast now. We're already focused on getting 3.
They can't be satisfied. They gotta continue to push forward.
This magic carpet ride continues.
Spurs Knicks, Game 3 on ABC and the ESPN app.
Monday.
Patrick Mike Rooney in the studio. For the first time in 10 years, we have 2 first-timers going to the College World Series. West Virginia and Troy. Oh, what a scene, both places. Let's go. And they will both play each other for their respective first game in Omaha later next week. Nick?
West Virginia, Troy, 2 magical venues this weekend and last weekend for West Virginia.
Alabama.
And they're going to Omaha along with Ole Miss so far. Tyler Longoria hoping he can kind of quiet things down a bit as Alabama has jumped out to 6-0 lead. Liam O'Leary's night is over. His shortest start of the year was 3 1/3. As he faces Jason Torres, the cleanup hitter. I mean, it's
90.
He's playing with fire that inning, and it finally burned him.
Yeah, the breaking ball was just up in the zone today. He's been fantastic all year. You already mentioned his shortest start of the season, but a big situation here. You know, St. John's, they have the ability to come back, but bases loaded, 1 out, tie in this game, trying to minimize damage.
And on the mound is Longoria, who walks into this dicey situation. Hey, man, just you want to play ball? Here you go. Your bases loaded, cleanup hitters up, and you're down 6-0. Go fix this.
Go get him.
That one just misses. 90 miles an hour.
Fastball, slider, changeup. You see that fastball at 90 miles per hour? It's got a ton of upshoot. That means these hitters, they're trying to work on top of the baseball. It gets a lot of swing and miss up in the zone. The slider, sweeping action. But it's a ton of fastballs just firing at you up top.
2-2 the count.
There you see it, extremely tough on right-handed hitters.
Goodness.
Well, that works.
It's just such a different look, right? You got Liam O'Leary that was pitching. There was a ton of breaking balls and spin. And then you bring in this guy from a different arm slot, right on right. He's got a ton of upshoot. About 5 straight fastballs. Imagine they had a pretty good game plan coming in. Things go wrong, right to Longoria.
Longoria will face Lem, who started this inning with a walk. Came in to score.
Lefty's hitting .409 against Longoria. All singles.
Popped him up high into this Tuscaloosa sky. Shallow center field. The Grande there to make the catch. I leave them loaded, but they do pick up 4 runs here in the 4th. Their lead is 6.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the help of hardware, folks.
What's her deal?
Well, she went to Metro and saved over $250. She got the new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G for free and no activation fees. Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro.
Kraft Mac and Cheese Powered Mac. Powered by protein, packed with fiber.
Get 'em up, get 'em up.
The best thing ever keeps getting better.
Behold, the DQ $7 meal deal. Built to satisfy. Full-size foods that really fill you up. Upgrade to a small blizzard for just $2. Like the limited-time drumstick with peanuts. DQ. Happy tastes good.
We quilt this city. Frosted love and comfort. 3 cushy layers that are so comfy.
Keep it quilted with Quilted Northern. No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Well, Tyler Fay, he's up for the task here tonight, the ace for Alabama. 62 pitches, 41 strikes, about 11 to 14 first pitch strikes. 6 strikeouts, just 1 hit allowed, 3 on the fastball, 2 on the changeup, 1 on the cutter. You got to deliver. It all starts with starting pitching in the postseason, and let me tell you, Tyler Fay, it's one of the best arms in the country.
He has been fantastic tonight. Got off to a great start. Started the game off, striking out the side to get this one rolling. Just 1 hit, no run. A lot of zeros on the boards for this St. John's team. Aiden Fry will try to get it going for the Johnnies. Fry hitting 6, followed by Bernardini and then Rob Mansour. Tyler Fay, one of the old savvy veterans on this team. Matter of fact, he got married in the offseason.
New Year's, right?
Right over there.
Day.
There's his wife, Chloe, right there. Chloe Fay. And yeah, got married up in, what did they say, it was in Iowa. We were talking to a few of the players about it, and they were like, yeah, we really love Tyler. I hope he understands how much we love him. But the chances of us going to Iowa in the winter, and the fact that we may not be able to get home, we'll just tell him congratulations when he gets back.
FaceTime us.
Yeah. He invited the whole team to come up, got married just right there at the first of the year, and congratulations to him and Chloe. But yeah, Justin LeBron was one of those guys saying, yeah, man, we discussed it.
Justin LeBron's a Florida boy.
Yeah, he didn't like that cold.
If it's under 60, that's freezing. South Florida.
Georgia.
Out to the wall. Chris Bernardini now steps in there.
I'm not gonna watch that.
Remember, it's the 5th inning. St. John's, 2 of their 3 games down in Tallahassee, both against the Noles. that they started to flip the switch. Got their leadoff man on, second time in 5 innings.
Strike.
It was a big grand slam in the regional final by Adam Agresti that propelled them to a victory. Throw back to first, nothing happening there.
It was with 2 outs too. I mean, in watching that offense at the time, it looked like Peyton Manka was going to go 9-inning shutout, and a couple errors, and they flipped the switch with their go-to guy.
Slow roller, Torres only play over to first, close play, and they just did get him.
Just barely is right, but that's all you need is just barely, and oh, that is very close.
St. John's is challenging the first call of safe. The previous play is under review. Excuse me. Call is out. Previous play is under review.
Garrett Scavelli over there at first base. Looking around, and let's see, indeed.
Close.
If there was such thing as a tie, that's a tie.
Now, again, the ball, when the ball is in the mitt, doesn't have to be squeezed. It just has to be in the mitt. And I think if you go by that logic, I think you got it by a cleat, maybe.
I am with you. The call on the field was out. I'm with you, D. But man, that was.
It was kind of a slow. Like almost like Torres was like waiting for LeBron to come get it or something. You know what I mean? It was like slow action over there on the left side of the infield.
Yeah, lefties definitely want to play downhill there, and it's almost like Torres maybe forgot Bernardini could really get down the line. Smelling an infield single.
Here's our NCAA Replay Operations Center in Pittsburgh. Guys breaking this one down. And also get a look at the what's going on in Texas and Oregon in the process.
What a view.
A lot of monitors in there.
Yeah. I wouldn't know where to look.
I'm gonna go with they're gonna that call's gonna stand.
Some will stick together.
Right, that's right. That's so close.
Wow.
That's so, I would not be surprised if they said he's safe at first.
Correct, and I'm very happy that we just get to talk about it and not have to make the call.
Same time, I think go to the runner. That's same time. That's like same time. That's
Boy, if he
crazy.
is safe though, that's going to certainly change the dynamic a little bit. It's going back to what you're talking about. They need some base runners. And this team is very capable. You score 1 or 2 runs, make each little positive piece of momentum for St. John's is things that they build upon. It's been their story all year.
Yeah, it's an offense that just thrives off chaos, and it's not a ton of homers, although the homers have been up as of late. But you make a mistake with this team, and you just give them one little crack. They just have been the team that pounces on that opportunity.
There's nobody out. This is a really substantial call in this game.
Not too much on, copyright.
With you.
We'll see right here.
The call on the field at first base with the runner out will stand. St. John's will lose the challenge and will have 1 remaining.
Clearly worth the challenge.
Certainly.
Had it been ruled safe, I think, that would have stood up under that test we just saw, the video test. You know what I mean? It just,
yep.
Whatever they called was going to stick.
First one, nose got right over St. John's all year.
That's right. The 71st pitch of the game to Rob Mansour with a runner at second base. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 250 hitter on the season for the shortstop. No homers, 26 runs batted in. to the right side. Vaughn says, I'll take it. He steps on the bag. That does get Fry over to third base, but 2 down now.
Nice response here by Fay. I think that is the game plan for these right-handed hitters against Tyler Fay. I think the thought process has to be fastball the other way. You have to respect the slider. You have to respect the changeup and cutter. Gives you an opportunity when he does spin something in there or something's off. You can catch it out front and drive it, but you cannot try to pull this guy.
Tonight's gonna be up one. Oh, W subscribe and W sub. Appreciate it.
Again, Tyler Fay out in front to start in that bat.
It's just on repeat. It's the key coming into this ball game.
13 first pitch strikes. What'd you say? It was like opponents hit 1 something?
145 coming into this thing. When he's a 326 slug.
When he gets ahead to count.
When it's in a pitcher's count, hitter's count, when it flips 346 and an OPS north of 1300.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
They're in the hitter's count here. Not been many of them, and Dylan Fitzsimmons, the guy at the plate, the freshman, without question. They do not win that regional down in Tallahassee without this guy.
Big swing and a miss for the youngster, who they said they knew right away in fall baseball when they started scrimmaging. He walked like the first 12 times. His first hit in fall ball was a home run. They were like, oh, okay.
This guy belongs.
Yeah. Last 10 games, 341 average. Over the last month, he's hitting 327 with 4 homers and 15 runs batted in.
What you want to see, freshman. Keep getting better.
Slow roller. LeBron gobbles it up, throws. Oh, man, does he have a hose.
Oh, his
They're
last
getting
name
a look at what
LeBron.
many people think will be a top 15 pick in the upcoming MLB draft.
Oh, he's going to play in the big leagues for a long time, and good shortstops play downhill. How about you, Justin LeBron? Took it.
Georgia versus Alabama.
Selection is the most magical place to stay at the most magical place on earth. Here, the magic is up early, giving you extra time in any of the 4 theme parks every day. Plus, this summer, get free water park admission on check-in day. Make summer even cooler and save up to 30% on rooms at select Disney Resort hotels when you stay 5 nights or more.
Behold, the DQ $7 meal deal. Built to satisfy. Full-size foods that really fill you up. Upgrade to a small blizzard for just $2. Like the limited time drumstick with peanuts. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh meats are so deli fresh. People think they're fresh from the deli.
Hello. I'll have a pastrami on Ryan.
I'm sorry?
Babe, we moved in next to a deli.
It's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
I'm gonna be back every day.
Hey, you're not packing your toys for the Super Bowl?
No, they gotta hold down the fort while we're in LA.
Like Toy Story?
Toy Story.
The whole company's going. Let's roll. Let's go! We're never gonna make it. It takes some kind of unbelievable Super Bowl Hail Mary. That's not funny, Eli.
To Super Bowl 61 and beyond.
For the latest news, insight, and in-depth analysis from the Super Regionals, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships. Anticipating a record crowd tonight here in the game 1 of the Super Regional. Alabama this year, 33-1. When they lead by 3+ runs. The only loss came back in mid-March against Kentucky. 33-1. Here is Big Eric Hines back to the plate for Alabama.
3+ runs, bullpen. Been pretty good.
Yeah. They have got some arms down there in the Alabama pen. 3 of them have been really steady for them. Lineberger's been kind of their biggest weapon. They got Hagan Banks, a guy that can close games out for you, and then Austin Crowder's another guy that's been really solid for them as well. Another guy that can chew up some innings and close if you need him.
Yeah, 2 out of those 3 are lefties. And interesting thing I saw though on the back end of that bullpen with those lefties, it's reverse splits. They're actually all better against right-handed hitters.
Yo, what's up, man? Add me, bro. DV88FF, add me.
Longoria, second pitcher for St. John's tonight, sophomore.
I don't even think I'm logged in Discord. W sub. I don't even think I'm logged in Discord.
Off the fist to the right side. This will be caught in foul territory by Sean McMillan. That'll send Eric Hines back to the dugout.
Longoria just rearing back, firing at that fastball.
Here's Brennan Holt.
What happened to
Holt's had himself a nice day. A double with 2 RBIs and a single. Came in to score after that single back in the 4th.
There's 2 hits. Good for 150 now. His collegiate career.
Raised his average to 242.
Yo, what's up?
On 8 points so far tonight. So where's that one on the shin?
For a guy in the postseason to just step up and be the guy. 7, 8, 9 the order tonight. Pretty good.
Holt does have a couple of home runs. And smashes this one out to right, and that'll be caught just shy of the track by Dylan Fitzsimmons, but that was smoked pretty well off the bat for Holt.
Bro, add me on duty, bro. You gotta add. You still ain't add me.
Lefties having a lot more success.
Add me on duty, bro.
This year, that upshoot fastball.
Oh, I gotta get
drop down slot.
I gotta get the player pass.
Well. They look for damage up in the zone.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the player pass.
2 outs nonetheless.
So we can play. What is it? Newtown, yeah, multiplayer. I might just gotta go and buy this right now. Hold on.
Scored his last time.
I might gotta get Blackout 7.
Also has a ground out.
Six runs tonight for Alabama. 7, 8, 9.
I might gotta go and buy this.
Big key in the postseason. Bottom of the lineup has to find a way to produce.
Fouls that one straight back, 1-1.
You gotta add me back on
this ball game, just trying to keep Alabama at bay. 6-0 ball game.
I'm gonna go and get this real quick. I gotta
top of the order. The top half of this next inning. It's for a quick 1, 2, 3 game.
What do they mean by this? What does this mean? If you're purchasing for yourself, you will not receive an extra copy of Call of Duty.
Program record 541 times this year.
What?
It's a lot of strikeouts. Numbers out. Number 7 overall team. Well,
what?
That's what I said. They just find a way. That one catches Vaughn. A 2-2 pitch runs in on him, and he'll take the free pass down to first base.
It is never fun to get by a pitch, but when there are 2 strikes, it's a tough right-handed pitcher. We'll take it, especially on the elbow guard. Mamex takes the return.
I don't want to test it out. I'm just going to trust you on that one. No. Short. Diamond. And this is St. John. Don't get him off. Despite the hit by pitch. 6-0 Alabama.
That's what we're going to
Let me get a turkey on the wall between the first.
It's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Behold the DQ $7 meal deal. Built to satisfy. Full-size foods that really fill you up. Upgrade to a small blizzard for just $2. Like the limited time drumstick.
Twitch, what's the word? Y'all like and subscribe, man. Hurry up. Exit.
Liam O'Leary walked 4 guys, and Alabama made sure to take advantage of that as a double from Bryce Fowler brought 2 more in. You see the storyline in this one. Alabama 4th inning with those 4 runs on just 2 hits, but those 4 walks. And if you look at St. John's top 3 in this lineup, as we start the 6th with the top of the lineup, fly ball out to Hines. They're now 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts in this game. The top 3 in this lineup for St. John's.
Yep, and that was a big key coming into this game, to find a way for the top of this lineup. John LeGrande having an incredible postseason, the spark plug, the ignition switch to this club, and you just got to credit Tyler Fay. He has been absolutely magnificent tonight.
Oh my goodness. Battery low. Why is the battery low, bro?
And remember, Tyler Fay, also, young man, if you haven't followed Alabama at all, had a no-hitter this year. It wasn't just a no-hitter against some random team. He no-hit the Florida Gators.
It's a special lineup. I thought that the Florida Gators, I know you watched them play a ton more this season. I thought that team was good enough to win a national championship. But Troy, from the losers bracket,
are now going to Omaha. Wow. They win that Gainesville Regional. Because of circumstances, they get to host. And it took them 2 games to punch their ticket. And Fay with another strikeout. That is his 7th of the game.
he is absolutely dealing right now. That's the 4-seam fastball. That's the pitch he likes to go to against lefties up above the zone. And Ray Stenger, a guy that does not have a ton of swing and miss. That's how good Tyler Fay is tonight.
For the love of the game.
That's right.
When you left Florida State, how many years did you spend in minor league ball?
I spent 2.5 years.
People could tell you about it. This one's popped up. We'll talk about that on the other side of this. If Vaughn makes the catch, he will. But the life of the minor league, some of these guys are about to go get nowhere. I'm going to talk about that when we come back. 6-0 Alabama.
No cap.
go. How does psoriasis know the worst time to show up? Was that a flinch? It's not like psoriasis is contagious. He's got no idea what I've tried.
Oh, no.
Lotions, pills, light therapy. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
Incoming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
It absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces...
Why they always make it so difficult to find games on here, bro? Goodness gracious. Relevance.
Meanwhile, our right side. St. John 6-0 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. You know, we were talking about, we saw that woman with the shirts for the love of the game. It made me think about you, minor league baseball, coming out of Florida State. I'm just like, people can tell you about minor league baseball, but until you live it, is it completely different than what you think it is?
Yeah, I left after my junior year from Florida State, and I showed up to Batavia, New York. I flew into Buffalo. My aunt picked me up. She brought me to a Days Inn hotel. I'm used to flying private at Florida State and staying in the nicest hotels. And we showed up to a Days Inn. The cabinet in the bathroom was completely missing. The sheets were off my bed when I walked in, and welcome to professional baseball.
This ball is hammered, but it's foul. I mean, we're looking at two guys right now for Alabama, like Bryce Fowler going to get a shot. Justin LeBron clearly going to get a shot, but he's going to be one of those, as we say this time, he's one of those $1 million babies. Life might be a little different than a Bryce Fowler.
That's right.
And things have changed a little bit over time in terms of how the minor league is run, but I mean, to hear some stories, I hear a lot of stories from the guys that we work with. And you better love the game, is my point.
You have to truly love it. I mean, especially leaving, these premier programs where, in all reality, you're like a big leaguer in college. It's like packed out stands every day, and everybody wants your autograph and to know who you are, and then you show up and you play in Erie, Pennsylvania, and there's 13 fans and it's 32 degrees, and they say, go get them. There's no excuses. It's cold cuts for pregame, and post-game meal was crock pot. How much money did the Cody save? So the tips all make sense, and they profit the most. But the game's better. The game's better today, minor league has a Players Association, and they're represented better. They get paid better. Their lodging's better. Travel's better, and they have Mondays off, which is the best part.
Fowler swings and misses that fastball up in the zone, first out. And here comes Justin LeBron, and you talked about it with Justin in terms of, we talked to him about it yesterday, and he blows it off. Like, I know it's been talked about, his numbers aren't quite the same. He's still doing a lot of things very well, and obviously big league scouts love where he's at. His average has dipped down to 280. I don't care what people say. I've got to imagine that's always, every time he makes some kind of mistake, maybe I'm wrong, but you got to think that that's somewhere in there.
Certainly. I mean, the pressure that's on a guy, just, I can't speak on it because I was a 13th round pick, and it was just like, oh, here's your plane ticket, go get him. But a guy with this
How do I get to
amount
my
of pressure, he had 2 great years coming into his junior year. And the draft pressures are so real. I mean, you work your whole life to get drafted, and it all comes down to 1 year, and you feel like you have to do more. And I wonder if a big reason for Justin LeBron's success, albeit
how do I
to
find
get time
the
to play
code
baseball today, they don't care about batting average as much. It's more about slug and power. I wonder if the postseason kind of freed him up, and it's not about him anymore, right? Like, his numbers are his numbers. He's still most likely going to be a first-round pick, and now he gets to play for the name on the front of his jersey with no other pressures. And I think we're seeing a freed-up baseball player who's having a ton of success. He's a good one.
2 for 2 in his first 2 at-bats, and then hit by a pitch his last time up. It's this one, a mile in the air. Heading toward the seats. Will it stay in play? Yes, it will, and then it's dropped. Jader Ravestanger. Boy, that ball had some serious spin on it.
There is nothing easy about the game of baseball, and even a fly ball like this is not easy. The big key here with Jaden, you want to keep that ball in front of you. The second the ball, you look up, it's directly over your head on the way down. The right-handed hitter, it's going to spin back toward the line, and Alabama, Justin LeBron looking to take advantage. You see the flag, it's pushing out toward right field, which means foul territory left side. It's going to blow back toward.
Yo, you able to search? You able to search by a number? My activation is called. My activation ID is. Are you ready? 2219373. It's just a pound sign. Pound sign 2219373. Cause I'm on my PC now. I'm playing straight through PC, but I should still be able to add you. Invite player. I should be able to, cause somebody came on my stream one time and was like, "Hey, search up such and such." Okay. Let's see. Search recents. Join via code. Third party code. We give your own code to players. Can you search a party code? Party settings. Look where they say join via code. Join. MC. Yeah, MC2, the number 2, LG, I think. LG. Yeah. Bad. Send friend request. There we go. Okay. I just sent you a friend request. Bet. Lock in, man. What you play? I play just I play Battle Royale. You know, that's like almost like the phone. That's what that is, like the phone. I don't be playing with no bots, man. We don't need no bots. Battle Royale. Resurgence is crazy. Exactly, bro. And it's like they know where we coming from. Like, I don't like how. Cause I need to get that player thing so we can play all the other shit, right? No, that Black Ops 7. I got 6 right now. I was finna buy 7, but shit, I don't need to right now. Yeah, I don't think I bought that game, but I don't think I ever played it. I gave it to your brother, I think. But alright, I need to see if my mic, if I can well, I'm playing. I got the PS5 controller hooked up to it, so I'll just use straight to that. Alright, you ready? Alright, bet. I might need to put my headphones on, but no, I don't. Call of Duty with Donnie. Let's get it, man. Black Ops. We'll do Black Ops. Black Ops. Yo. Call of Duty with Donnie, man. Let's get it. Yo, I can't hear you. Yo, Twitch, what's up? Hey, DVA8FF. Add me, man. Add me to the Add me. Yo, where's Coop? Go. I should have kept a baseball game on. Yo.
Yo, Dave. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, good.
Oh, what happened to over there? We'll go to you.
Good job, Mike.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Bro, CP's swimming. That's all we can, bro.
Where y'all trying to land at?
Go take him down.
Come on, bro. Goodness.
Fuel shipment is marked for quality care. Be prepared for resistance.
Can't even land, bro. Goddamn.
Be advised. Circle is
Get it.
closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Somebody found me. Oh, that's really tough. What else?
Whoa. Whoa. Oh no. What the? Bro, come on, bro. PC just crashed, bro. Bro. Just pop back on like ain't nothing happened, bro. What? It's crash. Like, come on, bro. Spent too much money on this mother. Spent too much money on this. Why is all this opening right now, bro? W sub. Bro. What's up with this app? Don't need to update. Bro, why is it like? Why I keep crashing, bro? His car goes in the quiet properly. Like, what's up, Steam? That's pretty. Alright, so I'm gonna exit out of everything and reset. Restart. This is crazy. Been working fine this whole time. I decided to get on. Dude. and boom. Get my tab open over here. Boom, boom. Just regular tab. Boom. 2. Come on. Come on, bro. Hey, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Appreciate the follow. Let's get them follows up on Twitch, man. Keep on sipping. You are not part of leader. Can I watch Donnie? Inspect. Joinable playing and whispering back to the chat channel after. That's any message to start. W sub 10.7 19. I think I might make me a steak, man. I'm still hungry. Might make me a steak. Just waiting on Donnie right now. Is he even live on YouTube right now? I don't even think Donnie live. go hop in the game and I go live. My way, I go live. And then keep on sipping. Man, how long that game is? Gotta put my steak on. Waiting for party in play for 19. Alright, while we wait for that, we can watch this baseball.
Tuesday at 7 on ESPN and the ESPN app.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
Let's take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance and easy to pick Tyler Fay.
He has been absolutely electric tonight. 16 first pitch strikes. He's gone 0-2 on hitters 9 times. It's elite stuff. It's an electric fastball. He's mixed in just the perfect amount of spin and changeups. He's delivered tonight 108 pitches, 7 innings pitched, and here he is back out there again for the 8th.
Misses to John Grande. This is the 4th time Tyler Fay has gone over 100 pitches. Of course, it's high was that no-hitter he threw against Florida. 132 pitches in that game. That was back in March.
This is just a case where they're going to go ahead and let him eat up as many innings as he can here. Save that bullpen as much as possible.
That ball shot down the line and foul. 1-2 the count. Bama's last complete game 9-inning no-hitter was back in 1942 against Ole Miss. That's how long it had been since somebody had done that, what he did against Florida. And I'm talking again about a team that's got probably 3-4 big leaguers on that roster.
Oh yeah, 84 years in between.
That was the first time the Gators have been no-hit since 1963. Wow.
This is the Johnnies. Chance.
That is strikeout number 9.
And Tyler Fay just said, here you have it. I'm going to go ahead and just fire my fastball at 94. Velocity's back, just below the barrel. Coming into this game here, without question, they circle John LeGrande. We have to keep him off the bases. He's been retired all 4 times tonight. Tyler Fay. It's been fantastic.
3 strikeouts for LeGrande and a fly out tonight. And that's going to be maybe. Jason Jackson out to the mound. Yeah, I think the Hugs are giving it away.
Yeah. Junior.
Why don't you hug me like that when our game's over?
I can't wait.
Well, what a performance. What an opportunity. This guy is a former walk-on from Nebraska, who now gets the ball in game 1 of a super regional and just did this.
Yeah, man. This is what it's all about. And this crowd is about to go nuts for what very well could be his last start here at home in front of his home fans.
Is Alabama going to send somebody out of the bullpen, or is they going to let Tyler Fay just stand there and listen to the crowd? Nice move if that's the case.
I like it. Little Tyler.
There is Chloe, his wife. She just about missed this. Well, she'll be enthused. This ovation when he walks off the field as Alabama makes the official change. What a moment making his last appearance here at Sewell Thomas Stadium. What a journey, what a ride, and she got to enjoy it with him. We'll step aside, back in a moment.
Yo, Kick, what's the word, Kick? I don't think I got nobody on that note. What's the word, Kick?
New from Tommy Copper, the Ortho Recovery Shoes with ProFoot technology. Because you work hard and you're always on your feet, Tommy Copper created the ultimate shoes to help your feet recover. Specially designed with our therapeutic insoles for more arch support and less stress. These recovery shoes provide maximum comfort and relief. Will be the only shoes you want to wear. Your feel better so you can do it all again tomorrow shoes. Your feet will love the Ortho Recovery Shoes. Go to TommyCopper.com and save 40% today.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Tyler Fay's been getting hugs since we went to commercial break, and he's still getting them. 7 1/3, 2 hits, 9 Ks, 113 pitches. And talking to Bryce Fowler and Justin LeBron, his teammates yesterday, they said he is one of the most intense guys when it's time to be intense. Otherwise, he is just a cut-up.
Just has that ability to flip the switch when it's game time. And it was game time tonight. Absolutely fantastic at it.
Well, they will turn it over to this guy, Ashton Crowther, getting the baseball now. The junior out of Trinity, Florida, making his 18th appearance of the year, part of that triumvirate of arms that they like to use back in the ball games.
Mid to upper 80s fastball, it's sinking action, and it's late, sweeping slider, change up against righties.
Ray Stanger to lead things off. Ray Stanger had a tough. He was probably really glad that they took Tyler Fay out.
Get that certainly.
148,000.
Shut your.
Yo.
I'm gonna get this down. I'm okay. Okay. Yeah.
Lock out. You're headed for the war zone.
Play left. Yo.
Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Clear on the gas.
You
Get to
go
the right zone.
They trying to go downtown.
LT1, get ready to go.
Going wherever you going. Jump way too early.
This way, man. I just realized that. I played this one. It's crazy, man. This thing is the thing long.
Hunt down the enemy. Enemy soldier incoming.
There's
I'm trying to go over down there. Box up here, bro. Come on, bro. I'll take it. There we go. There's so many stairs in these.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Anyway, bro.
Any record? Yeah, bro.
Oh, you? Oh. Oh, you up top or the bottom? Damn.
The squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
Everybody else said,
I lost the freaking food off, bro.
Throw grenade! Your squad mate is belly up. They're returning to base. Loadout drop headed your way.
Yo, buy me
Enemy
back.
UAV is online.
I got enough. Where I go?
Some of the dude, our teammates, they, like,
How much it cost?
it's 4,000.
1100.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Come on, bro. Well, my bullets don't never do nothing.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Did I hit him too, though?
Sure.
Did I hit him too?
Yeah, it's great.
Over it.
Welcome to the gulag. Tyson redeployment. Time to find a way out. Almost your turn, soldier. Stand by.
Bro, come on, bro. I need to switch this.
Success means redeployment. Failure means
You
elimination.
got Fortnite, dude?
Watch this dub, chat. Watch this dub, chat.
Huh?
Dubs in the chat. Watch this dub, chat. How I put the gun away?
What you mean?
You
must have pressed triangle.
Bro, how I put the whole gun away?
You must have pressed triangle to switch to fist.
I had to. Goodness.
Dropped him!
This the man. Hold on. This the
I'm back on station!
You might as well leave this one, dude. Leave this one.
That's a bet. Did he do it? Okay.
Alright, so I'll press them.
Try Clash. I ain't never did Clash. What is Clash?
Clash.
Click on it real quick. And see.
I don't know.
You get 20.
They don't say.
Huh?
I'm not sure, but we could try it.
Alright. Black Ops right here. I'm trying to keep this. Clash. I don't know what Clash is. Why you ain't on stream?
Oh shoot. We got
Should I turn this light off?
alright. We in there.
Está encima de él, por costado. Ahí. Buena.
I had to put on dark shades to hide these tears.
Mira, yo creo que pase. No se pase el gol ya. ¿Cómo que no sé yo nada más?
Capture points and eliminate the opposition. Spend your cash on upgrades. Bring some more money.
What is this?
Oh, okay, so.
Oh shit! Whoa! What is going on?
But it's like we got a team and then we gotta go against another team. That's where I'm getting the most kills at the end.
Okay, it's kind of like
that.
feel like kind of like Manhunt.
I never played this mode.
I ain't never
And
played
you
this
got a
one.
loadout too? Oh, bad. You got a loadout.
Oh my god! What the fuck is this?
Oh no, it's like capture the flag. You gotta capture the heart, the points that you see now.
Okay, bad man. Behind you.
Oh shoot! Dang it, bro. I see. Oh, see, I don't play too much of. I don't play too much of Warzone. I'll be in Black Ops, so I don't really know.
Capture B.
Yeah, alright, man. That's what I do.
Oh, I see somebody right with him.
Changing max.
Nah, I kind of like this. What's this? I need to play this a little more.
Yeah, I just.
Oh, that's our teammate.
It was cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 3 arrows.
I had to put on dark shades just to hide these two.
Oh, shoot. Alright, it's moving. I gotta go. I'm moving in this game.
You said what?
Oh, he's one shot. There's another one over here somewhere. And just look at the map, Dave. You can see the red dots. Not those are the enemies.
I see. I'm trying to get to you. They dropped me far as hell.
Domination points are active. Go capture them.
I saw the light there.
Put on dark shades to hide these
Oh
two.
my gosh. No, what? Oh, that's not bad. Keep trying way back here.
Gun.
Ey, pana, tenemos que estar juntos porque si no estamos juntos nos van a violar a cada uno.
Oh, you crazy.
Ah, get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh my god. I can't imagine being in the real world. Oh my.
Oh, damn.
They just jumped me. Oh my.
This game, this game is spooky.
I like this better than Resurgence though.
Oh, somebody right here by me.
Oh, they keep dropping me far as hell.
You just gotta really get close.
Nah, I like this better than Resurgence for sure. I had to put on dark shades just to hide the utilities. And now I'm glitching out. Come on now, bro.
Oh, I'm thinking that's my team. Oh, goodness, bro.
Care package drops inbound. Capture them for points and equipment.
What about my teams? You can get steady shooting at me, bro. Oh my god, that's just. It used to be mobile.
No, I ain't played that in a minute.
Yeah, only reason I know right now because the freaking phone I got don't have enough space for it. But I just downloaded it.
Regain the lead. Enemies have captured a second domination point.
I'm sorry.
Ammo.
I'm taking fire. Enemies are halfway to victory, but we can still turn this around. Valuable enemy intel. Capture and secure the intel point.
Pull up, baby, 1, 2, man. Pull up, baby, 1, 2. I ain't got no lethals. Come on, bro. No lethals right here.
Domination points are active. Go capture them. Squad mates reach the intel. Joining them will speed up the process.
800.
Care packages incoming. Grab them for bonus points and gear. Reloading. Our team is
Come on now.
Keep up the good work.
Stop playing.
Capture C.
Oh my goodness. Sniper just took me out. No, he ain't even sniper.
Back in the fight.
Something full of language. Oh my God.
I'm reloading.
Keep shooting.
Domination points are active. Go capture them. station!
Monster, like, oh my god. Like, oh, you can't hear nothing. I can't, man. I can't with this game, bro.
Gotta watch that. You gotta watch that map.
I don't know where niggas be coming from, bro.
I'm right behind you.
Reloading!
Right, watch the right. Donnie, I'm gonna need you to call out some comms or something. Say something.
Oh, I'm not even buying to it. I'm yellow.
Oh, right behind you.
Back on station!
I think. I got one of them, then somebody else popped up, but. These folks shooting grenade launchers and shit.
One supply box remaining. Move to secure.
Oh.
Look around! The enemy's almost done.
At least you right here, okay. Careful, be careful.
Supply cache locations are offline.
What are you doing? Ah!
Okay, one shot. Ah, niggas.
Damn, I was reloading.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave the stream on tonight.
Keep your head up and return to vacancy
I like this though. I like this thing. Leave the match and play.
Yeah, I like that one.
W subscriber 10.720. Appreciate it. And I like that though. Clash, I like that though. Okay.
Trying to run that one with the tongue.
Huh?
So you trying to run that one more time, or you?
Yeah, we can. We can play whatever. 12 o'clock, we probably get off. I mean, I'm probably go to sleep by 1.
You got what's in there?
What'd you say?
I said, what time? You got work in the morning?
Yeah.
I say, yeah, after this, man, I'll probably get on 2K for a little bit. And then I'm gonna get on 2. I gotta work at 6.
Okay.
So I'm at 12.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna leave the stream on while I sleep. Put something on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. You're sleeping stream. It's tough.
Yeah. Bro, let's get this dub, man. I need one dub. Dang.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Reloading! Call to this number. Flash. Claim control points and eliminate hostiles. Use cash to upgrade your arms and activate support station.
Let's lock in. Let's get it, man. Get this dub. Why the fuck I got a sniper rifle right now, bro? I gotta change.
Secure the supply boxes. Locations are marked on your tag map. Domination points incoming. Get to the green smoke.
What do you think? Bro, come on, bro.
Oh my gosh, he in a freaking truck, bro. That's exactly what they done, man.
Back in the fight! We lost sight. Enemy teams pulling ahead.
Oh my gosh, bro. I just gotta get it up next.
One supply box back. Fire! We captured 30.
Really don't touch this nigga.
Come on, bro. I can't do nothing, bro. Leave me alone, bro.
2 supply boxes down. 1 to go. Contract complete. All supply boxes secure.
Not gonna switch you.
Yo, hold on, what's wrong with that?
Domination points are active. Go capture them.
Oh, shoot. Good dog. Right here.
Back on station. Supply box is marked. Secure those locations. Reloading! Drop in. Secure them before the mountain.
Oh, come on, y'all shoot him, bro. Come on.
Taking fire!
Capture the thing.
Changing max!
What? Whoa. What?
I'm back on station!
That was not even an accurate shot.
Enemies are halfway to victory, but we can still turn this around.
What we playing to on this? Like, what is this?
You gotta capture the level like this and everything and see. You gotta capture those and then kill these.
Lost B. Back in the fight!
Yeah, these guns.
Mission is halfway over and we're behind. Regain the lead.
Push back.
What was that? Oh, it scared me. Somebody in.
Oh my god.
Supply cache locations are resecured. We lost that contract.
Oh my god.
Second domination. Changing max!
out.
Enemy down.
Come on now.
Destroyed.
Walk him down.
Domination point incoming. Get to the green smoke.
Walk him down.
You got one?
Walk him down. Face shot. I gotta clip that.
I love it.
Just face shot at him. Come on now. Oh my God. Chill out. Oh! How I keep pulling out a bro? How I keep pulling? Whoa! What is dog? Go! Bro. I should have no scope. Damn. Oh, my bad.
Care package drops inbound. Now get a
I
fight.
should have no scope. Damn.
Oh, that shit got laying down.
Bro, playing Call of Duty, bro. That shit how you so stressed.
Yeah, like you have. Yeah, this game, it's not for the week, bro.
Reloading.
Oh, bro. I just got in the game, bro. Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone, bro.
Enemy almost
Get
won.
this like move.
Where you at? Oh, leave me alone.
Back in the fight. We're running out of time. Present control. Changing max.
Come on with the glitch. Come on with the glitching. Yeah, I'm getting killed. Come on with the glitching.
Domination point incoming. Get to the green smoke. Reloading.
I gotta clip that face shot though. Oh.
Man, we lost. The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
Goodness. Face shot.
Hey, yo, dude.
Yo. say?
I said I'm about to hop on 2K for a little bit and go to bed. I got.
All right, that's a bet. I'm finna play for like another 30, 20 minutes, and I'm gonna be out of there.
All right, bet.
Let
me know if I get.
Huh?
All right, yeah. So let me know if you get back on, like tomorrow, however often you play.
Oh, I definitely will. I'm gonna try to, bro. We gotta go every day, even if it's just an hour or something.
Sad job.
But I got
hit the bowling alley, man. I gotta get a order me a ball.
Nah, for real, yo. We gotta get some bowling content. But alright, that's a bet, bro.
What you about to say? Alright, good.
Yeah. W done, man. W done. Okay. Play one more game of Clash, then I'm gonna go back. Then I'm gonna go back to what's the name? Come back. I wanna make this steak. Should I make this steak real quick? Oh, it ain't loading it anyway. I might just get off and let this play anyway. An assassin bullet hit Bob Marley. Then he made the greatest statement.
No dispute. Humans' origin is in Africa. There is no dispute. None at all. You know, they'll say, well, what are you? That's a well, I'm Italian. Well, where are you born? America. Where are your parents born? Brooklyn. Where are their parents born? Italy. Right. So I'm Italian. Right. And they stop there. And if you keep going, we're all African. There is an ancestor of yours that is African. If you go far enough back on the tree. But you stopped in Sweden, and you stopped in Italy, and you stopped in Poland. Keep going back.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life. Yeah. All my life, been grinding all my life. Yeah. Sacrifice, hustle pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp, also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. We would first like to thank Double Barrel and the Whiskey Shop for having us today's episode of Club Shay Shay. If you're in Beverly Hills, come by for a drink in this elegant lounge. Now, on to today's episode. Stopping by for conversation and a drink today, he's the protege. He's one of the most brilliant and respected and influential minds of this generation. He's a renowned science communicator, famous for popularizing astronomy and astrophysics, bridging the gap between complex scientific concepts and the general public. He has a BA in physics from Harvard, a PhD in astrophysics from Columbia, and he also taught at Princeton. A highly intelligent educator, an accomplished director, and an Emmy-winning executive producer, an acclaimed television host, a popular narrator, a sought-after public speaker, an influential entertainer, and a prolific writer. His book just debuted, number 3 on the New York Times best-selling list. He's awarded the NASA Distinguished Public Service Medal, a science icon, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Now I gotta live up to all of that.
You already have. I would hate to come back here in 5 or 6 years and have to read this again. Just keep going.
All right. Well, thank you for that very warm introduction.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And now we just got the news before we started taping that your new book, Take Me to Your Leader, just debuted at number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list.
I learned that 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
Just
we learned it together. So you know what?
Here you go.
We're gonna toast. This is my cognac, Shay by Laportier.
You got
it. It's a VSOP.
It's your cognac.
It's actually my cognac.
Okay.
We're gonna send you away with something.
You got I could do that.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Ooh, deal.
VSO, very special old.
Very special old pale.
Pale, VSOP.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. It drinks like an Exodo. Okay. Thank you for stopping by.
All right.
It is such an honor to have someone as brilliant as you are to help explain maybe the unexplainable.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a scientist and you operate on the frontier,
okay,
half of what you're looking at doesn't have an explanation yet.
Wow.
That's the whole point. If you're the research science community, they got 1 foot in what is known,
right?
Ideally, and then 1 foot in what. If you both feet, you don't want to put both feet out,
right? You don't want both feet in the other,
because then you just float away.
Okay.
So 1 feet in what is known, that anchors your understanding.
Okay.
And then you tiptoe out there and see what's new to be discovered. So when news headlines say, "Oh, scientists have to go back to the drawing board on this," we're always at the drawing board.
Okay.
It's a misconception that we're sitting with our legs up, basking in the mastery of the universe.
Okay.
No, yeah. So
when someone says some things are best left unexplained, when you hear that, what do you say?
Said no scientist ever. In fact, if we see something that has no explanation,
right,
we're drawn to it.
Right.
It's a magnet.
You trying to figure out why?
Why? So there's a famous line.
Okay.
The German poet Rainer Maria Rilke wrote a book called Letters to a Young Poet.
Okay.
And I'm going to mangle it a little bit, but I'll get it mostly right. It says, "Be at peace with all that stirs in your heart. Learn to love the questions themselves." And you can love the questions, but that means if you're a scientist, you want to figure it out, and then another question pops up. Right? So you love the sequence of questions that are the product of research that give you a new place to stand and new vistas, okay, to see beyond the walls that used to be there.
Take me to your leader. Tell us about this book. It's aliens, and I want to talk to you about that because for the longest time we have this of what has been drawn or what has been presented to us of what an alien is and what it looks like.
Right.
And so you're here to explain, offer us a better explanation of what actually aliens are, if they exist, and are we going to meet them or have we already met them?
I'm not authorized to comment further. No. So I tried to stay out of it, okay, for the longest time, just because it was too messy.
Okay.
And what do I mean by the longest time? Over the decades, you heard these reports, flying saucers, abductions.
Yes.
And it was the farmer in the back 40 reporting this. It was the revelers after the bar let out. It was... there was plausible deniability of the sanity of who was giving the report. Okay? Now, UFO enthusiasts were eager to gather as much of this information as they could. And even UFO enthusiasts recognize that most sightings of UFOs have a natural explanation.
Okay.
And I'm looking up at the sky all the time since I was 9 years old.
Okay.
All right? So I know about the sun, moon, stars, planets. And I also know about weather patterns because weather interferes with my sky. So I'm going to know whether weather's coming and going, what it looks like, what it smells like, what it feels like. And I've never seen anything I couldn't explain. Even though a few things I could only explain given the extensive knowledge that I have.
Right.
Which tells me that for most people without that extensive knowledge, that will get reported to the police.
Okay.
Okay? And so only in the last maybe 8 years or so, let me put the marker where the New York Times reported on that that fuzzy tic tac that the naval officer, the Navy pilots found.
Right.
And you hear them commenting, "Oh my gosh, what is that? We're tracking it."
Right.
Okay, and you feel their excitement.
Right.
And there's a little bit of, I don't want to call it fear, but they don't know, right? They're in a state of unknown. So from then onward, more sort of official sounding people have come forward.
Yes.
In the last 3 years, we have whistleblowers, insiders,
Right.
ex-military,
Yes.
ex-intelligence agencies,
Right.
and they're reporting in Congress, sworn testimony,
Yes.
that they got crashed alien bodies in the back shed, that they've got crashed saucer hardware in the back,
Right.
that they've got reverse engineered science and technology from the alien. They're testifying to this. And so I said, all right, it's time for me to step in. Okay? I wanted to do a couple of things. I wanted to celebrate this fascination we have with aliens.
Right.
In all of our movies.
Yes.
I mean, do you realize that half of the top 10 grossing movies of all time involve non-Earth-based creatures? Like at the top of the list is, of course, E.T.'s. I don't know if it's the top 10, but that's another example. Avatar,
yes.
they're aliens.
Yes.
Okay? And so we love us some aliens
Yes.
in this culture. So I wanted to give a serious analysis of the powers and the technologies that these aliens that have come out of our imagination.
Okay.
And then ask, if actual aliens came to Earth, could they have these abilities and these technologies? And how smart would they be? You can give a serious analysis of that. So now, what do you conclude? Well, we're still in a situation where you have to ask the person, do you believe in aliens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Right.
But let me ask you this. Do you believe in elephants? Your answer would be, that's not even the right question.
Question.
They just exist.
Yes.
And because you've seen them.
I've seen them.
In person.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay? But think of how that would go in testimony. There's only a couple of dozen people who've ever seen an elephant.
Right.
And you gotta believe me, they got this big rubbery thing that's flexible.
Right.
It can pick stuff up, it smells, it eats.
Right.
It 2 teeth sticking out.
Right.
That shiny and it's got sheet-sized ears.
Right.
And it's got legs the size of tree trunks. And can you draw one? And then, of course, the drawing's always crappy, right? And you say, what is this thing? You gotta believe me.
Right.
You can make a 2-hour documentary of testimonies about that.
Right.
If only a few dozen people have done it, or even if 50 people have done it. But the documentary is 10 minutes long.
Right.
If they just bring out the elephant.
Correct.
5 minutes to bring out the elephant and 5 minutes for the rolling credits.
Right.
And nowhere after that does anyone have to say, you believe in elephants.
Right.
And the elephant is not the only creature for which you could have this crazy conversation. Right. You got to believe me, there's this creature in the sea.
Woolly mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger.
No, do better than that. Those are just mammals.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's do better than that. There's this creature in the sea. It has 8 legs. And each leg has suction cups on it.
Okay.
And it's squishy. And it's really smart. And it can open jars.
Yeah.
And it can open doorknobs. And one variety of them has a camouflage.
Yeah.
And they could disappear into the thing. You gotta believe me. No, I need another witness. And another witness give a slightly different account. I need you to draw it. And they draw it, and it's this weird thing. And it's an octopus.
Right. So in other words,
bring out the octopus.
The Loch Ness Monster would be considered an alien. Because a few people have seen it, they seem to have photographs, they said there's one big pool of
fuzzy photograph.
Fuzzy photographs. So normally, if we really wanted to know that bad, is there any possible way we could drain?
Not to drain it, to drag the lake.
Okay.
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 Loch Ness.
Yes.
Because Nessie is the name is the creature.
Okay.
We drag the lake for bodies.
Yes. All the time.
Okay. If you think people have been dumping bodies into your river.
Right.
So you could do this, or do it with sonar, this kind of thing. That's a different field called cryptozoology.
Okay.
These are people who are not looking for aliens, they're looking for species of life on Earth that has eluded the search of biologists.
Oh.
So no, Bigfoot would be one
Yes.
of them.
Okay.
And there's if you type Bigfoot, videos of Bigfoot, there's this one famous video where this like ape-like creature, he like turns and looks to the side.
Did I give you a good photo? Did you
yeah, you want me to smile when I do it? So, but that film is 60 years old.
Right.
And I think it was done in the 1960s.
Right.
It's okay. Anybody else have it?
Right.
And back then, who had cameras?
Right.
Journalists and tourists.
Correct.
You don't walk around with a camera.
No.
And we're old enough to remember there was a day you were only photographed once per year.
Yes.
And what was that?
Embarrassment crazy.
The school photo.
Yeah, school photo. You got your school photos.
And maybe your birthday.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That's it. Everybody's got a camera today.
Yes.
So to have less evidence for Bigfoot when we have more cameras,
right?
That's just a little suspicious.
Well, maybe they don't like the paparazzi.
Okay, so we can go down that road. I would say, bring it. Okay, so somewhere I think you'd find Bigfoot poop. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you'd have to say, they clean up afterwards. Okay, wait. So where's Lady Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Because it looks awfully mammalian to me.
Yes.
Somebody's having sex somewhere in the woods. You'd be hearing that.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's easier to see that a microbe would go undiscovered.
Right.
Or some smaller creature in some backwoods that no one had been before. And we are discovering species annually. In fact, one was, you kindly mentioned I have an asteroid named after me. Right. I also have a species of animal named after me. It's a species of leaping frog that's found only in India. Only recently, like the last 15 years, was described sufficiently enough to declare it a species.
Right.
It was, the researchers were very kind and respectful of my my academic and educational career.
Right.
They'd seen Cosmos, and I hosted Cosmos.
Right.
And so, anyhow, point is, if people only have fuzzy photos,
right,
and it's their testimony,
right,
you're stuck saying, do you believe in it?
Right. The NBA Finals are here, but the action doesn't stop when the confetti falls and the NBA crowns a champion because the star-studded scorching summer of sport are consultants. The more NBA fans in the you play your. Well, let me ask you this: what if they called you to the place and say, Neil, we want you to see this. You got to swear to secrecy. Nobody knows about this, but these aliens that we've been telling you about, we have 2 bodies.
Okay.
And we want you to examine them, and we want you to give us your best guess. Your academia, highly.
Okay.
What is this that we see?
Okay, so you know what I'd say? I would say, I'd love to see the bodies, but get a biochemist.
Okay.
I'm an astrophysicist.
Okay.
I'd be happy to look at their spacecraft, right? If you've got that. But if there's if there's an organism,
they Uber down.
Uber flying saucer.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a business right there. I'm on the early shares in that one. Here's the thing. How many other people know this secret? I would ask that question.
Right.
And give me any number. Okay? And what people have been claiming, it would be a big government cover-up.
Yeah.
Like hundreds, if not thousands.
Yes.
You know what Ben Franklin said?
What did he say?
In his almanac. 1785, I think. 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
He said that.
And so he's referring implicitly to juicy secrets.
Yes.
Like aliens.
Yes.
If it's some stupid secret no one cares about,
right,
then who cares? But aliens?
Yeah.
In Area 51, I'm thinking if the janitor just has to take a picture of the alien and stream it out, he'll lose his job that morning, that next day.
Yes.
But he'll be the richest, most famous janitor there ever was.
So where did these illusions come from? How did Hollywood come up with an illusion? Because if you think about it, they kind of all look the same. None of them ever have hair. They're all bald.
Why are they bald? Answer me. You answer me. Why? I wouldn't want to coming out just combing his hair or Afro pick. You know, give me.
They don't smoke. You know.
Give me some body hair.
Yes.
Because all mammals have body hair and they're humanoid.
Right.
You know.
So who, to the best of your recollection, who was the first person to come up with this theory that, and it's, a lot of people, and I think I've heard you say it, that we're not alone, that there are others
in the universe.
In the universe.
For sure. No one's denying that. Okay. That's correct.
Well, damn, how do we know that? We never seen them.
No, so that's true, but you've never really seen air either.
No.
But you're breathing it.
Yes.
And its existence is not doubted by you.
Okay.
Okay? The other things you don't, like, if there's drugs in a wrapped package, you don't smell it, but your dog does.
Right.
So your senses are not the measure of reality.
Oh, okay.
Okay? The stuff that exists, with or without.
So the tree falling in the forest and no one dares to hear it, we know it makes a sound.
Okay, I first asked, how do you know it fell?
Because I told you it did.
No, because you went out there and saw it.
Well,
Okay.
I saw it down.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Can we deduce that?
I'm saying it would make, if I had a chart recorder out there,
Yeah.
I don't need your ears.
Yeah.
It would record the sound.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So seeing can be believing, but seeing can also be deceiving, and that's why we invented science. The methods and tools of science have machines that make measurements.
Right.
And that's what they do. And why they do it, so that it doesn't pass through your sensory understanding of the world.
Okay.
Okay? And like I said, before we had cameras, it all passed through your senses. I was abducted, and either they told you that, or it came out under hypnosis.
Right.
But your brain is participating in that story. We don't want that in science.
So in other words, under duress, and we've seen
Especially under duress.
Because there are scientists that say that sometimes under duress, you can see things that you don't actually see or hear things you don't actually hear.
There are visual and acoustic illusions. That's correct. And it also depends on your expectations, what your culture is, what your, all of this factors in. I got one for you. Jesus on a tortilla. Okay? You know who never sees Jesus on a tortilla? Or Jewish people. Okay? I'm just saying.
Right.
Okay? There's cultural expectations placed on your world that can influence your data taking. And I just want to say that while that can explain most, possibly all, but certainly most of the sightings, I'm happy to allow that small percent that could be actual aliens.
Right.
I'm not going to say no.
You're not going to totally dismiss it.
No, but I need better evidence.
Right.
And a colleague of mine was tasked, was it by Congress or by NASA, to get a group of people together to analyze the claims of alien sightings and that. They didn't see anything convincing, but they do want people to get better data. So they're going to create an app where next time you see something, you put it through the app, and the app takes the picture with your smartphone. And it records all the metadata. What is your longitude and latitude on Earth? Your elevation, your direction, your compass pointing, the lighting conditions. And then if other people saw the same phenomenon, it could collate the data and triangulate on what the object is, how big it is, where it was going, where it was coming from. Very hard things to determine in twilight for an object that you've never seen before.
So in other words, you believe everything can be explained. Anything that we see in today's world can be explained.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm going to say is the frontier of science depends. Expects there's always something that you can't explain. Always.
Really?
That is what the moving frontier of science is. That is the loving the questions themselves.
Okay.
I don't know what this is, but that's a reason to investigate it further.
Right.
Here are those few observations. We don't know what it is.
Yes.
Get this app, which I think they're still working on, if it's not available already, and get your data through this app.
Okay.
And then that can be collated with other people's data to get more information to figure out what it is.
Are humans the original alien?
It looks like we are of this earth because we share the same DNA at some level with all other life on Earth, including plants.
Really?
Yes. In fact, we
the cactus?
We and a banana share 20-25% identical genes. Humans and bananas.
What?
So if an alien comes and it doesn't have our DNA or doesn't have DNA at all, you'd expect it to look at least as different from humans as humans and bananas look from each other.
Correct.
You'd expect that.
I
On
would.
another planet.
I would, absolutely.
On this planet,
Right.
most stuff does not look human.
Yes.
On this planet. And so, here's one for you. You ready?
Yeah.
Now, don't freak out. Okay. Are you seated?
I'm seated.
The common ancestor. This is how evolution works. You have common ancestor.
Yes.
So we and chimps have a common ancestor.
Yes.
That split later than its common ancestor split with gorillas, which split later than its common ancestor split with old world monkeys that have tails. Okay?
Okay.
It's all primates.
Yes.
But there's a branch that went off and had tails, a branch that does not.
Okay.
We're in the branch that does not have tails. It's apes, it's baboons, chimpanzees, gorillas, that thing. Okay, humans. All right. Here's my point. For any two creatures on Earth, you can go far enough back and find the common ancestor.
Okay.
Do you realize the common ancestor between humans and mushrooms split later than its common ancestor split with green plants? Which means we and mushrooms are more genetically alike than either we or mushrooms are to green plants.
Damn.
You've had a like a portobello mushroom. When you bite into it, how do people describe it?
I hate frog houses. I don't fool with mushrooms.
You don't mess with mushrooms? Well, if you ask people who have, they'll say it tastes meaty. As you bite into it, it has a meaty kind of taste.
Okay.
Said no one ever of kale.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Mushrooms love us.
Yes.
Yeast are mushrooms are fungus.
Yes.
Fungus loves us.
Yes.
Your dandruff is fungus.
Yes.
The yeast infections, ringworm is fungus.
Yes.
People ingest mushrooms and have conversations with mushrooms. So, give me an alien that looks like a mushroom. I mean, why do they all gotta look human?
So in other words, going back millions and millions of years ago, the common DNA, so you have chimpanzees, monkeys, so forth and so on.
Yes.
We split from them.
Yes.
But we split from a mushroom
Way earlier.
Earlier or later?
Oh, much earlier.
Okay.
Much earlier.
Okay.
Because there's a lot that happened in between there.
Okay.
We have to become fish first. Okay. we are our vertebrate, because we have a spine.
Right.
Our vertebrate ancestry goes through the ocean
Right.
into fish. So
what's the biggest cause of evolution? Because you say we split from fish, and fish are still able to be in water, they can breathe in water, so forth and so on.
Yeah.
Now we had to have the adaptability to be able to, we learned how to walk upright, we learned how to do all these other things. So how does evolution take place? How does that happen?
That's a great question. A lot of people don't fully get this, okay? In evolution, no organism adapts to anything. What happens is there's a generation of them, okay, that have slightly different features. Mm-hmm. Some a little longer, some a little shorter, some a little chubbier, some a little this, some a little that. And then there's an assault on the environment. Usually, everybody dies.
Yes, the dinosaur.
Unless there's a feature among one in this generation that can step through that new portal.
Oh, okay.
So they step through.
Yeah.
Everybody else dies. They have a property that enables them to thrive in that environment. So now they have offspring with that property in that new environment.
Is that what happened because they say some organisms and some animals can reproduce without having a male part?
Yes, so it's spermatogenesis.
Yes.
That's an example. I think that's what you're referring to. I think roaches can do this, which helps make them so successful.
Yes.
Right? There's some animals where if they don't have a mate, they can nonetheless generate the zygote.
Yeah.
And then, and so I don't understand that process fully biologically.
Okay.
But we know it happens. Yeah. And it's definitely a survival property.
Yes.
And so you are more likely to propagate your offspring if you can do that.
Yes.
Because someone else got high and dry, couldn't find a mate.
Right.
And it was then gone.
So when you hear I've heard this so long, and I don't know if it's true, and you got me questioning myself and whether whoever said it, that the greatest trick to survival is adaptability. And you says no one adapts, you just have to.
The feature's already there if you have it at all. Otherwise, everybody dies.
Oh, okay.
It is evolution is a giant killing machine.
Damn, I can't.
99% of all species there ever was,
yeah,
are now extinct at the hand of nature. Everyone says, Oh, Earth is so beautiful. It's so green. It's so life. Mother Nature, be kind to Mother Nature. Nature is killing you every chance it can get. Okay? And if it's not from some change in the environment,
Right.
it's from a tsunami, an earthquake, a volcano, a pestilence, plague, drought.
Yes.
Mother Nature don't play.
To control population. War, plague, famine.
Okay. More people on Earth. Do you know the greatest monster responsible for human deaths? It's the we're up there. We're up there.
Okay,
Because we will kill each other.
Mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes.
Yes.
Have killed more people than any other creature on Earth.
Malaria, right?
Among others. And
Well, you got
dengue.
Zika, and now you got
Zika and dengue. Yes.
Yes.
More than anything else on Earth. That is our biggest threat.
Yes.
Not anymore, because we pretty much control that.
Right.
But in the day,
Yes.
in the day. So yeah, we're alive in spite of nature, not because of her.
How?
I'm saying. So back to the alien point. The aliens might be intrigued about evolution on Earth, which is what's responsible for the diversity of life. They might be intrigued by that. I don't know on their planet how different everybody is. Who knows? You know.
How are humans created? So how do we? So you say we branched off and said we had this. We humans, life form as we know it now, branched off from a lot of different things.
Yeah, so the best evidence today suggests that we were happy in the trees like other primates.
Yes.
Then it was climate change.
Yes.
And the forest went away.
Okay.
We came down out of the trees. Now we're in the grasses. But if you're dragging your knuckles in the grasses, you can't see a predator.
Right.
Like the lion.
Yes.
So you want to be able to look above. What's that creature that was in The Lion King? The meerkat.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
If you're low to the ground, you don't see somebody coming around the bend.
Correct.
Okay? So there was a survival advantage to walking upright instead of on all fours.
Correct.
If you couldn't walk upright for whatever, because your back hurt,
Yes.
then you got eaten.
Right.
You were removed from the gene pool. I walk up and I don't hurt. Okay? I have offspring where they can walk upright and they don't hurt.
Right.
Then there's a mutation to our vocal cords that enabled us to articulate speech.
Right.
Okay? The other apes don't have this.
Right.
It was a mutation
Right.
that proved to be helpful. So now we can communicate. And now we can remember information. How do we do that? We learn information is stored better if it's rhythmic. That's an interesting fact.
Right.
You remember some words or sentences better than others because there's some rhythm to them.
Correct.
All right? There's something easier. You know, why do we like music at all?
Right.
Because it's a way of communicating in a way that you enjoy. That enables us to share survival knowledge with others.
You said walking with your knuckles, dragging the ground, you couldn't see over the horizon, you couldn't see over the tall grass, or you couldn't see over, and then predators. But didn't it give you the ability to be able to hear, to be able to smell? Because some animals that can't see beyond, they can hear extremely well. They can have an incredible sense of smell.
The smell wasn't in our genes.
It wasn't.
If it was, then we'd be able to smell the lion, you know, the way a dog can.
Yes.
Okay? Dogs never walked on all fours. So they have a way better capacity to smell than we do.
Okay.
Put them in the grass. They're going to smell your ass. Okay? So plus we have a relatively good vision.
Yes.
All right? We have a binocular vision, so our depth.
But not like the other animals. We at the bottom of the totem pole.
No, bats don't see with their eyes very well. They can echolocate.
Right.
Mice have very bad vision. There are plenty of animals that have terrible vision. If you have a mouse in the middle of the floor, it's going to run until it hits a wall. It's going to run along the wall, feeling the wall wherever it goes. It's going to navigate that way.
Right.
In the open floor, the mice is pretty helpless.
Oh.
Yeah. So in the genetic variation that existed for our primate ancestors, the ability to stand upright proved to be good enough for that to be important, more than if you had some variation in your capacity to smell.
So how long ago did we start to stand upright? Was it 1,000 years ago? Was it
no,
500,000?
way longer ago
A
than
million?
that. No, I don't remember. I don't have that number.
Okay.
It's a known quantity.
Okay.
I think it's in the millions, but it's a known quantity.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
What is the latest evolution? So let's just say millions and millions ago we evolved and we started. So has there been any other evolution that has happened since then in human?
Yeah, so the way, I didn't finish the full evolution statement. So what happens is, if some new feature shows up within you, if it doesn't give you an advantage, then the feature it languishes and it does.
So it's like a new feature in a car. So if it doesn't give you more comfort, it doesn't give you greater miles for the gallon,
then it just kind of fades away, okay?
So that doesn't...
All right. And, little things. For example, we have eyebrows.
Yes.
What the hell are they for?
Yeah, what are they for?
Okay.
Sweat. Keep sweating.
Yeah. So, if it's hot and you're running away from something and you got to check it out, if sweat just fell into your eyes and sweat is salty, you're like this, you get eaten.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Y'all didn't know I was an astrophysicist. I'm saying, astrophysicist.
Okay, so your eyebrows, so whatever caused them initially, they had a survival advantage.
Yes.
Even if it was just random.
Yes.
Okay? The mutations are random. They don't have purpose in them.
Right.
And so yeah.
So every feature that's on the human body, it actually has a purpose.
It gave us a survival advantage.
So what about, I'm here. What survival advantage that gave us? I probably could run fast if I didn't have friction in front of there.
Why is the hair on your arm slowing you down?
But I'm just saying it's friction. That's why I wax, so I'm fast.
You wax?
I do.
You a black man. You can't be all that hairy.
I'm right. But wait a minute. But I'm saying, like,
know I'm right.
When you look at pubic
Tell
hair,
me you know I'm right.
What? I don't like hair.
I'm saying you're a black man.
Yes.
You don't have hair coming up your back into your collars like they do in the Mediterranean.
No, I'm not a silverback if that's
That's what I'm saying. No, so I'm saying this was the weird thing about 19th century anthropologists.
Okay.
They were trying to put white people at the top, and black people, they were saying, were still evolving. They were right next to apes. And they completely ignored the hairy white people in the world. Okay?
That are more hairier.
Way hairier.
More hairy.
Yes, than any black person they've ever seen.
You said something interesting. I saw you say it about the Neanderthal.
Yeah.
And they compared the Neanderthal to the black man until they found out the Neanderthal was really smart. And then all of a sudden,
they read. Yeah, so we grew up. Neanderthal was the brunt of all jokes.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And plus they didn't make it, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Then, after we cracked the human genome, early 90s, it's the genome. We can see what's in the genome.
Yeah.
What other branches of evolution showed up in the genome. And they found out that some people have Neanderthal genes in them. So if this was 19th century anthropology, racist anthropology, they say, oh, those are probably the black people because they're still dumb and stupid.
Yeah, right.
Turns out, Europeans on average are between 1% and 3% Neanderthal DNA. African blacks, near 0.
Wow.
That's kind of hard to, you got to settle that score if you're one of these anthropologists.
Right.
Beginning in the 1990s, anthropological studies of Neanderthal started describing how inventive and creative they were.
Oh!
And how artistic. They flipped it up. And they said, oh, we got it wrong. They really did. Just they had to fix that image right quick. What went on that whole period.
So why do we still fight so much over skin color?
So I don't think it's skin color. It's just the most obvious way to tribalize someone at a distance. Okay? They have to get a little closer before you know what god they worship. They have to get even closer before you know who they sleep with. You gotta get even closer to know what they smell like.
Right.
All right? And the sad part about our species is that evidence shows we are prone to tribalism. If it was just skin color, you would have never had World War I and II, which are basically white people, white Christians, killing and slaughtering other white Christians.
Correct.
For cultural reasons, or their brand of Christianity was slightly different.
Okay.
What's up there?
Right.
Okay? So people will find reasons to want to kill you if you're sufficiently different from them.
Right.
And a skin color, you can see that half a mile away.
Correct.
Right.
So that's the easiest determining factor. Like,
correct,
you're different than me because you don't look like me. Or then when you hear me talk, you don't talk like me.
Correct.
Or if I come into your home where you don't worship the same God, or you don't eat the same food that I eat.
Right.
So now
I eat it at the same time or the same day of the week.
Okay.
Look at the rules.
Yeah.
They come with the package. So to me, it's tribal more than it is racial. It's racial just as one manifestation of something that's been there forever.
Right.
Right.
To do your best guess.
I mean, look at that. Look at how many years did France and England fight each other?
Yes.
Over what? Oh, they speak different languages, okay? And England fighting Spain, okay? They're all Christian.
Right.
They're all white. So yeah, I don't take it personally.
Right.
When people want to kill me for being black. I just say, you're just being tribal.
Right.
And if I were something else, not you, you'd still want to kill me.
Right.
There it is.
What do you think is the biggest difference between European, Asians, and Africans?
Well,
besides region.
Well, so we all came out of Africa.
Okay.
Okay.
We all originated.
Yes.
So basically every human form originated from the Asiatic.
No, from African.
African.
Yes. Humans.
Okay.
Origin.
Okay.
Okay.
We all originated.
Yes.
So basically every human form originated from the Asiatic.
No, from African.
African.
Yes. Humans.
Okay.
Origin is in Africa.
Africa.
There is no dispute about
None.
At all.
None. Zero.
At all. So now, let me lead into that by saying, we surely know people. You say Americans, and you say, oh, they'll say, well, what are you? That's a well, I'm Italian. Well, where are you born? America. Where are your parents born? Brooklyn. Where are their parents born? Italy. Right. So I'm Italian.
Right.
All right, here's another one.
Okay.
What are you? Oh, I'm Swedish.
Okay.
Well, where were you born? Oh, I'm born in New York. Where were your parents born? In New York. Where are their parents? Because that's the immigrant.
Right.
Where were their parents born? No, I get it right. So what comes through? Where are their parents born? Minnesota. Okay. Where are their parents born? Minnesota. Where are their parents born? Sweden. So I'm Swedish.
Right.
You see what they're doing?
Yeah.
They're going back their tree, finding the place that fits, that soothes their need to have some kind of an association,
even if they've never been to that place.
And they stop there. Okay?
Okay.
What I tell them all is, why don't you keep going?
Keep going.
Just keep going.
No, I just want to be from Sweden. I'm Swedish.
Okay, keep going. And if you keep going, we're all African. An ancestor of yours that is African, if you go far enough back on the tree. Well, you stopped in Sweden, and you stopped in Italy, and you stopped in Poland. Keep going back. The tree, the human tree of life, traces back to Africa. So now, we come out of Africa.
Yes.
Some continue north.
Yes.
It's costly to sustain dark skin.
Yes.
It's a nutritional cost on you. So you go north, the sun is not there as much. The dark skin rapidly goes away, and people just turn white. Wow. Okay, evolutionarily.
Yes.
And then, so some went there, some went towards Asia.
Yes.
There's some dispute about whether they went south or north, but went into Asia, populated Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Then they kept going. This is during the Ice Age.
Wow.
How do you get an ice age? Water evaporates from the oceans.
Yes.
Goes into the sky. Is so cold it comes back out as snow. The snowflake lands on the countryside.
Yeah.
And never goes away. Because the world is below freezing. So the snowflake is just there.
Right.
Had it been rain, the water would have just worked its way back to the ocean, and you'd have this circulation of water. But during the Ice Age, you drain the ocean of its water, deposit the water on land, it never returns to the ocean. The ocean levels drop, exposing a land bridge between Asia and North America. Okay. That's the famous Bering Strait. Right. And so the migrating human ancestors, it was just land. They just walked across the Bering Strait. Then the Ice Age ended. The waters melt back into the ocean levels rise, closes off the Bering Strait, stranding an entire branch of the human species in North and South America, and Europe has no memory of this. Wow. That's why it's called the New World. There it was. And the rest of the world had wars, they interbred, they did whatever. And there it is. So.
That's crazy.
Even though Columbus was a dick, okay? Okay. The most important thing he did was reconnect two branches of the human species that had been separated for 10,000 years.
10,000 years, bro.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Had that never reconnected, that's the precise setup for biological evolution to have a branch separate away from the branch that got it there. That's why Australia's animals are so weird. Yes. Because Australia separated from the mainland long ago. Yes. On an evolutionary time scale. Yes. So they got kangaroos and
their snakes are so deadly. They got the most.
They got venom.
Yeah.
Up the
inland taipan, the coastal taipan, and the common brown.
Okay. They got stuff the rest of the world never seen or heard of.
And keep it over there
because it got isolated. Yeah. So you will evolve if you're subject to your own environmental forcing, and you're not interbreeding with the rest of the world. Okay?
Help me understand this.
But right now, everybody's interbreeding with everybody. Airplanes enable this.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
Thanks, Wright brothers. Help me understand this.
Wait, Wright brothers, wait, don't blame them because they...
Yes.
Do you realize...
Yes.
The Boeing 707 jet, the first ever commercial jet, it came from the military.
Yes.
First ever commercial jet came out in 1958. Its wingspan is the distance that the Wright brothers first flew. Went from the Wright brothers flight to a Boeing 707 plane in 55 years. With a wingspan is the distance they flew.
Damn. That wasn't very far.
It wasn't very far. But we made great advances. And people who are in denial that we have smart humans among us, they just say aliens help. We reverse engineer the aliens.
But you can help me understand this.
Yeah.
Why is it that we can handle heat with our black skins better? Because normally, what do they tell you? If it's hot outside, you put on light-colored clothing.
Yeah.
How is it that we became so adaptable to dark? Because I don't really like the heat, but I know we handle it better than our white counterparts.
Okay, not everything is a perfect solution. Okay. Some is just the better solution than what otherwise would have happened.
Okay.
Okay? Dark skin absorbs sunlight.
Yes.
Black people in the same situation will absorb more sunlight than white people.
Yes.
Making your body hotter.
Yes.
Which means you might have to drink more water. Okay? Fine. So you're saying, why not turn white at the equator?
Yeah.
Just, why isn't everyone in Africa white?
Right.
So you're not absorbing sunlight. Turns out, the skin absorbs ultraviolet light.
Okay.
Ultraviolet light gives you skin cancer, and you die.
Damn.
Melanin absorbs ultraviolet light and does not give you skin cancer. Skin cancer is 30 times more prevalent in white people than in black people. And when black people even get it, it's usually not in a part exposed to where the sun hit. It's like on your bottom of your feet.
Wow.
Or, which is, you're not always looking at your bottom of your feet.
Correct.
Who's our guy from Jamaica died of that? Bob Marley died of skin cancer from his feet.
Really?
Yes. Okay? And so it's pernicious because it's You're not looking at the bottom of your feet.
Correct.
How often do you do that? Let me look in a mirror.
Yeah.
That's not what you do.
Yeah, the people that look at their feet, they're barely washing their feet. So they damn sure looking at it.
So
That's crazy.
the trade-off is,
Right.
you're going to be hotter, but you're not going to get skin cancer.
Right.
And it would kill all white people that don't have melanin in their skin.
Wow.
So that's why Nordic countries, those people are so white.
Yes.
It's not false to portray Elsa in the Disney movie,
Frozen.
In Frozen. Make those people as white as you have ink to do so.
Right.
And that would be just fine.
So,
And if you wanted to make a movie with no black people, set it in Norway.
So why don't we handle the cold weather? Like,
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone wants to be in the cold.
yeah, they do. Some of them do. Like, like you said, Norway, those Icelandic.
Yeah. Well, they don't mind it, I think.
Yes.
So the thing about dark skin is, if it's cold out, you will absorb more sunlight to keep you warm.
Right.
Okay, you'll have to put on fewer clothes to stay warm in that way.
Okay.
And I've done that, knowing the physics of this. I've taken full advantage of that.
Right. You know what I think the biggest thing is, and I remember I heard my grandfather said it. He was a farmer, and he was talking about
Where was it?
he was in Georgia.
Georgia.
I'm from South Georgia, and he believed it because the weather. He said the weather changed, and he said, "Yeah, Mary, they messing with that moon." Some people don't believe it. They say, "Man, they went to Hollywood. They got into a studio, and
The moon landing.
The moon landing. You know exactly where I was going with this. Can we prove the moon landing actually happened?"
Not authorized to comment. So, let me offer you a couple of perspectives.
Okay.
Goodness, bro.
So,
I don't think that ever happened.
I had this conversation with someone, otherwise educated man,
Yes.
rational,
Yes.
and I said to him, after he came at me and said, he was citing things that were out of his expertise.
Right.
Like, how come every picture we see from the moon, there are no stars in the sky, but
Right.
you should see stars?
Right.
He doesn't understand photography.
Right.
If you are exposed for the bright, because there's no atmosphere, so the sky is not glowing. You will see the sun and stars in the sky at the same time.
Right.
But a photograph can only take one exposure.
Right.
And if it exposes for the sunlit people, Buzz Aldrin posing in the picture,
Right.
that exposure frame is not long enough to capture the much dimmer stars in the night sky. He doesn't know this, but he's citing it as evidence that we didn't go to the moon.
Right.
This is irresponsible. Go learn something before you start lobbing evidence against
Right.
something that you don't know anything about.
Right.
Okay. So I said, what would prove to you that we landed on the moon? You tell me. He said, a photograph of the landing site. I said, okay. So the next day, I handed him a website. I go on that website. And it's pictures, because we went back to the moon with an orbiting reconnaissance camera, and we saw the website. So, and I gave him the pointer to the actual photo,
Right.
Because there's a million photos there.
Correct.
And you can see the tracks
Yes.
from the rover,
Yeah.
and the landing from the LEM. And he said, I saw it, but I looked at the bottom corner, and it said it had the NASA logo as well as the Japan logo, because it was a Japanese-American collaboration.
Right.
And because of the NASA logo, that's still the U.S. government, and so I don't trust that it's real. And I said to him, I gave you exactly what you asked me to give you, and you still don't believe it. So the conversation is over. And just be glad you live in a country where you can believe whatever the hell you want.
Right.
And we're not going to put you in jail for it.
Right.
Because it's a free country. I just don't want him to ever become head of NASA.
Right. So in other words, with your expertise, you don't go back and forth with people.
No, I will to some level. Yes. But if they reject the evidence that they asked me to supply,
right,
then
what's the point of that?
Where are you going with that?
Right.
I can't take that any further. And so, plus, you saw the Saturn V rocket launch. Where do you think that was going? To the Piggly Wiggly down the street? No. You can calculate how much fuel is in the rocket.
Right.
It's enough fuel to go into orbit, to go to the moon, orbit the moon, come back to Earth. That's how much fuel was in there. Do the math. Oh, no, they can't do the math, so we're stuck. Exactly. I'm stuck getting them on the head about this.
Right.
So, here's a fun story. You ready?
Yes.
So, NASA, the government says, NASA, Russia's going to beat us to the moon. We have to get there. We're not ready.
Yes.
Oh, we have to fake it.
Yes.
So, we know who can do it for us. Let's go to Hollywood. They go to Hollywood, top secret meeting. The best producers, set designers, say, we got to... Fake the moon landing.
Right.
So they go away, study it, and come back, and they say, we could fake the moon landing for you, but we think it'll be more convincing if we shoot it on location. There it is.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
But then you get Artemis 2. Man, that wasn't real. Man, they ain't do nothing but go up in there, look. They went up about 1,000 feet and just circled and talk about they in orbit. Do you get to, because you know,
So these are people, so think about it.
Okay.
What a compliment it is of modern civilization that we have people walking among us who are in denial of how far we've come in our science and technology. Right. Isn't that a beautiful thing?
They should not be denying technology. Because you go to the airport, they got scanned everything. I mean, you can be thinking something and go to Google. I'm like, how you know I was thinking about this? I was thinking about, how does it? I'm like, hold on, wait a minute now. Y'all doing too, it makes you want to turn your phone off.
You sound like your grandfather now. Who you?
Yes. I want to turn my phone off when I'm thinking to myself. How does it do that?
It's listening.
I ain't saying nothing.
No, so you have to watch out because we're very bad data-taking devices.
Right.
So we tend to remember the hits and forget the misses. Okay?
Yes.
You're having thoughts all the time.
Yes.
And you look at your pad and it doesn't match your thought.
Yeah.
So nothing.
Yeah.
You don't make a big deal of that because nothing matched.
Yes.
Once in the last month, out of the 10,000 ads you saw, it happened to match when you thought about it, and you want to think something deep is going on.
Oh.
This is a susceptibility of the human mind wanting to put meaning into something that is otherwise random.
Oh. So that's how fortune tellers get us.
All the time.
So they'll give you one thing that have actually, well, your father did this, or your grandfather, grandmother.
And you're not even paying attention. You don't even register that because none of that's true.
Right.
But they hit one. How did you know?
How did you know that?
Yes. Yes.
And then before you know it, you done emptied your bank account.
Nah. Here's what happened. I taught a class, an evening class, adult class in astrophysics. This is at the planetarium.
Would you have 2 people in there?
No. More people like the universe than just 2 people. So about halfway through, a woman comes up to me. Weren't many people in class, 25 or something. And she says, I got to level with you. I'm a professional astrologer, and I'm taking your class to see if I can learn some things to help out.
Right.
So I said, okay, welcome. Okay. And she said, well, what's your star sign? And I said, well, if you're a professional astrologer, you ought to be able to figure that out. Is that too much to ask? She said, okay. And she said, Gemini. I said, no. And she said, oh, it must be Leo. I said, no. And then, I know, it's Cancer. I said, no. On the 8th guess, 8 out of how many? 12. She gets the right answer.
I knew it.
And she said, I knew it. People don't understand statistics. So, I don't know. So I worry. The aliens come and they see all of this. They see us killing each other.
Yeah.
For, like I said, for all these reasons. Skin color.
Yeah.
Who you pray to. Look,
Yeah.
They'll see that. And they'll see people who think the Earth is flat. That we never went to the moon, even though we have all manner of hardware on the moon.
Right.
If they say we didn't go to the moon, they have to admit that we didn't go to the moon 9 times.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
We didn't go to the moon 9 times. What's that about? Okay? 9 missions went to the moon.
Right.
And so they'll see all of this. They'll see people denying the claims of scientists. And they'll wonder, what? And they'll rush home.
Yeah, they said we ain't fooling with that.
And report there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth.
Sometimes I don't know if I would disagree with
No,
them.
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I need you to help me understand this.
What?
I've never been there. I do want to go because I want to see it. The pyramids at Giza.
Yeah, I haven't seen them either.
But you got to explain how. With not the machinery, the equipment that we have today, how did they put that up?
Not authorized. Stop. You have been influenced by people who are in denial.
Denial. Not the river.
In denial of a brilliant African civilization.
Uh-huh.
Last I checked, Egypt is in Africa. And the people leading the charge of disbelief tend to be Europeans.
Not from Africa.
Okay? The Europeans come in, because what was Europe doing 2000 BC? None much happening back then. Okay? And living in huts or whatever they were doing, it was not the brilliant civilization going on in Africa.
Right.
Africa. The Nile would flood, the irrigation, the architecture, the science,
Yes.
the civilization that represented.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
She's just
Temple of Artemis.
okay.
Holocaustus.
These are well, except when you go to the Greece and Rome, well, that's Europe.
Yeah.
And so
They said they can have an explanation of how that
because that's their own people.
That's my point.
So I'm tired. I'm gonna sound like Martin Luther King. I'm tired of having people, deny the intellect of Africans in Egypt 5,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so look at who primarily is in denial of it. And doesn't mean I didn't like and enjoy the movie with the ring. Stargate.
Okay.
Love me some Stargate.
Okay.
But it's aliens coming through a Stargate into Egypt
Yes.
and creating that civilization.
Right.
Once again, in denial
Of what actually happened.
of dark-skinned people having that ability.
Right.
So, you look at it, how did they do that? They were smart. How could they build it? They had a lot of people.
Right.
Still, they took a lot of time.
Right.
It wasn't built overnight.
Right.
It wasn't built by a few people. Smart people. One of them, I think, was Imhotep. Was one of the architects. One of the architects from ancient Egypt. So I have no hesitation recognizing the role that local Egyptians played in building that empire.
Wow. Zodiac. Do the Zodiac, do they actually mean, because you, Doc, you know how women are. What's your sign? I knew it. You a water sign, or you a this or that.
Yeah. They only say I knew it after you gave me the answer.
But I'm saying it's like,
they only say they knew it after they gave the answer. But go on.
Like, okay, I'm a Cancer, crab, that's a water sign, or you're this, or you're Capricorn, or you're a Sagittarius, or you're a Leo, you're not in Taurus, or a Taurus, or I'm like, I don't know what that. Who came up with the zodiac signs and put a meaning that people buy into? People actually believe that they fall up under this sign, and because they say, okay, you're compassionate, you're this, or you're that, and people believe it.
So, in all fairness to people,
yeah.
Let me just give a shout out,
okay,
to our species. If you go back far enough, when we're agrarian, when do you plant seeds? How do you know? Oh, because this constellation is here in the sky at this time of night. It's not in that part of the sky 3 months from now.
Right.
2 months ago, now.
Right.
When are you going to harvest? Well, when this other constellation is right here.
Okay.
It must know about my crops. It must care.
Right.
It must think about this.
Right.
It all revolves around me.
Yes.
You're at the center of all this motion. So how could you think anything else? Plus, your religious book puts Earth in the middle and everything is in the service of you. Everything.
Right.
This is a pre-scientific era where our ego knew no limits. We invent the telescope.
Yes.
We find out the stars are at different distances in space.
Right.
It's not just on a dome where we connect the dots. The dots are actually distributed throughout space.
Right.
And you want to put a pattern on these random ass stars in the sky? Really?
Right.
And I told you we will see patterns even when they're not actually there.
Right.
Because that's a human thing to do. We're going to see Jesus in the tortilla. He's going to be in a tortilla and in the waffle or whatever your waffle iron is going to do. So once we learned the universe, these are not discrete patterns sitting on a surface.
Right.
The stars spread out in space. Once we learned this, the idea that these mythological entities that were layered onto the sky by sleepless Babylonians and Greek and Romans, it's untenable in the face of that knowledge. And if you do experiments, if they fail every time. So here's a good experiment, which no one gets you to do. What would it be? Say that where the sun is in the sky when you're born, that's your sign.
Right.
So you probably know your sign. What is it?
I'm a Cancer.
Cancer. And what's your birthday?
June 26th.
Okay. Do you realize 2,000 years ago, the sun was in the constellation Cancer on June 26th?
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. The correspondence of the sun has shifted against the background stars over the last 2,000 years. So it's an entire constellation off from the origins of the zodiac.
Right.
So, and not only that, Scorpius. Okay? Do you realize when the sun enters Scorpius, because it's our movement around the sun, where we see it appear in front of stars.
Right.
When the sun enters Scorpius, it then exits Scorpius before the month is over and goes into another constellation.
Right.
Called Ophiuchus. You ever hear of Ophiuchus?
No.
The sun spends more time in Ophiuchus than in Scorpius. Most people who think they're Scorpius are actually Ophiuchans, and all Scorpions and Ophiuchans are currently Librans. Because that's where the sun is right now when you were born.
Wow.
Now go pay someone to read your horoscope.
Is it true? I've heard this, I don't know if this is a myth, you're going to clear it up right here today, that we only use 10% of our brain.
No.
We use more or less.
It It was never true.
Okay.
But it's not going away because teachers love it. An underperforming student, you're only using 10% of your brain. Reach in for more of it.
Yeah.
So I think the way it goes is there was in brain research, you can't just experiment on people's brains.
Right.
It's unethical.
Right.
The best you can do.
Can you do a lobotomy?
The best you can do is wait for somebody to come in with a brain injury.
Right.
Okay? There's like a spike goes through here.
Yeah.
And then they lose their language.
Okay.
Another spike goes through here and they go blind, but they can still speak. Or they can make noises, but they make gibberish.
Yeah.
So you can make a pattern of what's going on if that repeats with everyone. Well, maybe, is the brain the same for everybody? We don't know.
No.
Test it. Okay. What the guy said in the 19th century was, the brain is so complex. I forgot who said this. The brain is so complex, we only know what 10% of it is used for.
And we took that to mean that we only use 10% of our brain.
And that's what led, without that, you couldn't have the movie Lucy. Did you see Lucy?
I did not.
What?
Scarlett Johansson.
Okay.
Morgan Freeman.
One of the
Check it
best
out.
movies ever
She's
made.
drug smuggling with a chemical sewn into her body, and the bag breaks, and it makes her completely brilliant.
Okay.
Okay? And all the psychologists are trying to understand it.
Right.
And Morgan Freeman, he says, she's now using 20% of her brain.
Okay. I do.
And then things happen.
Yeah.
And then she can start like stopping bullets.
Yeah.
She's now 50% of her brain.
Yes.
Okay. And so as more and more of her brain gets used, she has powers that go beyond her body.
Right.
Which is not a thing. I talk about it in here.
Right.
I say, if you're really, really smart, you're not moving things with your fingers.
Right.
You'll just solve problems faster.
Right.
That's all.
That's it.
That's it. So, yeah.
Flat earthers. Do they annoy you?
No!
Flat earthers.
I just don't bring him when you meet the alien. I want to leave a good impression on the alien, okay? Leave him at home. Say I'll get back to you.
Antarctica.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
did you see Begonia?
I have not.
Okay. So it's a alien movie, okay? And
You don't believe in aliens, but you like watching those movies.
I like movies.
Okay.
I like being entertained.
Okay.
With big budget movies.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Provided they have some story. And big budget doesn't always equal good story.
Right.
Lately. There's a point, spoiler alert,
Right.
where she meets the aliens.
Right.
Fine. But the aliens are standing around a table, and there's a model of the flat earth there. No. I'm going to give you the alien, but I'm not giving you the flat earth.
Right.
So this was like a catch basin for like people who are saying there's a conspiracy to hide all this information.
Right.
So yeah, no flat earth. Take that. Just stay home with that.
Did people ever live in Antarctica?
No. No.
So no,
There were animals there before the Ice Age.
So the mammoth.
I don't think so. I don't know. I can't answer that. But they're fossils of prehistoric animals in Antarctica before it was iced over. So
the possibility.
This is climate change from continental drift.
Right.
And that's the kind of thing that'll bring one species in, take
another
10
out.
species out. Yeah.
So to the best of your estimate, no person has ever.
People. Definitely not humans. No.
Wow.
And Antarctica has a lake that's submerged beneath the ice. Liquid lake. It's called Lake Vostok. I think it was discovered by the Russians. I forgot how long. It has not been in contact with our air or our biosphere for some huge length of time. Forgive me, I don't remember how long. But significant amount of time relative to recent evolution.
Right.
It's being held up as a test bed for alien evolution in water repositories on other planets. So we don't want to contaminate it with any life form that thrives today,
Right.
Because it's life forms. It's a record,
Right.
of life forms that existed back when the thing got sealed over.
Do you believe the bottom of the ocean is as fascinating as space?
Yeah, it's just much harder to get to.
Really?
Harder?
Oh yeah.
What makes going down there so much more difficult than going up there?
Because do you know the atmospheric pressure around us right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's just call it one atmosphere.
Yes.
It's numerically 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Okay.
This is one atmosphere.
Yes.
Okay. When you go into space, you know the air pressure?
No, I do not.
0. So what's the difference between sea level and space?
Right.
Is one atmosphere. You go in the ocean.
Yes.
Every several meters, I forgot the number, is a whole extra atmosphere's worth of water pressure on top of you.
Okay.
That's why that submersible imploded and everybody died on it a few months ago. I forgot what the expedition was.
I know.
Yeah, it was in the news.
Yes.
Right? The deeper down you go,
the more pressure
you feel and the more stress your vessel is under.
Yes.
It's much harder to build something where you stay alive under those pressures than it is to stay alive in space. So we know more about the surface of the moon than we know about the surface of the ocean.
Somehow the animals find it just fine just be able to go down there and chill out.
That's right. But we
squids,
didn't evolve there, so we're not capable of.
Exactly. It's called
And
evolution.
by the way, back there, this where is literally where the sun don't shine.
Right.
So they have pretty useless eyeballs.
Right.
But vestigial eyes that they may have had at another time, but then they didn't use them. They didn't need them, and so the sockets are still there.
Right.
But they're just not getting
Do
used.
you think we are as interested in what's down there as we are what's up there?
No. Anything in space, I'm surely biased right now.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Of course.
Everything in space is more interesting than everything on Earth.
Right.
I'll give an example. Not everything, but let's say there's an 8th grade class of kids. Okay. And you study volcanoes. So you're a geologist, and you go to say, I like volcanoes.
Right.
And here's like, Vesuvius, and that blew up in ancient Rome, and here's that, and you just go on, and everyone say, wow. And I wait till you're done, and then I come in. And I say, this volcano on Mars is the single largest mountain in the entire solar system. On Jupiter's moon, Io, is the most volcanically active place in all of our sector of the galaxy. And I'll show pictures of it, plumes coming up. Volcanoes on planets.
Wow.
Not volcano. And then I win. Because it's a volcano in space. I got another one, ready? Yeah. On Europa and on Enceladus, it is so cold, but it's warm underneath. It gurgles up, punches through the ice, and you have ice volcanoes on these moons.
Wow.
Ice volcanoes. I got the whole class. You have a job.
The size of Africa on the map.
Don't get me started.
Africa is bigger than what they portray on the map, or is it smaller?
than what they portray on the map.
On flat maps, there are distortions in the north and in the south.
The size of Africa on the map.
Don't get me started.
Africa is bigger than what they portray on the map, or is it smaller than what they portray on the map?
On flat maps, there are distortions in the north and in the south.
Okay.
And Africa straddles the equator.
Yes.
Okay? So on those maps, the most accurate sized things are along the equator.
Okay.
As you move away, things get artificially bigger because of the projection.
Okay.
And North America looks huge. Do you realize you can fit the continental United States, you can fit 5 of them into Africa? 5.
Wow.
And we make a big deal of what state you're from. Oh, you're just from Africa. You're not going to take the time to learn what countries are in Africa? Like, really?
Yeah.
You learn every state in the Union, and Africa can fit 5 of those. Right. So, yeah. So it's not that Africa is too small or large. It's that North America and Europe are distortedly large relative to Africa.
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they're in a race to get to space. Have they called you and say, hey, Doc, help us out?
They don't need my help.
The quickest, safest way?
They don't need my help. Plus, they're doing different things. Bezos, he's got this, you go up and you come back.
Right.
Right? Elon can actually put things into orbit. 2 very different space.
Right.
And Bezos is, how long is that ride? 20 minutes at most? Something like that? You don't need bathrooms on board unless you have bladder problems.
Right.
If you have bladder problems, you shouldn't be going up.
Going up in space.
Right. Whereas Elon will put you into orbit. Mm-hmm. And he has a much more significant space operation going on than Bezos or Branson or the billionaire boys.
Yeah.
Space race. So yeah, I'm not eager to go into quote space.
Right.
Because to everybody who asks me that, they're talking about these going up and coming back.
Right.
If you shrunk Earth to the size of a schoolroom globe, I ask you, how high above that would you find the International Space Station? Just take a guess.
A couple of miles.
From the schoolroom globe?
Yeah.
Okay. The space station is 4/10 of an inch above the surface.
That's it?
Bezos and Branson, when they send people up in their little rocket,
Yeah.
the thickness of 2 dimes above Earth's surface, if Earth were a schoolroom globe. As an astrophysicist, I cannot embrace that as space.
Right.
Space, send me somewhere. Moon, Mars, beyond.
Yeah.
Then I'll go.
Well, Musk wants to populate Mars.
Yeah,
you interested in that?
No. Well, yeah, provided he sends his mother first.
You're not going to be the guinea pig.
I don't want to be anybody guinea pig. Yeah. And I would go to visit. I wouldn't go to stay. Do you realize Antarctica is warmer, balmier, and wetter than any place on Mars? Yet nobody's lining up to build condos in Antarctica.
Yeah. What is the... And I guess I'm asking the wrong person. But what's the fascination about putting... having people go to another planet, or go to have people to be out of space? What is that fascination?
To go where no man has gone before.
Oh, Star Trek, huh?
Just because you don't feel it doesn't mean others wouldn't.
You think people would actually want to live?
There was already a company called Mars One that would get people to sign up for one-way trips to Mars. They went out of business because they couldn't raise money enough to do it, because it's way cheaper to send somebody there one way than to bring him back.
Of course.
So it'd be like the old Mayflower, you know?
Yeah.
And I spoke with the guy, the entrepreneur, who was Dutch, by the way, which was a little surreal because the Dutch East India Trading Company came right behind Columbus to sell you stuff in the New World. So I spoke to him, and I said, are people interested in doing this? Yes, there's a waiting list. For my podcast, we interviewed one of the people who had signed up.
Yes.
Kind of geeky guy,
yes.
you know, my type. And I said, well, why do you want to go? So, because it's fascinating. It's a frontier. I'd love to. And you're not coming back? You okay with it? Yeah. And I said, what does your wife think about this? And he said, oh, she's encouraging it. I didn't want to give him a lesson in relationships.
Yeah, she over you, bro.
In that moment, I didn't want to be the one.
Yes.
To, like...
But she's over here, right?
Right.
Okay.
So, here's the thing. When the Mayflower landed in the New World...
Yes.
And they got off the ship...
Yeah.
They could breathe the air.
Yes.
If there's a broken part of the ship, the trees in the New World are made of wood.
Right.
And they could repair it. There were other human beings waiting to feed them and when they landed. That was a one-way trip. But the destination was very different than from Mars, where Martians aren't waiting to feed them.
Right.
They can't breathe the air. There are no trees. Not that you would repair a spaceship with wood.
Right.
But, so, yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
What is the correlation? There seems to be a correlation, or I think there's a correlation, between geniuses and high-functioning autism.
I don't think that's it. I would say, by the way, 1 out of 6 of my colleagues is probably on the spectrum. There may be a correlation, but I have an easier explanation for it. Okay? If you're on the spectrum,
yes,
you could focus like it's nobody's business.
Okay.
Because you don't have other people distracting you.
Yes.
You're not showing up on podcasts.
Yes.
You're not hosting your own podcast.
Correct.
You're not the life of the party.
Right.
In fact, you're not going to any party at all. So another genius who might be socialized is not so focused as the unsocialized person on the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy for me to think instead that social geniuses never ascend to the highest heights they could have intellectually because they're too distracted living their life.
Okay.
So whereas on the spectrum, you could be in the lab and forget to pee.
Right.
Right. Your personal hygiene doesn't even come up. All right, as a priority, given how focused you are.
Einstein. You believe he was on the spectrum?
You know, you look back now, because we didn't have that vocabulary back then. We didn't know what to call people. Plenty of people I grew up with, it's easy to retroactively declare.
Yes.
They're on the spectrum. I don't know. I don't think he was. Because he had an awareness and a sensitivity to, well, I don't want to generalize everybody on the autism spectrum. It's so, the symptoms are so varied. But in terms of seeing what people think and feel and do, when he was at Princeton, Marian Anderson came through town. She couldn't stay in the Nassau Inn, which is the hotel in town. He put her up. He put her up. Black opera singer.
Yes.
He's written about the plight of black people, and he noticed some similarities between the plight of Jews in Hitler Europe and the plight of black people in America, and made these correlations. You have to be aware of the human condition and the interplay and the geopolitics on a level that I've not seen deeper autistically affected people manifest. I just haven't seen it. But I don't claim to be an expert there, but yeah.
It's funny that you said that, because in his famous visit to Lincoln University in 1946 to teach a physics class,
Lincoln University at HBCU.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's historically black college and university.
Historically black college. I went to one. I'm an HBCU.
Oh yeah. Which one? Where'd you go?
Savannah State.
Is that right? Okay,
I
cool.
did.
You recruited right out of there?
I did.
All right.
And black students then call it racism a disease of white people.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that.
He did.
Yeah. So
how is it
for him to even know that, to say it, have the incentive, the motivation to go to an HBCU?
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying I don't see it when you're that. If you're into yourself and into your lab, you don't tend to behave that way. So I don't. He might have been an empath, on that level, That was kind of the opposite.
Because for him to be so brilliant and to be obviously from another country and to and to see the plight. Just come over here just for a little while. He didn't have to be here 10 years, 15, 20 years. He come for a very limited amount of time. And he could see.
And he observed.
What many say they don't even exist to this day.
He saw it immediately.
Unfortunately, you don't have to be Einstein to see it. You know what?
Was that all a setup just for you to say that line? I mean, this is... You made me sit through that whole explanation.
If you could, would you want to live forever?
No. No. Tell you why?
Why? You don't want to be like Methuselah?
He lived to 956.
Yes!
That wasn't forever.
What, that's 956? I mean,
it's a long time.
As a matter of fact, I got 892 years to go.
It's a long time. It's a long time. I think it was 956.
Yeah. I think so. He wasn't the longest. I think somebody else lived longer than him.
No. A lot of people lived in their 900s.
Yes.
In the Bible.
Yeah, wow. And you wouldn't want to be... Okay, I'm about 475.
Didn't I say I was about to explain?
Okay, I would hear that. I would hear that.
All right, ready?
Yes.
Life. Mm-hmm. I don't search for meaning, as so many people do.
Right.
Like you might find it, under a rock or behind a tree.
Yeah.
I manufacture meaning in life.
Okay.
You have the power to do this.
Okay.
So part of me wants to, every day, as is possible, lessen the suffering of others. Every day I want to learn something that I didn't know the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Every day I want to have a new thought, empowered by the new knowledge I gleaned from what I learned today. If someone does me a favor and says, "When are you going to pay me back?" I say, "I'm not." You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pass it forward. So that rivers of favors move through civilization. The moment you pay back a favor, it closes off and that's the end of it.
Right.
If you do that favor for someone else, and they do it for someone else, the favor never stops moving.
Yeah. But I'm going to need my favor back. I'm going to need my $500 back.
Your $500? I will get in your sordid past.
I'll do a favor for somebody else.
I don't know what happened in your past. Don't involve me in your debts. Okay? So, now, knowledge you're going to die.
Right.
Kind of puts some urgency in what you're doing today.
Absolutely.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me give an example. If you're going to bring flowers to a loved one, you're going to go to a florist or are you going to go to a place and buy plastic flowers? What are you going to do?
I'll go to florist.
Wait a minute. The flowers die. Why not get plastic flowers and they live forever? You know not to get plastic flowers because if they live forever, there's no urgency to devote any attention to them at all today.
Right.
Because they're going to be around tomorrow.
Right.
Whereas flowers, they'll all be dead in 10 days.
Right.
Probably 7.
And then the smell,
You are compelled to pay attention.
Yes.
In the 7 days at most that you have that vase of flowers. Knowledge of the death compels you to give of yourself to it. So, look at dogs.
It's crazy.
You go out to the mailbox and come back, the dog is jumping, licking you in the face.
Like he ain't seen you
in weeks. Okay?
Absolutely.
Why is that? Wait a minute. What's that calculation? The human to dog years? It's like 7 to 1.
Yeah.
Let's use 7.
Yeah.
There's some more complex versions of that.
Yeah.
But basically 7 to 1.
Yes.
Dog lived 14 years. You lived to 84.
Yeah.
Okay, 85.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. Did I do the math on that right? No, I didn't. 7, 14, 70, 28. You might live to 90. Yeah, 90. Oh. Okay, fine. But around there.
Yes.
Could it be that every day a dog lives, really a week? It's a 7 to 1 ratio.
Right.
Think about that. They're living an entire week of their lives in one day. So they're making their lives count.
Mm-hmm.
either explicitly or implicitly, they know they're going to die. And so to express enthusiasm and joy. In fact, I don't think we deserve dogs. No. Just ask yourself.
They're amazing.
Were you ever the hero your dog thought you were?
No. No. I'm the greatest thing it has ever known. And the same token,
as they say, man's best friend, which no one has ever said of cats.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if the dog only knew?
Anytime I'm around cats, I feel like they're exploiting me for some reason.
Why is it that we think cats are sneaky? It feels like they're always up to no good. They're always hiding up under something, them padded feet.
I know, right. They're sneaky.
And then they rub up against. Where you come from?
Because they want something from you. All right, so here's my point. Knowing I'm going to die boosts the meaning of my life in my remaining days. Then mathematically, living forever is to live a life of no meaning at all.
We knew we would live forever. We have no sense of urgency.
You could just do it tomorrow. What kind of hell life would that be?
You're right.
Not only that, the population of Earth would grow rapidly and we'd outstrip its resources, and we don't have another planet to live on.
And then we die anyway.
We die anyway. And when are you most creative? It's when you're youngest.
Yes.
If we have the population where everybody's old,
we ain't getting that done.
Nothing new under the sun there.
Right.
You'll be living in your wealth.
Yes.
And it's the hungry younger folks that are trying to make a new thing in the world. And if they're outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by old people. That's not a world you want to live in. So, take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth.
2 o'clock.
Are you afraid of dying?
Don't you want to ask me where I got that quote from?
Who gave you that quote? You made it up.
Nah, I wish I did, but it's desiderata.
Desiderata.
It was a big thing back in the 70s. Yeah. I had a handwritten copy in my wallet.
Yeah.
I memorized. Go placidly amid the noise and haste, remembering what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. It's the track that has the line, somebody turned it into a song in the 1970s. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars, and you have a right to be here. It was wisdom that I didn't even know could exist when I was 12 years old. And for me, it's part of how I've thought about getting old. Take kindly the counsel of the years.
But you don't fear death.
I fear living a life where I could have accomplished more. That would be a shame, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so I'm driven, and I want this on my tombstone. A quote from Horace Mann, great educator from the 19th century. You've heard the name, even if you
have heard the name.
You all know the name.
Yes.
Schools named after him and everything. He was also a university president. For his farewell speech, it includes this line. President. A quote from Horace Mann. Driven, and I want this on my tombstone. A quote from Horace Mann, great educator from the 19th century. You've heard the name, even if you
have heard the name.
You all know the name.
Yes.
Schools named after him and everything. He was also a university president. For his farewell speech, it includes this line. I beseech you. Love that word. Nobody uses it anymore.
No.
Very 19th century. I beseech you to treasure up in your hearts these, my parting words. Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity. That's my credo. I want to live forever. Make room for the next round.
But you want to accomplish as much as you can.
Yes. And I still have a lot. I got a list. I ain't done yet.
Wow. Color. What color is the sun?
White.
Why it look yellow?
Oh, because in the middle of the day, it's so bright it will burn out your eyes. So when you look at the sun, when it's low on the horizon, when there's a lot of crap in the air, smoke and pollen and dust, and what it does is it filters out the blue light. The sun gives all the colors of the spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. The atmosphere filters out the blue, indigo, violet, scatters it into the sky, turning the sky blue.
Right.
Well, if you take red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, take out the blue, you're left with red, orange, yellow.
Right.
That's why sunsets are red, orange, yellow. That's the light that's left over after the atmosphere filtered out everything else. So, and leaving everyone to think the sun is yellow. And they draw it that way in pictures and everything.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but, it's
When
white.
I'm sure you were told the same thing I was told. Boy, don't look at the sun, you're going to go blind.
Right. Your body is pretty good at preventing that.
Yes.
But
it'll make you blink.
just try not to look at the sun. Yeah. Yeah. Look at the things that the sun illuminates in your life.
Yes. Gravity.
Get used to it. It's a property of matter and energy, and I like gravity because there are times when I need it to keep me grounded, and it does.
Wow. What if could we exist if the Earth had the moon's gravity?
Because we'd lose our atmosphere and we'd suffocate. If you put Earth's atmosphere on the moon, it would evaporate away. Earth's gravity is enough because the particles are moving at certain speeds.
Right.
All those speeds are less than the escape velocity of the Earth. Okay. Put this atmosphere on the moon, the gravity of the moon is not so strong.
Right.
They'd all just escape into space. So no, you need at least Earth's gravity. You can do a little less, a little more, but not much less.
Right. Did an asteroid really kill the dinosaurs?
Oh yeah.
It really did.
Oh yeah. Or something else killed it, and it just happened to be at the same time a Mount Everest-sized rock that slammed into the Earth. Okay? We have the smoke and the gun.
Right.
Of that incident.
So we have empirical data that says 10 million years ago, this big meteorite, the size of Mount Everest.
Here you go, ready?
Yes.
Dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago.
65, okay.
You look at the fossil record, the geologists tell you here's 10 million years ago, 20, 30, 65 million years ago. One layer below that, dinosaurs. One layer above it, no dinosaurs. They went extinct abruptly, maybe over 1,000 years, but it's abrupt in a thing. They went extinct there.
Right.
What happened there? I don't know. Let's look around. Could it be volcanoes? Well, there are always volcanoes. Could it be this? Could it be that? And then found iridium in that layer of the...
Iridium is what?
It is an element on the periodic table that is common in metallic asteroids to the extinction of Stegosaurus. So we're here. Here's the extinction of T-Rex.
Okay.
Here's the extinction of T-Rex. Here's the extinction of Stegosaurus.
Wow.
So the dinosaurs just got unlucky.
Right.
They were around for hundreds of millions of years. And a dinosaur takes them out. This Stegosaurus went extinct for other reasons. An asteroid takes out the dinosaurs, and they'd still be here if an asteroid didn't come.
But
we'd be having this podcast and if you cared about brains.
Yes.
They wouldn't come to us first.
But like the Predator.
They go to the whale.
Yeah.
Okay, we'd be fourth on that list.
Yeah.
If they cared about brain to body weight ratio, then they go to ants first.
Okay.
We're not near the top of that list.
So we're not as by your theory and recollection and we're not as high up as we think we are.
Our ego knows no bounds. That's all I can say.
Is there a new virus? Is there something that's look? We had COVID 6 years ago. Is there something else coming down? Because every year we seem like we go through something. Be it what's this? We had Zika and we had West Nile and we had Ebola and we had COVID.
All you say is whatever it is, we ain't ready for it. So we still have anti-vaxxers running around.
Yes.
You know, I'm just a scientist. I saw a YouTube video. I'm not going to take. You know, it's like what? Just so.
Well, it used to be you had to go to school. You had to get, there are certain vaccines you had to get.
I'm going to tell you a story, and I don't want you to ever forget this story.
Okay.
20,000 years ago, we're in the cave.
Yes.
Do you know what the life expectancy was?
In years. 15 years.
30. Half of everyone born was dead before they were 30.
Wow.
Fast forward to 1840.
Right.
1840. That's a long time.
Yes.
From 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Half of everyone born in the world was dead by the age of 34, 35. We gained 5 years life expectancy.
Wow.
And every one of them ate organic, breathed clean air.
Yes.
Drank fresh water.
Yes. There was no
free range.
Yes.
Game. Science matters here.
Right.
We've doubled the life expectancy with antibiotics, vaccines, and sanitation.
Mm-hmm.
The three biggest forces operating on our longevity. So to come around and say, I don't need vaccines because I'm not getting sick, that's like saying, why are you using dandruff shampoo? You don't have dandruff.
Well, I don't want to get it.
That's my point. If you're successful, people think you don't need it. When that's what's creating the ongoing success in the first place.
Well, like when all this, when all these scientists was coming up with these inventions, these great inventions, antibiotics that all this stuff that helped polio and wiped out all
the vaccines.
The vaccines. Were they deniers back then? As much as
there were some people who did not want to be vaccinated.
Okay.
Especially since the way they made vaccines back then, some would be from a live virus, some was a risk. There's some risk factors.
Of course.
There was an anti-vax movement from the beginning. Nothing as organized and as effective as it is now. Right. So
I don't even know how you want to talk about this, but Terrence Howard, you responded to him because you don't really respond to a whole lot of people. But I guess
that's a good point. So, my mother heard Terrence Howard on NPR.
Okay.
They had some new series coming out. It might have even been the not Empire. What was it called that he was in?
Yeah, it was in Empire.
Yeah. And it was on NPR, and they talked about his early childhood, and he said he loved astronomy and telescopes and the night sky. And my mother heard this and said, "You should get him on your podcast,
right.
Star Talk podcast."
Right.
Because back then we were interviewing a lot of celebrities, hence the name Star Talk.
Yes.
That's the double meaning there. And so I said, I'll keep it in mind. And so I started doing Cosmos, because it was on Fox.
Yeah.
And Cosmos was on Fox. Yeah. So I started, and we went to one of these Fox upfronts where they showcase their next season's product to advertisers. And so they bring all the celebs. So everybody's there, and I see Terrence Howard. I said, pleased to meet you. My mother described this to you. I said, I'd love to have you on my podcast. And he said, great. I'll send you my write-up. I was like, huh? What? Huh? And he sends me this 30-page document titled 1 times 1 equals 2. Where he says all of math is wrong. He has a new math that we should use. And I thought to myself, he thought that I wanted to give him platform for this new idea that he had. And rather than just talk about his geeky underbelly as a science enthusiast. So a little bit is my fault for not knowing that that's what he was going to send my way.
Right.
He says this, so I felt obligated to reply.
Right.
I went line by line.
Right.
And I replied. And I kept my version of it, print out. Then he shows up on Joe Rogan.
Right.
And he said that I treated him badly or mean. I was mean to him. And even Joe Rogan said, are we talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because that's not my MO.
Right.
That's not what I do. I'm not mean to people. And so my producer says, Neil, this is going viral. You have to reply. I said, I can't reply. I don't want to reply. You got to reply. So I got my document where all my comments are on it, and I go page by page and I show the audience where I was firm with him, where I was, take this and develop it here. This is not true. And your next page that depends on that is therefore not true. So I do this. It goes viral. And it ends up drawing more views than the original post that triggered me to do that.
Right.
By the prompting of my producers. So I figured, okay, my job is done here. That's all that happened. That's the beginning and end of that episode.
Is it really true that you told that James Cameron that he depicted the wrong nice guy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wrong sky in Titanic. There's Rose sitting there on the plank.
Yes.
And she's looking up. It's the wrong sky. I knew this instantly when I saw it. We know the day, the date, the time, the weather conditions, the longitude, the latitude of where the ship sank. There's only one sky she should have been seeing, and it was the wrong sky.
Can you enjoy anything without looking up in the sky and thinking about... I mean, can I watch a football game? I'm not a fan because I'm trying to figure out, okay, they scored a touchdown. How did they score a touchdown? How did this play gain this yards? How did they sack the quarterback? Should they have done this and that? Do you watch events? Do you watch things on television and you're looking at the surroundings more so than the event that's actually going on?
No, I'm looking at everything. Ingesting everything I can. And it's just as a matter of curiosity. I ingest everything. I'm watching a football game. I said, oh, the tush push. Interesting physics there.
Right.
Then I hear people describe it as all wrong. I have to post my own video on the tush push. So what NFL Films came to my office to film me explaining the tush push. Yes. Because everyone got they thought Jalen, what's his name? Jalen Hurts. Because they say he can squat 600 pounds. It had nothing to do with him with the tush push.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
The moment he leaves the ground, what he squats had nothing to do with anything.
Because he didn't get no push.
Because what matters at that point, once he's left the ground, it are the two linemen whose feet are on the ground who are pushing each butt cheek.
Right.
That's you want to ask them. How much can they bench? Or, no, how much they squat?
Right.
That's what you want to know. Because they're the ones doing the pushing against Earth. He's just this floating object there who happens to be holding the ball. So I had to set that record straight. So, I watch it and I pay attention. Yeah.
From a physics perspective, which is more impressive? Shooting the three-pointer, throwing a touchdown in the NFL, or a pitcher throwing a strike in MLB?
It's got to be the football quarterback throwing. Because think about it. There are people who want to harm the quarterback.
Absolutely.
While that's happening.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's just start there. Then there's this spin-stabilized projectile.
Yes.
The football. He needs to throw it to where his receiver will be when the ball gets there.
Right.
He's not throwing it at his receiver.
Right. He's throwing it in anticipation.
The commentators never say this correctly. He threw it to this receiver? No, he threw it to where the receiver and the football would be at the same time. And the guy's got to catch it. People try to prevent him from catching it. And when he catches it, he wants to still run.
Right.
So
they prevented you from trying to prevent you from
there are fewer successful passes in a football game than pitchers throwing strikes.
You know you're going to cause some confusion with this.
No, it's hard to hit the ball.
Right.
You didn't ask me about hitting the ball. You just said throwing a strike.
Yeah. What is harder? To throw a baseball 100 miles an hour for a strike because you're 60 feet 6 inches from the home plate? That plate is a little bit wider than these cards. Or shooting a basketball from, say, 30 feet out, a three-point shot, or throwing that said football. I've had times Deion Sanders say the hardest thing to do in sports is to hit a baseball. Bo Jackson, who played both sports.
You still haven't answered me about hitting the ball. You're still asking me about the pitcher.
Okay, what's the hardest thing to do in sports?
To hit the ball. Here's a conversation. I've wanted to like write a play.
Yeah.
A very short skit.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. There's a baseball player.
Yeah.
And a golfer.
Yes.
They don't know anything about each other's sports.
Yes.
And they're standing there having a conversation.
Okay.
And the baseball player says, so how fast is the ball moving when you hit it? Not at all. Mm-hmm. Well, where is it? It's right in front of me.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. How big is the thing you're hitting it with? It's about
maybe the size of my fist.
It's about 5 times bigger than the ball itself. Are crowds cheering you on? No, they're silent.
Silent.
Because I have to concentrate.
Right.
How about you? What do you do? How fast is the ball stationary at your feet? No, it's moving 90 miles an hour. Oh, who threw it? A pitcher. Does he want you to hit it? No. He's doing everything he can to prevent me from hitting it.
Right.
Okay? And, well, that clearly takes concentration.
Yes.
Do they silence the crowd? No, they're screaming at the top of their lungs.
Right.
You can't get me to respect golf in the face of those facts. I'm sorry. I can't. And they're wearing cleats, and somebody else carries their I just can't. Some people out there.
The caddies carrying the clubs.
People out there love them some golf.
Yeah.
I get. I'm there, fine, but I don't have to.
Right.
Okay. Now about basketball. The rim area is 4 times the area of a basketball.
Wow.
You could take 2 basketballs and drop them through the rim simultaneously.
Really?
Yes. Yes. That's why people do slam dunks, 360 slam dunks, and it doesn't have to actually be that precise.
Right.
Because the area of this is 4 times the cross-sectional area of a basketball. Wow. I show this. We have one of my episodes is with the Harlem Globetrotter.
Right.
And I pick up, is he still there? Hot Shot. There's a guy who's a midget who plays for them. It's called
you got to say door. You got to say little person or door.
Midget's not a thing anymore?
No.
Okay.
It's a derogatory.
Even dwarf.
Dwarf. No, you can say dwarf or little person.
Is that right?
They prefer little person, but dwarf is acceptable.
Okay, yeah. So one of their players is a dwarf.
Yeah.
And he's 4'5" or something like that. And so, but anyhow, so we picked him up and he had the 2 basketballs and we showed that 2 basketballs can fit through the rim at the same time. So, okay, so I'm saying it's easier to make the shot.
Right.
That's why in basketball they score, 100 points.
Right.
Or at least 50 baskets.
Right.
But you don't score 100 runs in a
baseball game. Or 100 points in
a football game. Yeah.
And I'm going to get you out of here. I want to talk a little about your childhood. When did you know your brain and as a child, you were different than other kids?
I didn't think about it that way.
You did?
Not just...
But the kids thought about it because the kids know, like, well, damn, Neil knows everything.
Well, no, because in school, are you smart in school? That means you get high grades?
Yeah.
I had like average grades in school.
Average doesn't become an astrophysicist. Average doesn't get a physics degree from Harvard or a PhD in astrophysics and all these other these merits. That's not average, Doc. Graduate magna summa.
No, I wasn't any of the Latin graduations. What I did do it. You gave me a full intro there.
Yes.
What you missed, I have 27 honorary doctorates.
Yes.
I don't know if that was in there.
No.
Yeah. But don't be impressed by that. Be impressed by the fact that I sat through 27 graduations. I want that to impress you.
Did your parents know you were different? Did you? I mean, were you a normal child?
Only later did I look back and say, "Oh my gosh, Here's what it is. My brother,
Yes.
they put in the Boy Scouts. My sister, they put in the Girl Scouts.
Right.
They didn't put me in anything. A kid, I was very focused.
Oh,
I had hobbies.
Yeah.
I had, if you put me in the Boy Scouts, that would get rid of my hobbies.
Right.
All right. I built balsa wood airplanes, gliders. I designed them. I just did stuff.
Right.
I wasn't just out in the street doing nothing.
Did you always know that you wanted to be?
From age 9, yes. A first visit to the Hayden Planetarium that I now serve as director of.
Was sports? Did you play sports?
Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. And I would later conclude that I played sports and was good at it more for the expectations of society than for my own fulfillment. Black man, don't do an astrophysics thing. We have the basketball. Here's some sporting things. Do this.
Right.
And we'll give you a ride home.
Right.
We'll give you the...
Yes.
So, I ran pretty fast.
Right.
Typically, third fastest in my school. I was in 9th grade when I could slam dunk for the first time.
Dang.
Yes. I have big hands. So, hold your hands. Yeah. So,
yeah, you got hands.
Yeah. So my hands were about the same size.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that camera probably got
So you were the high.
Yeah, because dunking, you have to control the ball.
Correct.
You can't just go up and have the ball float with you. Right. So that was little benchmarks in my life. And then I wrestled. I started wrestling. In high school, I was undefeated and captain of my team. Wow. And then I got to college. Then you meet corn-fed boys from Iowa. That's a whole other nother right there. So I had a losing record in college, but I was undefeated in high school.
Right.
But I loved the sport, so I didn't care that I wasn't winning everything. That I cared that I had an opponent, and if they beat me, they were better than I was.
Right.
And that's reason to try to get better yourself.
Correct.
Okay. So, and then in college, like I said, I continued wrestling. I was also a performing member of 3 different dance companies. So I also danced. So I did all of this. Yeah.
You lived a very fulfilling life. Is it a very fulfilling life?
Oh, one other thing.
Right.
In high school,
Yes.
one of my friends was ball boy for the New York Knicks. I happened to have the same size feet as Walt Frazier. Walt Frazier had a Puma contract.
Yes.
Would throw away his Pumas after every homestand.
Yeah.
My boy picked them out,
Brought him to you.
brought them to me. I was wearing Clyde Frazier's Pumas for about a year and a half.
Wow.
Yeah. That was fun. The size was 12 and a half at the time.
Right. So does your brother, your siblings, do they have the capacity of knowledge or?
They're not academic, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, my brother is academic. He's an artist and also academic.
Okay.
He teaches art.
Okay.
Yeah. And my sister is a complete sellout. She went to corporate America.
Okay.
She got an MBA, you know. Somebody's got to make the money.
Right.
In the family.
I'm gonna get you out of here on this. They say this generation of kids, because it seemed like every generation was getting smarter, and it seems like this Gen Z is going to be the first generation that ain't going to happen for.
Well, IQ scores have been going up, but they think that was for a different reason.
Okay.
But I don't think whatever we declare is what makes someone smart.
Okay.
It could be different for a different generation because they got other things. They have other values. They got other sources of entertainment. And so, no, I don't want to be entertained the way my parents were entertained.
Right.
I got my own generation of entertainment. So I'm not that guy who says, get off my lawn, you young whippersnappers. Yeah. In my day, we did it right. You guys, no, I'm not ever going to be that guy.
Okay.
No.
But has the computer, the internet, has it slowed down learning? Because now, you used to have to go to the book, you had to do things up.
Go to the library.
Yes. Now I can just hit ChatGPT, tell me.
Yeah, so I was at a dinner party once.
Yeah.
And one of these fancy ones where there's servants and things.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting next to a guy, kind of geeky, maybe low 30s. He works in tech.
Yeah.
He asked me, Neil, when have aliens visited us? And so I start replying.
Yeah.
But he's not paying attention. He's looking down at his phone. And it's rude. So I said, maybe he'll look up. Maybe there's some emergency. But he kept looking down.
Right.
And after like 2 minutes, I said, what are you doing? He said, I asked ChatGPT how you would answer that question, and I'm comparing
what you're saying to what it
I said, how am I doing? He said, oh, you're doing fine.
If it's the last one. Does time accelerate as we get older, or does it slow down?
No, time is only affected by, I mean, emotionally, psychologically, maybe, but if you put timers in you, they're not affected by it at all.
Right.
And I remember when we were young, summer vacation felt so long.
Yes.
You know, and
I couldn't wait to get grown. I'm like, man, I can't wait to get grown. Now I'm like, time, slow down. I was just talking to my sister on the way coming over here. I said, you know what?
Fast.
We're the age of old people. We used to say, oh, man.
I found that out last November. I'm at Thanksgiving, and we usually go to the old people to say grace, and I look around, I'm the old person.
Yes.
When did that happen? Who authorized? Who gave permission for me to be the oldest dude at the table?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So I had to adjust to that. That was an adjustment.
Doc, thanks for coming by. I appreciate your time. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you so much.
Man.
I appreciate that. That was unbelievable.
All right.
Thank you again, Double Barrel and the Whiskey Shop in Beverly Hills, for hosting us today. With over 3,000 different types of whiskey, the Double Barrel has everything you need, and it's a full shop lounge, so you can actually try before you buy. Family run and operated with locations in Calabasas at Saddle Peak Lounge and here in Beverly Hills. The Double Barrel and Whiskey Shop is the place for all your whiskey needs. Thank you again to the Double Barrel and Whiskey Shop for having us.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life. Yeah. All my life, been grinding all my life. Yeah. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life.
They took some from us. We gotta go get it back tonight.
The defending champs, trailing and desperate.
It's supposed to be hard. It's survival.
A former champion, striving to further their legacy.
You gotta protect more, you gotta help more, you gotta sacrifice more in order to get this win.
The pace quickening.
Keep pounding on that rock. Pound it.
The urgency rising.
Knock the stuffing out of them. Keep playing.
This battle between worthy opponents is drawing near its end. Will the decision come tonight?
We fight. And James with the finish. Wait till another second shot for Jerome. The Spurs and Heat are back in Miami. They've alternated wins for 5 straight games, providing us with a series of extreme twists and turns. LeBron James and the Heat facing elimination. Can he lift his team once again and force a Game 7? Tony Parker and the Spurs can taste it, 1 win away from another title for San Antonio. The building is packed and we are ready to go. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Game 6, along with Jeff Van Gundy, Mike Breenan, Doris Burke with us as well. Season on the line for the Miami Heat. They're in a scenario they've already been once in these playoffs against Indiana, twice last year against Boston. All 3 times they emerged victorious, Jeff. All 3 times LeBron James was an unstoppable force in leading him to the win. But he has not been dominant so far in this series. What type of game does he need to have for Miami tonight?
Well, by his standards, he's been rather inefficient so far offensively.
But I think it starts with setting a defensive tone, particularly in transition. Don't give up any fast break buckets. Get in the stance, guard your man, and then as we've seen, he's come through big time when it comes to the numbers that he's produced.
For the Spurs, a difficult task tonight against a desperate Heat team. They'll need a performance similar to Game 5 when, according to you, Jeff, one of the best offensive performances we've seen from anyone all season.
Absolutely. They downsized with the insertion of Manu Ginobili into the starting lineup. They played with great offensive energy and pace, and then they had terrific balance with all of their starters contributing heavily.
Will we crown a champion tonight? Or will the Heat keep their hopes of back-to-back titles alive? We're underway for Game 6. They split the first 2 games of these finals here at the American Airlines Arena. Spurs in that last-second victory in Game 1. The Heat a blowout in Game 2. Bosh connects. All the first quarters have been relatively close until the last game. The Spurs came out big as Duncan knocks it in off the glass.
James guarding Ginobili. Good little pocket bounce pass to get Duncan the bench shot.
No lineup changes tonight. Ginobili obviously back in Jeff to start Game 6 after what he did in Game 5.
Played so very well after struggling so mightily in the playoffs up to that point.
Shot clock winding down. Chalmers' three-pointer misses. Leonard the rebound. And the Spurs have been excellent on the road in the postseason, 7-2. One loss here, one loss in Oakland against Golden State. Kawhi Leonard, way off the middle of the rebound. And it's back down. Mike Miller, long distance. He's been quiet the last couple of games after coming out on fire the first several games of these finals. Packer off the dribble, scoop layup blocked by Bosh, but it hit the backboard first, and a goaltend.
Well, here's the value of shooting. James penetrates, Green gives help, and just like Green has been doing, the help leads to the open 3. You need enough shooting on the floor around your best players.
There was only 10 for 13 from three-point range in these finals between Miller, Ray Allen, Danny Green, Gary Neal. Incredible three-point shooting. Miller off the dribble. Bosh waited just enough time for the ball to clear the rim before tipping it in. But this is the end of the floor that Eric Spoelstra wants to see improved because Duncan gets an easy 2. You heard the words like unacceptable in terms of how the Heat played defensively in Game 5.
And I think it was their transition defense more so than anything in the half court. I thought their half court defense was pretty good for the most part. Transition, not even close to good enough.
Leonard counted and a foul. Gruesome contact, the bump by LeBron James. And a chance for a three-point play.
At first look, I thought it was a no call or maybe a little push-up on Leonard. The steal, the discard, and the layup.
Our first foul on James. Your no call is probably the best scenario there as Leonard completes a three-point
And it
play.
certainly wasn't on second look an offensive foul or a defensive foul.
James, hard drive. Chalmers gets another look. This time connects. A three-pointer for Mario Chalmers.
He is so important to their success. Guarding the ball, guarding Tony Parker, but he's got to knock down some shots. He's really been struggling after a great Game 2.
And as we said throughout the playoffs, he is not afraid of the pressure of a big game. He's had some huge games in the last 3 years. Leonard wide open. Connects on a 3.
Great patience by Tony Parker in the pick and roll. Didn't like the first pick and roll. Got the second one from Duncan. Then a little hesitation, ball fake. found Leonard open for the corner three.
Good shooting from both teams to start. Spurs 5 of 6. Chalmers backdoor. Beautiful bounce pass from James.
James's third assist early, 2 threes, and now the layup for Chalmers.
San Antonio shot 60% from the field in Game 5. That doesn't happen very often in the NBA Finals. Only the 5th time since 1985. Wade misses. Parker, again, was terrific in the last game. Gets inside, finds Duncan, and Duncan throws it down. The penetration of Parker leads to an easy look. Tony Parker already with 3 assists. James kicks it out. Wade, offensive foul as he bows in Ginobili, and more importantly for Miami, he's limping. Wade hurt on the play. Always a concern when this starts. He's been bothered by the right knee throughout the postseason.
Well, Wade attacks the closeout. The charge is the easy part. Banging the knee.
Yeah. On that replay, he grabbed his left knee. That's not been the troublesome one. That was the one that gave him problems last playoffs, and he had surgery on it back in July. Duncan, quick spin, but lost it. Let's look at Wade's play.
He should have shot the jump shot, as Ginobili didn't try to close out.
And he banged right into his knee.
And even on that Duncan turnover, I love the sign that is. He is catching and going as James hits the jumper. I love how Duncan is not waiting and settling. He's catching and trying to attack early.
And James didn't wait. A good confident stroke on this jump shot.
He's off to a fantastic start. 3 assists and now this mid-range jump shot. Both teams playing excellent offensive basketball.
At our Domino's Finals tracker, a finals of runs. Game 1, I guess a mild run. Close early in the 4th. San Antonio finishes 15-5 run. Game 2 also in Miami. Close at the end of the 3rd. And then just an onslaught. 33-5 for the Heat. As the series moved to San Antonio. Tied in the 2nd quarter, but the Spurs erupt 2nd and 3rd period to take that 21-point lead and go up 2-1. Game 4, close early in the 4th. Miami's turn with a strong finish and a 15-point win to even the series. And then in Game 5, a 1-point game with 3 minutes to go in the 3rd. And San Antonio masterful to take the 3-2 lead. And here we are in Game 6. Duncan. Goes right at Bosch. Gets away from the double team and puts in a difficult shot.
On that block, he's hurt Bosch. Starting middle, spinning back to the baseline for his right-hand jump hook. Bosch plays him better that time, forces him to take the fadeaway, but that's why he's one of the greatest of all time. He's got count on him.
He's 4 for 4. Wade, Parker left him, Duncan tried to green him, and Wade goes right at him for the dunk.
Nice adjustment by Miami. 2 buckets tonight early, with Chalmers setting the screen for first James and then Wade.
Parker gets in the paint, floats up, that one off the mark. We're on pace now for a game to be at about the 120s, the way they're shooting and pushing the ball. But pace is what San Antonio wants more than anything. What Popovich keeps saying, pace, pace, pace. James kicks it out. Wade wide open. Ball tipped and taken by Duncan. Parker finds Leonard running the floor, throws it down. Miller took a shot as Kawhi Leonard with an emphatic dunk. And the Heat call a timeout. Leonard has 8 points already here in the 1st.
He has been fantastic right from the start in these finals, and he takes the elevator to the top floor.
And this is what Greg Popovich is talking about. Run the floor, push the ball. and try and keep the pace up. A strong start for both teams.
ESPN's presentation of the 2013 NBA Finals on ABC.
ABC will bring you Game 7 of the NBA Finals. If necessary, it'll be Thursday night. Tip-off shortly after 9. Our coverage begins with Kia NBA Countdown at 8:30. A hot start here in the first quarter of Game 6. Spurs up by 2. Kawhi Leonard 8 points, including this. As Mike Miller takes a shot in the face. I think it's a foul. You don't think it's a foul. Not even close. Let's go to the expert, Steve Javie in Dorisburg.
Well, the 25-year veteran, Steve Javie, what did you think of the play?
You're not going to believe this. I believe Jeff is correct. This is not a foul. He doesn't use his arm to wipe him out to gain an advantage. Normal basketball play. No offensive foul.
Wow, even with the contact to the face.
Yep, no, it doesn't matter.
Jeff, he agrees.
How about that, Jeff?
I love it. Is that certain place throws it over? Boris Diaw in early, guarding LeBron James. He did an excellent job against him. Ball deflected by Leonard. Diaw, excellent job in Game 5 in the second half against LeBron James. Gary Neal also in the game. Ray Allen is committed for the first time. Diaw drives down the lane, takes his time and banks it in. LeBron James is hot. He thought Diaw pushed off. And a 4-point lead for San Antonio.
And a most unusual matchup. Boris Diaw, a little on the heavy side, a power forward as James attacks and draws the contact. That matchup has been good for them, for the Spurs. And Greg Popovich reminded us of how well Diaw played James in the game where San Antonio was fined $250,000 for not playing their star players.
That was the game in the regular season in Miami where Parker, Duncan, Ginobili, and Danny Green went home. You see Diaw didn't play at all in Game 3, but he's given good minutes the last 2. But it's amazing how you can get a little bit of information from a regular season game on a matchup and use it at such a critical time.
And if they win the championship, that $250,000 will be money well spent.
So how does the guy Diaw, who's certainly not the quickest guy of these finals, how can he stay with LeBron James?
Well, he gives him a cushion. Obviously, as Allen defends Neal well, he gives him a cushion and is trying to make him shoot up over the top. LeBron James can't overpower him.
James, that's a 2-pointer. His toe is on the line, and James 5 points, 3 assists here in the opening period. Both teams can continue to shoot incredibly well. Diaw now has Mike Miller on.
Norris Cole, not the first sub in, playing with a no-point guard lineup as Duncan off to a red-hot start. And now that brings James on to Tony Parker. A lot of cross matches now by both teams.
Duncan was shooting poorly the first 3 games. He's shooting over 65% in the last several games. He's 4, 5, and now 6 as Leonard grabs another rebound. Spurs are shooting 71% right now. Diaw, the fake, and draws a foul on the pass. Second team foul on Miami.
Well, this is pretty well defended again by Bosch. Does a good job bodying up, doesn't let him get deep into the paint, but Duncan, he spins back to that right-hand jump hook. He's so very good at using the backcourt.
He was just shooting 37% through the first 3 games. He's 5 for 5 so far tonight. Wants it again. James is guarding in. Parker flips it out. Diaw from outside, a 2-pointer. And an air ball for Boris Diaw. That's not the shot, obviously, San Antonio wanted. As we listen to Greg Popovich.
Doing a great job. I love the pace. Defense is good. You don't get anxious. It'll happen. Play D, board. It'll get to you and you shoot. Be here all night. Don't be in a rush. Just do what we do. The juice is great. Let's go.
That word pace has become his favorite word the past week. Bosch inside. Good defense from Dion and deflected out of bounds. Chalmers will come in, and Wade's going to get a rest.
And by the reinsertion of Chalmers for Wade early, you see that Cole is probably only going to be used in a must-use situation.
We really struggled defensively in Game 5. Ray Allen can't connect Duncan. Quick outlet. Here they go again. Pocket crossover. Kicks it out to Neil. Neil, no hesitation. They wave it off. Shane Battier steps in and draws the charge. Battier just in the game immediately contributes.
The transition defense much, much better. Battier is there. Mike, I would like to see it be more of an interpretation. Once the ball is let go, the contact after that can't be an offensive foul, because to me that's a really good offensive play.
Bosch tries on Duncan, misses. Leonard the rebound. Ginobili rifles a pass down low. Battier's on Duncan, mismatch there. James looking to help. Tries to slide it away. Duncan rushes the shot. He thought he got hit and still managed to put it in. He's 6 for 6 from the field as Danny Green set to check in. James given the shot. See Dion playing off it, much like they did earlier in the series. Allen back to James. Shot clock at 6. Ball fake from Chalmers. 3 for 4 is Mario Chalmers.
And Mike, the roar you heard was for Chris Anderson. He's going to be coming in before Udonis Haslem tonight.
Anderson has not played at all in the last 2 games. Duncan with a turnover. That's 4 for San Antonio. Allen gets ahead of the pack. A good transition defense. Battier open for 3. Banked it in. I don't think it was on purpose, but it ties the game at 24. Shane Battier, and the Heat all tied up 24. Battier was one of the heroes in last year's finals when the Heat defeated the Thunder. His role diminished in this year's finals, but he has contributed in a big way right from the start here in Game 6.
Well, he even knows. It's better to be lucky than good sometimes. Shane Battier on the defensive end was good. On the offensive end, he was lucky that time, but ties the game.
And you look last year against Oklahoma City, he played the role of Mike Miller or Danny Green or whoever else you want to throw in there. He had been in an unbelievable struggle shooting the ball much of these playoffs. And there you see the Birdman, Chris Anderson. Jeff, your thoughts on him not playing the last couple of games? He played a huge role in them early in the playoffs and throughout the regular season.
Well, when Miami committed to going to the small ball lineup and starting Mike Miller, they only wanted to play one bit. So after Bosch, they went to Haslem. I heard no complaints when they blew out the Spurs in Game 4. But all the critics come out after they lose Game 5. Game 5 did not swing on whether Chris Anderson played or Udonis Haslem. Their effort defensively, particularly in transition, was not up to Heat standards.
Misses, rebound, deflection taken by Thiago Splitter. Justin Anderson has had problems with Tim Duncan in this series.
Yeah, he's not nearly the defender.
Danny Green fires. Too strong that time.
He's not nearly the defender that Udonis Haslem is or Chris Bosh.
James Chalmers for 3. Mario Chalmers, 10 points here in the first quarter. His second three-pointer, he's 4 for 5. Splitter, blocking foul. A number of players involved in that hard collision, and Splitter will shoot 2.
Well, Splitter catches it against the little blitz of the pick and roll. They have a block, and then they lose Mario Chalmers. A nice little flare screen by Battier, which got Chalmers the wide open 3.
Battier almost drew another charge down the other end, but it appeared that he got underneath him as Splitter was going up.
I agree. I think it was a well-called play.
Joe Crawford, Mike Callahan, and Kenny Maurer, the officials.
It's not when he leaves the floor. It's when the hips start up into the shooting motion.
Let's check in with Steve Jolly again. Again, Mike and Jeff, difficult call, block charge, probably the toughest call for an official. I think that the defender slides after Splitter then has his upward motion, so blocking foul ball. 1-3. Chalmers floats it up, short. James tips it out, keeps it alive, and they'll hold it for the final shot of the period. How about that, San Antonio? They're shooting 61% from the field in the first quarter, and they're trailing. James behind the back. Out to Allen. Allen. James corrals it back up, blocked at the buzzer as the first quarter comes to an end.
What a sequence by Boris Diaw defensively. The individual defense to start the possession, the block to end the possession.
A strong first quarter. LeBron James very active early, 5 points, 5 assists, including this jumper. Both his field goals from the perimeter. Tim Duncan, 6 for 6 from the field, 12 points, 3 rebounds. We've played 1 quarter, Heat by 2. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned, making tires for game-changing traction, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Second quarter set to begin here at Game 6. Heat lead the Spurs 27-25. Time for our coaches interview brought to you by Radio Shack Doors with Greg Popovich.
Mike, thank you. Pop, your observations from the first 12 minutes?
I thought we made a couple of defensive errors on pick and roll at the very beginning, but other than that, it's been a pretty even game.
Pop, thanks. Mike.
1 and done. Thank you, Doris. And it's Tony Parker back in. And again, look at San Antonio. They shoot 61%, yet they trail by 2.
Well, it goes right to the 4-second shots that Miami was able to garner in that first quarter to 0 for San Antonio.
Turnovers also 4 for the Spurs. Make that 5. Anderson dives on it. Wade picks it up. The turnovers for San Antonio since game 1 have been high. Wade misses. Beats Ginobili to the ball. Throws it back out to Battier. He's out there with Chalmers, Allen, and Chris Anderson. Chalmers penetrates. Wade pumps into Ginobili. Battier wide open. Hits a 3. Miami, 5 of 7 from downtown. And Battier is down the range. Heat fans wanted to call there. Danny Green, nobody near him, and he catches the jumper.
It's the same action. The man guarding Green is trying to protect against the roll. He goes from the weak side corner to the strong side corner. We've seen it time and time again. It's such a smart play on his part and such a difficult coverage.
He is obliterating the finals record for most threes. Battier misses that one. Ginobili the rebound. Green has 26 3-pointers in these finals. Ginobili sets. And Ray Allen off the miss.
Smart play not to stop the ball and leave Green open.
Oh, Ray with a beautiful sidestep. Blows past Neil and the Heat back up by 4. Look at San Antonio trying to push on Miami makes. Splitter. Anderson. That's out trying to pull the chair off. And Neil called for the reach-in. Second foul on Neil. does this so well, Jeff.
Yeah, such great balance. Starts hard, avoids the contact, sidesteps Neil, and then the nice floater to get it over the outstretched arm of Splitter.
Bird there gets a nice ovation as he sits. Chris Bosh back in after a 2-game absence. 3 minutes for Chris Anderson. Chalmers finds Bosh. And Splitter called for the foul. Visit NBA.com or download the NBA Game Time app for complete coverage of the NBA Finals, videos, post-game press conferences, analysis, and more. Parker on Chalmers. Bosh spins. That's a tough four-way shot way off. Tony Parker grabs the board.
I like how many actions they're putting Mario Chalmers in offensively, but he's got to come off those pick and rolls thinking score.
And Oakley was thinking score in game 5. Tried that time, but comes up short. He also looking to push on every opportunity. Chalmers little fake. And does a good job drawing that foul on Splitter, his second.
When you're the ball handler in a pick and roll, it only works if you're aggressive looking to score, to make the second defender commit to you. The bigs of San Antonio are trying to lay off and zone in the paint, and nice play by Chalmers to attack right to Splitter's body.
Chalmers had a terrific game, too. He had 19 points, and he had a scoreless game right after that. And has been a little quiet, struggling with a shot since then. So that will not deter him from trying to take big shots. We've said it throughout. On that year at Kansas, when he hit the big three-pointer, he plays well in big games. Does not fold under the pressure. And the largest lead here in the first half, 6-point advantage for Miami. 12 points for Chalmers. Goes past Bosh. Oh, it's just so good at that. Feels a little contact and flips it off the glass.
Making Miami go side to side with their defense and then guard the pick and roll. Very difficult. Nice play by Parker.
Wade sets up nicely. He's got 6. And Greg Popovich calls timeout. Miami sharp to start here in this elimination game, as you would expect.
Just rising up. Rhythm jumper. He can get these type of shots anytime he wants because of how San Antonio is playing him with a cushion.
Thanks for watching ESPN on ABC, home of the NBA Finals.
For Fresh Faces, powered by Subway, the fresh face of Danny Green, who's exploded on the scene with a record-setting performance, the most three-pointers made in a single NBA Finals. He is obliterated now Ray Allen's old mark, and he's close to most ever, and he already hit one here tonight.
And one of the reasons you ask, how is he open? Because he's playing intelligent offense. As Battier has the responsibility of guarding Splitter on the roll, you saw how Green ran corner to corner. The reason Battier has been put on Green is because of Battier's defensive discipline. But this is just a very, very tough cover and a great read by Danny Green.
Tony Parker said after Game 5, I can't believe he's still open in this series. Chris Bosh then said before Game 6, he won't be open tonight. He certainly was on that shot. 6 on the 24. James all over Parker. Neil has to hoist it up and connects a three-pointer for Neil. His three-point shooting has been overshadowed by Danny Green. He's over 50% from downtown in the finals.
And you're seeing more early LeBron James on Tony Parker. Even with Chalmers in the game, they have him on Gary Neal.
3-point Miami lead. Wade flips it up, trying to draw a foul on Green. Wade gets it back, throws it off Green. Wade yells at Joe Crawford. You better be careful. We have not had a technical foul by a player or a coach at all. Not one single technical through the first 5+ games. That's only happened twice in the last 30 years of the NBA Finals as Bosh knocks it down. There's been no taunting, no trash talking. These two teams, they want to crush their opponent, but they respect their opponent. It's actually been wonderful to watch, Jeff.
Yeah, it has. And I think Wade would have gotten that call if he would have shot a normal-looking shot. But because he bailed out with a circus shot, he didn't get the call.
Chalmers floats it in. And even Joey Crawford didn't tee him up on that.
But another good play by Chalmers. They're dropping so far back that he has to consistently be aggressive.
Leonard, short, Duncan right there to clean it up. Duncan is now 7 for 7 from the field. He's got 14, and Mario Chalmers 14 points for Miami. Chalmers out to Bosh. Poked away by Leonard. Oh, Kawhi Leonard, such quick hands, his second steal. Single coverage by Shay Duncan. Goes right to the rim and finishes 8 for 8 for Tim Duncan.
He's got an advantage because the shooting of San Antonio is so good. There's very little help, so he knows he has a lot of room to work with.
Wade plays catch for Chalmers. Shot clock at 6. Green fouling Bosh, trying to defend him in the low post. That's the first foul on Green.
Well, he gets a quick catch in the post. There's very little help coming. And Duncan does a good job of just crossing over, driving baseline, and overpowering Chris Bosh.
Rick Popovich has felt Duncan in the last couple of games has really made quicker decisions on his shot. He is perfect from the field. LeBron James pulls up, bringing the rebound. Anderson back in for Miami. Duncan goes right at Anderson on a foul before the shot. Only the first team foul by the Heat.
And I thought Anderson had good position fronting Duncan and then inexplicably got back around behind and allowed the easy post catch. Where he gets around, good job, but then he gets back behind him. If you're Anderson, you got to stay in front.
Foul is going to go, I believe, against Anderson. Anderson and Duncan were arm wrestling down low. As Steve Jabby said earlier, the block charge, the hardest to call. Post play, boy, it's so difficult. Those two going at it. Anderson picks up another personal. Back here in Miami, tip off shortly after 9. Key NBA countdown starts things off at 8:30. Speaking of starting off, Tim Duncan, what an awesome first half.
16 points, 8 of 8 shooting, 4 rebounding. He's done it in different ways. The bank shot, and then the drop-off pass by Parker. The post move, countering back to the baseline with the jump hook, and then the offensive board, tipping it in, and finally, the early post-up in semi-transition, and then the quick crossover step for the little right-handed layup.
Duncan and the Spurs, they can taste it. This one win away, they're going to be so tough on the road, although they clinched all their playoff series this year on the road. In LA against the Lakers, in Oakland against Golden State, and in Memphis in the sweep against the Grizzlies. Duncan finally misses, but Leonard the rebound and gets him a new 24. He is a phenomenal rebounder for his position.
He is a superior rebounder, and that allows San Antonio to play small, but still rebound the ball so exceptionally well.
And there's Duncan rebounding the ball. 16 points, 5 boards for Duncan. Miami's lead cut to 1. Ginobili sent the check back in for the Spurs. Leonard on James. James powers in, shot misses. Anderson's foul won't go. Tip right back out. And James this time makes sure he finishes. Credit Chris Anderson for keeping that alive for Miami.
Again, we're seeing James on Parker so much more than we've been accustomed to through 5 games.
It's usually been late, or at least in the second half. Duncan. That time, Danny Green trying to grab it. Wade comes out of the pack. Oh, James cutting. Late whistle, but a foul. And James will go to the free throw line. Duncan trying to argue with Mike Callahan as he picks up his first personal.
The whistle was late. I believe the call was correct. He goes up into the air, and I stand corrected. He caught it in the lower defensive box. Duncan doesn't have to be outside of that restricted area. To me, that's a no call or an offensive foul.
It appeared there that James initiated the contact. We'll go to the free throw line. James hitting the free throw now, 7 points. Boris Diaw will come back in. Mario Chalmers returns for Miami.
Parker took a very short rest in the first quarter. He's getting another rest now. Greg Popovich, because they don't play a backup point guard, has to try to stay in the game through 3 quarters, but he knows he needs Parker to have enough energy to be able to finish the game off.
Anderson tries to save it and does as he dives into the first row. Here he comes to join his teammates. His energy has been huge for this team throughout the season. And Chalmers called for the travel. 5th turnover on Miami. It's why he doesn't play huge minutes, because he plays all out every second he's out there. Look at that.
And Mike, his post defense tonight has been much better.
Ginobili finds Duncan. Duncan whacked across the arm by Miller. And Duncan will go to the line. Spurs have only taken 3 free throws. The Heat only 6. It has not been a series with high free throw attempts. 2 teams that play such good defense without fouling, Jeff.
Yeah, it's really, both teams want to play fast, so fouling negates the ability to push the ball.
Duncan misses. Sprint halftime report coming up. Bill Simmons, Jalen Rose, Michael Wilbon, and the great Magic Johnson. Analyze the first half. Lots to talk about. Interesting substitutions. Interesting first half here in Game 6. Duncan 1 for 2. He's got 19 points. Over the last 2.5 games, he has been so good offensively. Diaw back on James. James flips it up. Danny Green comes in. Good defense again for Boris Diaw.
And terrific traffic rebound by Green.
Diaw, nice entry. Oh, blocked, no foul. Beautiful bounce pass from Boris Diaw. And Duncan right back to the line. 3rd foul on the Birdman.
Well, against the front, Boris Diaw is a tremendous passer. Duncan seals well, catches it deep. And they don't call the foul up top. They call it his left arm on the hook. But that's a clean block up front, up top.
And that's what Joey Crawford signaled. And left arm around as Duncan knocks down that free throw. Well, you just can't do that. Now Anderson will sit with 3 quick fouls.
But he gave them good, tough, competitive minutes.
21 first half points for Duncan. We still have 3.5 to go. 2-point game here in the second. And again, most of these games in the finals have been close until the second half, with the exception of game 1. Ray Allen out to Chalmers. Allen, the quick release. That won't go. 6 rebounds for Duncan. Ginobili's pass deflected by Bosch. They saw that coming.
Excellent pick and roll defense by Bosch.
See Diaw again, backs off on James. James wants it back with Duncan on him. Looks to get a running start. Goes right at Duncan, nearly falls down, and Kawhi Leonard helped force that turnover.
But to me, James has to shoot that shot with less hesitation. Duncan is giving him such a cushion. Rise up and knock it in. You've worked all summer on that jumper.
ESPN's presentation of the 2013 NBA Finals on ABC. Brought to you by Radio Shack. Let's play.
Really means a lot to be the last man standing. The opportunity to win a championship, it's a show of your accomplishment. It's a goal achieved.
They are 1 win away from another championship for Tim Duncan, which would be his 5th. What a start for him. 21 points, half of the San Antonio points here in the first half. He doesn't know when he's going to retire, but he says, I'll know I'll miss it when I'm gone. He's enjoying every minute of this season. A star player who he simply loves to play. A lot of perks of being an NBA star, but for him, the best part is being on the court. And as Ginobili turns it over for the 4th time, Ginobili masterful in Game 5, but he is struggling here in the first half of Game 6.
And he was trying to get it to Danny Green on a set play to get him a corner 3 that San Antonio executes very, very well. The pass was just off target, but Danny Green was open.
Bulls finish out this second quarter strong. We've seen the games in these finals change with big runs at the end of quarters. LeBron James off the mark.
See, I like that. Trust your skill set. If you're not going to shoot that, it's going to be very hard to ever get to the rim.
Diaw tries a wild pass, deflected by the Heat. Spurs have 10 to shoot. And the turnovers, since that Game 1 for San Antonio, where they tied a finals record with only 4 turnovers, they've averaged 17 a game since then, including 19 each of the last 2.
And I think it's going to be very hard to win on the road if their turnovers continue to creep up high.
9 here in the first half. Parker in for Ginobili. 6 to shoot for Duncan. Duncan across the lane. Nice soft touch. He's got 23.
And I like how Bosch is playing him on that block, forcing him to take the fadeaway jumper versus spinning back to that little jump hook. But that's why he's one of the all-time greats.
He is turning back the clock offensively here in the first half. James to Bosch. Good baseline jumper, can't get it to fall. Duncan with 8 rebounds as well. Diaw, what a pass to Duncan. And the Spurs regain the lead. Boris Diaw with a gorgeous feed. Duncan has 25 in their last 13.
And since his DNP, Boris Diaw has played very good basketball for San Antonio.
Forces James to pass there. Bosch can't hit. You forget how good a player Diaw is. 1 year was the most improved. 1 year in the playoffs with Phoenix, he averaged almost 19 a game when Amari Stoudemire was hurt. He was superb in those playoffs for the Phoenix Suns. Fakes, drives, flips it up and in. Boris Diaw puts the Spurs up by 4. Tony Parker's high school buddy, who was so pleased to be signed by San Antonio. Wade flips it out. James. Parker the rebound. And they can hold it for the last shot. There's barely any difference between the shot clock and game clock. Parker gets in the paint, kicks it out. Diaw for 3. Won't go. Leonard taps it up and in with 1.3 remaining. What a hustle play from Leonard. And the second quarter comes to an end on one of those runs. San Antonio finishes on a 17-4 run, and they lead by 6.
They forced Miami to shoot jump shot, and at the other end, San Antonio was able to get into the paint and score.
And Tim Duncan with 25 of their 50 points. Meanwhile, Tony Parker with 6 assists for the San Antonio Spurs. He's with Doris.
How much of what we've seen from Tim Duncan is a concerted effort by you to get him the ball versus the ball just finding him?
A little bit of both. You know, he hit his first couple of shots. He's rolling right now, so obviously we try to look for him. It's an advantage for us. And if they try to double him in the second half, we're going to have to be ready, the guards, to attack.
Pop is always concerned, believe it or not, about Mario Chalmers. He has gotten loose in the first half. How do you adjust to that?
Yeah, he hit a couple threes, but you know we're helping on Wade and LeBron. You can't stop everything, so we'll try to do a better job on him in the second half.
Tony, thank you.
Mike.
Doris, another one of those runs that these finals have been filled with. This one, a strong finish in the second quarter. Tim Duncan, just a force, a dominant force on the offensive end. And gets a nice play from Boris Dio and Kawhi Leonard. And a 6-point lead for the San Antonio Spurs. Tim Duncan looking for that 5th ring. First 3 games of these finals, he had been struggling, shooting 37% from the field. He's 11 of 13 here in the first half. 6-point Spurs lead. Sprint halftime report coming up after these messages. Halftime for Miami, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. And Tim Duncan and the Spurs trying to clinch their 5th championship in franchise history, up by 6. Finishing the second quarter beautifully as we look at our Coors Light cold hard facts. They shot 60% in Game 5, 58% here in the first half of Game 6, and getting it done in the paint, led by Tim Duncan and that second quarter run. Well, again, everyone, along with Jeff Van Gundy, Mike Breen on hand. We'll check into Doris Burke in just a moment. Tim Duncan's 37 years old. It's his 16th year in the league, and he just scored 25 points in an NBA Finals game.
In a half, and 8 rebounds.
Right.
But he had 2 turnovers, so we'll kill him for that. But he did it in so many different ways. Here, first play, pick and roll bank shot. And then the spin back for the little jump hook off the glass. A good quick crossover step for the right-hand layup. And then moving without the ball, catches Bosch peeking at Diao for the nice finish.
As we look at our aces, next peak performers, just brilliant first half for Tim Duncan. Meanwhile, for the Miami Heat, what did you see from LeBron James under so much scrutiny in a game like this, as always?
He, Wade, and Bosch, 9 for 24. They're playing him with a cushion, and he is not getting the shots right now that he feels comfortable with. Look at Diao, contains the ball, contests Allen, and then comes back to block LeBron James's shot to finish the first quarter. Again, the cushion. James gets to a pretty good spot, misses a makeable shot. And then finally, again, look at the cushion, the space. But Mike, we're here analyzing all the offense. The problem is they have no fast break points. Why? Because they're giving up 58% shooting. They got to get their defense right so their offense can play fast. And they're great in transition, but they haven't been out in transition the whole first half.
Ginobili gets one to go. Ginobili really struggled in that first half. He was 0 for 2 with 4 turnovers. Well, puts that one in, and it's a 9-point lead, largest by either team. By the way, the Heat didn't score for the last 4.5 minutes of the second quarter. James strong to the basket, draws the foul. And a sarcastic cheer from the fans. They felt on a couple of his drives and shots that he got hit as Leonard picks up his first.
Well, little brush screen by Chalmers. They got good shots when Chalmers set the screen for both Wade and James in the first half because Parker isn't used to guarding pick and rolls as a point guard.
Misses the free throw. James has been magnificent in elimination games in his career, averaging over 31 points per game, most in NBA history in elimination games. Obviously, did not perform well in 2011 in the loss to the Dallas Mavericks, but has been just superb in the 2 elimination games last year against Boston and Game 7 against Indiana this year in the conference finals. He has 10 points right now, but his team down by 8. Parker on the pull-up. 4 rebounds for James. We have seen close games just turn into routes in the space of about 6 or 7 minutes, most of it happening in the second half of these finals. Steve Leonard just playing off of enough to kind of dare him to shoot. James kicks it out. Chalmers from the corner. That's good. Mario Chalmers with his 3rd three-pointer of the night.
And we heard Tony Parker talk about this with Doris, that you can't guard everything if Dwayne Wade goes back into the locker room. Ray Allen in for him. You can't take away everything, so Chalmers is open.
Wade coming right back out onto the floor. As Ginobili throws it in. Duncan lays it in. Tim Duncan now at 27, so Wade stayed extra in the locker room not to start here in the 3rd quarter. And emerges and will check right into the game. So you can get a report on why as Bosch connects. Wade 6 points on 3 of 7 in the first half. But as you continue to say, Jeff, and certainly Eric Spoelstra has said it, it's the defensive end for Miami that has to get better. Parker. Green hasn't had a chance to take many shots. That time James takes it away from him. There's that defense you speak about. James looking to post up Green. Green upset. He felt that James used his arms and pushed it back. He's got a point on that, but that's just hard physical post play.
Well, good individual defense by James. And then sprints the floor with force. Just buries Danny Green. That's not a foul. That's called too strong. And Danny Green had to foul him.
That's called overpowering. Green picks up his 2nd foul. James now has Parker on him. Bosch for the jump shot. And Leonard tips it away. James looked like he had good position. Duncan, patient. Bosch, banging. Duncan spinning. That time. And a loose ball foul will go against Miami. And I believe it's against. Oh, it's going to be on Mike Miller.
I think Wade.
No, it's Wade. First foul on Wade. As we send it over to Doris Burke.
Mike, at the half, I specifically asked assistant coach David Fisdale, were there any physical limitations on Dwayne Wade in the second half? He said none that he was aware of, but obviously the delayed return. I just got word from the PR staff of Miami that we would not find out what happened until post-game. Gentlemen.
Well, there you have it. Parker can't connect. Wade banged his left knee in the first half, was hobbling a bit. It's the right knee that has given him all the problems in these playoffs. As Parker called for his first foul. Now this is what happened early in the first half on a drive to the basket against Ginobili. The left knee bangs Ginobili's right knee, and he was hobbling. That's the knee that caused him all sorts of problems in last year's playoffs before he had a drain, and then had surgery after the season. Bosch catches, and Leonard didn't give Bosch room to land. Foul on Leonard, his 2nd.
When the screen and rolls take place so close to the basket because of the cushion by San Antonio, they semi-switch, or what you call a veer back, where the big sort of guards Wade, and then you see Danny Green going to Bosch, and that's a good call. Kawhi Leonard a little late on that rotation.
Wade floats it in. Bosch catches. Blocked from behind by Green. James takes it right away. Aggressive defense here in the third for LeBron James. Bosh posting up Leonard. Kicked by Duncan. Will reset the shot clock to 14.
Good help by Duncan, sensing the mismatch.
Still early here in the third. Spurs by 5. Heat's biggest lead was 7 in the first half. Chalmers has been aggressive, flips it up. And Duncan with yet another rebound. Green, this time on the floater, shot short, ball tipped right back out to Ginobili. Finds Duncan down low, and Duncan fouled by Miller before the shot attempt. Pretty good foul by Miller.
Excellent foul by Miller, and good closeout by Dwayne Wade onto Danny Green to force him to drive the ball versus shoot a semi-contested 3.
Spurs trying to make sure there's no Game 7. If there is, we'll have it for on ABC on Thursday. Tip-off shortly after 9 Eastern. Coverage starts at 8:30 with NBA Countdown. Heat trying to keep their hopes of back-to-back titles alive with a victory tonight. Ginobili, another turnover, his 5th. And then he fouls James. And Manu Ginobili, after such a spectacular Game 5, huge struggles here tonight.
And already in the penalty for Miami. Terrific defense. LeBron James playing with tremendous energy, and this is what they need. Good defense translating into transition offense. On this possession, it ends up James going to the free throw line.
Miami just an average free throw shooting team during the regular season, and you see tonight, after what a great game, but it's the turnovers, 5 of them. And as we said all year long about the Heat, turnovers can be so lethal because their ability to turn them into quick points. James for the Bear. 3-point game. Penetrates. And a foul on Chalmers. First on Chalmers. Parker will go to the free throw line for the first time tonight.
And they've done a good job containing Tony Parker. Chalmers, I thought, did a good job moving his feet. Again, those are bang-bang plays. 50-50. To me, that's excellent defense by Chalmers.
We just saw Joe Crawford smile.
And talk nicely to a player. Both on the same possession? Are you kidding me? Is it a full moon?
One of the premier officials this league has ever had. And I believe it's his 49th NBA Finals game. Kid from Philadelphia, did pretty good.
I met his wife before the game. What a lovely lady. And I said, man, how did you live all that time with Joe?
Green on Wade, pokes it away. Last touch by Wade. Danny Green, who has shown he's a good, solid defensive player, not just a three-point shooter.
They had the block early in the quarter on Bosh.
Parker spinning, flips up a wild shot, won't go. Bosh with his 6th rebound. Miller kicks it out. Wade, pull up 2-pointer. 4 of 8 from the field. dR, who had an impact in that first half, will check in. Kawhi Leonard, trying to get a little fancy. Gets inside, can't finish, and Bosh the rebound. Under 6.5 remaining here in the third. Miller drives to the basket. Mike Miller makes it a 1-point game. Timeout San Antonio. He can still put it on the floor.
Miami looks rejuvenated to start the second half. attacking the basket. Mike Miller, known for his three-point shot, a beautiful right-hand drive and finish.
I can't imagine that there are any fans that are better, that are more supportive, more passionate, more loyal than the fans in the NBA.
They come out every night and ensure lives they can and come out supporters, and even off the floor, they support all of us.
And they come out and support us every game and push us forward.
They bring the energy. Every home game, away game, no matter what.
They just have a never say die attitude. They always feel as though there's always a chance to win.
We appreciate that and we recognize that, and that's why we go extra hard.
NBA fans rule. They're there for 82 games, night in and night out, screaming their lungs out, and it's the experience that makes it all worthwhile.
We got the people that love to be a part of the game, that love to be involved, love to watch basketball, and we love them for that.
And these Heat fans have been on a roller coaster ride. Their team 5 and 6 in their last 11 games, including a 36-point loss. But you see that run here to start the third, and they're back within one. Morris Diaw fakes, drives, flips it up, shot, off the rim. Duncan takes it away from Miller, and then a foul on Miller. 4 on Miller. That's just too much size in that instance.
And if you're guarding Morris Diaw, don't close hard. You want him to shoot the ball. Diaw gets by his man, which that's what sets up the Duncan-Miller mismatch on the board.
Well, Miller with 4 fouls in 21 minutes. Brings in Shane Battier, Ray Allen, Wade, Anderson, and James. Pass inside Diaw. Nearly stolen by Wade. Diaw gets it back. Parker on the penetration. Contact, count it, and one. Tony Parker with a hard drive and a chance for a three-point play. The Heat felt that Diaw fouled to keep the possession going. They felt Wade got tripped up as both teams battled for it.
And right now, the poise under pressure is so important. Miami has upped their level of intensity defensively. They have done a good job throughout the game so far on Parker. He gets one to fall. They're not happy with the officials. They've got to have a next play mentality.
Parker just 3 of 10 from the field. He has 9 points, 6 assists, doesn't have a turnover. And the Spurs back up by 4. Diaw stays on James. There's an opening. James up and under. Won't go. Rebound to Leonard. As Anderson mistimed his jump. Parker in the paint again. Diaw to Duncan. And a foul call. It's going to go against Chris Anderson. He has picked up 4 fouls in 8 minutes. And the Spurs will inbound.
Another good opportunity for LeBron James with a small man, Ray Allen, setting the screen. No help. He gets point blank right at the rim. Very good offensive imagination by the Heat to get their best player these type of shots. And he and Wade in the last game and in this game have missed paint shots that are usually gimmies for them.
They're automatics in most cases. Well, Duncan helped contesting that. Meanwhile, the Heat in the penalty. That's why Diaw is at the free throw line. And Boris Diaw continues having a big impact on this game. 6 points and also some excellent defense. As Eric Spoelstra calls timeout. And he came storming back. Got within 1. Well, the Spurs answer as well. LeBron James now 3 for 10 from the field. 5:07 left third quarter. Heat down by 6. Time for Fresh Off the Wire. Served to you by KFC. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade both have been superb in their elimination games in their career. Right now, neither one able to really get it going.
Well, with none of the big three having a breakout game offensively, you can say that they're fortunate to be only down 6. These are makeable shots. This one, Wade probably should have gone up through Green's body to draw the foul. But these layups right here, they're makeable by LeBron James, and particularly this one. He's such a great finisher at the basket.
They have not lost 2 in a row since January. Look at the numbers in those elimination games. For Wade, it's 12 games. Those numbers also include for LeBron James his games as a Cavalier. James trying to find some room. Stolen by Leonard. Leonard ahead of the pack, drives inside, and packs it in with a foul. Kawhi Leonard, as Ray Allen is shaken up on the play. Leonard with terrific defense. That's his 3rd steal as you see Ray Allen shaken up.
And I thought Kawhi Leonard got away with a little push of Ray Allen. And then took a push himself. It was a terrific read by the long arm of the law, Kawhi Leonard.
He looked like he was ready to put that left arm out. The foul, by the way, is on Wade. That's 4 fouls on Wade. Now remember earlier in the season, Eric Spoelstra let Wade stay in the game when he had 4 fouls. And it proved to be the right decision. Wade said he feels better if he stays out there so that he doesn't stiffen up. Spoelstra has confidence in his player to be able to play in foul trouble.
Yeah, there's no decision right here to me. You keep him in the game.
James can't connect. The lead is back to 9, which equals the largest lead of the game. Parker down the lane, the layup won't go. Duncan and a foul. Tim Duncan on the follow. And our first double-digit lead of the night.
What a response by the Spurs. The lead cut to 1, and they go on another huge run, fueled by Tony Parker's penetration, which creates a second shot opportunity of Duncan. Duncan going to the line to try to put the Spurs up
12. 30 points for Tim Duncan. And the American Airlines Arena has gone quiet. Timeout, Miami. An 11-0 run by the Spurs. San Antonio trying to clinch the championship tonight on the road. Tony Parker, the beautiful penetration as he's done all season long, setting up Tim Duncan's easy follow.
Came so quickly in the beginning. I don't want to say I didn't appreciate it, but I think there is more of an appreciation now. To be back in the finals, a chance to win a championship is just a great feeling.
One of the most magnificent players this game has ever seen. A surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. Tim Duncan this year as hungry as he's ever been. And after struggling shooting the ball first few games, he has been brilliant. What a performance tonight. In 26 minutes, he has 30 points, 12 rebounds. And his team has a 12-point lead with 4.5 to play in the third. James. Leonard now on Wade. Nice little push shot. Soft touch for Wade, who's in double figures. Battier wrestling down low. They call it on Battier. That's his third. And again, they're in the penalty, so Boris Diaw will go to the line. In such a huge game, Tim Duncan has come up big. And LeBron James is 3 of 11. What did Greg Popovich say in Game 5? He says, this is Game 5 of the finals. It's a big boy game. What's Game 6 and 7 then?
I have no idea, but I know this. The man's game. The Spurs have come with great energy.
An unlikely contributor from earlier in the series, Boris Diaw has played big. Wade off. Battier now is on Duncan. Parker gets in the paint again, lost it. And a foul call on Ray Allen. And Parker back to the line as Allen picks up his first. Dwayne Wade out here at half court. Looks like a slight limp to his gait.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate foul because Parker had lost the ball. Allen up in the air, lands on Parker.
This is momentum.
Yeah.
Spurs excellent from the free throw line. We talk about it all the time. And San Antonio, 82% is the best free throw shooting team for San Antonio Spurs in 33 years. 6 different players shot a career high, and it has really helped them to rock the playoffs. Largest lead of the night. Wade finds Bosch. Bosch right back to him. Tough shot from Wade. Rebound taken by dR.
There's just no space to drive the ball right now because of how they're guarding Miami. The lane is absolutely clogged.
James on Parker. Neil's going to have to put one up. He won't hesitate. Blocked by Wade. Wade with a strong defensive play there. Allen, extra pass. Cavalier hits a three. That cuts it to 10 with 3 minutes remaining in the third.
That's what they need. Ray Allen has struggled tonight with his shooting. They need someone with the way the San Antonio Spurs are defending to make open jump shots.
Second three-pointer for Valier. 7 to shoot. Parker fakes, puts it up. Bounces, won't go. 6 rebounds for James. Crowd getting on its feet. Wade puts it up, puts it in. 8-point game.
But even on that possession, if you just look, it's reluctant jump shooting versus aggressive rhythm jump shooting.
Wade now with 12. Chalmers is still the leading scorer for the Heat tonight with 17. He's currently on the bench. He had a huge first half. Gary Neil. That won't go. James tips it. Nearly saved by Neil. Picked up by Bosch.
Great effort by James to come in and get the engaged rebound.
Wade to James. Powers in. Shot won't go. He wanted a foul. Parker gets in the paint and in. Flips it up and in. Tony Parker with another beautiful drive to the basket. 9 of his 13 here in the third. James pulls back, Duncan on in. James inside the Wade. Misses it. Duncan the rebound. Wade frustrated, thought he was hit.
Got to run back though.
He's back with Duncan. They cross the court walk at the same time.
But that gives the Spurs a complete mismatch.
Gary Neal flips it up and in. And the Spurs answer another mini run by Miami. It's back up to a dozen. And a whistle is blown. They want to fix the clock by Callahan. Says hold on a second. No timeout. A minute remaining here in the third.
But Mike, that jog back by Wade left him mismatched against Duncan, and then Bosch was on Neal, which led to that easy middle drive.
Final minute, third quarter. James against dR. Neal goes to take it out of his hands. Ray Allen off the dribble. Offensive foul on Allen. He pushed off as Parker took a shot right in the mouth. And the Spurs will get it back. You saw that left hand come up. Second foul on Ray Allen. Substitutions, Ginobili, Green, and Splitter. Fans not happy with the officiating.
But the officiating has impacted Miami much more than the questionable calls that the Spurs think they deserve has impacted San Antonio. This ability to handle how the games are called is so important when you're playing at the very highest level.
Sean Parker on the switch. Tony Parker won't go. Miller the rebound. James will hold it out. There's about a 5-second difference. Shot clock and game clock. James gets a running start, runs in the splitter, and draws the foul. And a sarcastic cheer from the Heat fans here at the American Airlines Arena. They're not applauding LeBron James's move. James will shoot his 9th and 10th free throw of the game. He's just 3 of 12 from the field.
Well, good crossover by James to reject the screen. Splitter not there in time. Tries to go up vertical, but is late. And James gets to the line.
Now 7 of 9 from the free throw line. Miller sits down. Chalmers back in. Wade will sit as well. Matt Bonner's going to enter for the first time tonight for the final 10 seconds. And Boris Diaw, who has had a big impact off the bench.
Huge. Unlikely.
Been a lot of that in these playoffs. Shot clock turned off. Parker gets inside. Wild shot won't go. Box the rebound. And the third quarter comes to an end. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade desperate to keep their season alive and force a game 7. They're down by 10 as we head to the 4th. San Antonio Spurs 1 quarter away from yet another NBA championship. This presentation of the NBA Finals continues after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires for game-changing traction inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Heat down by 10 as we get set to start the 4th. Moments ago, Doris with Eric Spoelstra.
Mike, thank you. What will it take in this final 12 minutes?
We need our best defensive quarter of the playoffs to take us home.
Eric, next, Mike.
All right, Doris, these players have been at it for 9 months. Most of the players banged up, bodies sore, various bumps and bruises. They're mentally and physically tired from the playoff grind and pressure. What can you summon here for the Miami Heat to try and force a game 7? Chalmers hits a 3. Mario Chalmers, his 4th three-pointer of the game.
And this is the Miami lineup that went on that huge run in game 2. 2 shooters in Miller and Allen. Chalmers giving them point guard play and the energy of Chris Anderson.
Diaw rolls it off. Anderson the rebound. We got Chalmers, Allen, Miller, Anderson, and LeBron James starting a 4th quarter. And the Heat is at their final period of the season. James to the basket and the finish. 5 quick points.
Splitter is not nearly the rim protector that Duncan is.
Duncan's already played 30 minutes. Splitter has it. Left-handed, flips it up and in. Difficult shot, his only shot of the game. Duncan won't sit long.
And Greg Popovich is all over Boris Diaw to give even more cushion. Back up more.
Miller has only 1 sneaker on. Miller, bang! Timeout, San Antonio. On 1 sneaker. Not enough time to tie it. Not going to affect his shooting stroke. How about this? One on, one off. Count it. Shoes are overrated. Can the Heat storm back and force a Game 7? If they do, we'll have it for you on ABC Thursday. Tip-off shortly after 9. Our coverage begins at 8:30 with Kia NBA Countdown. Eric Spoelstra trying to get his team to force a Game 7.
It's our best defensive quarter of the playoffs right now. Okay? We have to be frantic down there, but smart. I don't want unnecessary fouls. Be disciplined, okay? Down here, we have to be poised, not frantic, okay? Trust each other. Execute.
This talented young coach, always so poised and calm, looks under control. He's sweating right now. This building is hot.
And very interesting, Greg Popovich with the lead cut to 4, sticks with Tim Duncan and Tony Parker on the bench, trusting his young team to be able to manufacture points.
Danny Green finds Splitter. Splitter goes to Anderson, spins, flips it up, backs it in. 2 wild shots from Splitter, and they've both gone down.
And Mike, to go back to Eric Spoelstra, he gets far too much blame when they don't win and far too little credit when they do. He's an outstanding basketball player.
6 to shoot. Chalmers behind the James at the flush. Leonard brings it back out. 4-point game, still over 9 minutes remaining.
Splitter's got to protect the basket back.
Ginobili drives and foul. Ginobili has really struggled tonight. And that time draws the foul. Duncan's going to come back in.
Tremendous play by Mario Chalmers. James adjusts his screen. Good roll to the rim. Because of the shooting on the floor, the weak side corner defender is not even in the picture to help on that roll to the rim. You've got to make Mario Chalmers throw across his body to the weak side corner.
They called it in the act of shooting, and Ginobili misses the free throw. Manu Ginobili, just 3 points, 5 turnovers. Duncan returns. Ginobili was such a huge part of the Game 5 victory. They'll still on the floor. One for 2. James with the ball in his hands.
I would expect to see more switching of the pick and rolls right now. Right there, they switched it.
Ginobili is right up high. James charges across the lane, out to Chalmers. Chalmers in the paint. Off balance, wild shot thrown down by LeBron James. Miller trying to take it away from Duncan. Neil pumped away by Chalmers. Leonard has it and puts it in. A broken play goes to the Spurs. Parker getting his rest. Daring him to shoot. James drives hard. Let it go. Rebound Leonard. James wanted a foul. Slowing it up. Down to Neil. Green misses the tip of Anderson to rebound. Tony Green's 4th shot attempt of the night. They've done a great job preventing him from getting off 3-pointers. Foul away from the wall. LeBron James knocked down. Ginobili with the hard elbow to the throat. Picks up his 2nd.
Well, James is going for a lob. And that in a regular season game would be called flagrant.
First team foul in San Antonio. Some perspiration on the floor. They pop it up. James without the headband. Now 20 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. Right in front of Kenny Bauer. Mike Callahan telling him to knock it off. Single coverage. James backs in. Left-handed. Just bullies his way to the basket.
Again, Mike, not to reiterate too much, the power of shooting gives James more space on the floor in that back-end move. There's no help coming. Eventually, he's going to overpower Leonard.
Ginobili floats it into Duncan. Lost it, got it back. Puts it up, blocked by Miller, and a jump ball. That basket will not count. Miller blocked it, and they'll jump it up at the Spurs free throw line circle.
A good help by Miller to force the jump ball. And now if San Antonio wins the jump, which you would expect them to do, they only have 5 seconds to shoot. So they've got to be organized that when they get it, they're able to try to create a good, quick opportunity.
James looking to steal it. You saw Leonard back. Duncan giving him some strategy there about where to place himself. Leonard fires away. That won't go. Rebound check. Ginobili has it. Out to Green for 3. Towers the rebound. Anderson won't go but a foul. And the Birdman will shoot 2 with 7:08 remaining. Talk about a bullet pass.
They switched the pick and roll, so Duncan came to give early help. Chris Anderson has been phenomenal at finding open seams throughout the playoffs. Ginobili, because he's guarding the shooter, is late to help for the helper, and thus it leads to Anderson's 2 free throw attempts.
He's been good at the line in the playoffs, 76%. As the Birdman hits that, for his career, just 64%. That is first point of the night after not playing the previous 2 games. Back in his energy roll, way off. And Duncan with his 15th rebound to go with 30 points. 2-point game, 7 to play. Parker. Back out Green. Green off the dribble, drives inside to Duncan. Blocked by James. What a rejection. James on the drive, leans in. Banks it in, tie game.
What a defensive play by LeBron James. Guarding Tony Parker this whole 4th quarter.
He's doing it all here in the 4th. Danny Green misses again. Rebound. Duncan trying to track it down. Taken by Chalmers.
And those are the same shots Danny Green has made throughout the series.
Allen. Miami leads. From LeBron James here in the 4th.
Great dish by Green, better block by James, and then turn in the corner, taking Duncan on, little step through move, and a bucket.
LeBron James and the Miami Heat a 19-7 run to start the 4th. As we listen to Eric Spoelstra getting his team ready.
Guys, keep grinding, okay? This whole game and series is about runs, okay? It's about runs. Stay with it, keep grinding, okay? Stay the course, guys. We know we're going to have to grind this. They know it's not going to be easy. You need consecutive 3, 4, 5 stops in a row. And everybody's got to jump.
The defense has been sensational here in the fourth. Right back to Duncan. Duncan goes and dives. Wild shot. He thought he got hit.
And Mike, with James on Parker, Ginobili has to be good right now. They have to get dribble penetration on the pick and roll from Ginobili.
James already with 10 points in the quarter. Spins to the basket. And a foul. Third team foul against the Spurs. And he will shoot 2. But not before a timeout.
Again, they're switching the pick and rolls right now. James gets a run at the smaller Parker, spins, draws the contact from Ginobili, and is at the free throw line.
Got knocked off, and he is taken over here in the fourth quarter.
Well, down 10 going into the fourth. Desperation sets in. A new level of energy here in the second shot. And like you said, the loss of the headband, but it's 3 3-point shooters surrounding James. No one willing to come off a shooter to give help. The easy back down dribble, and then the tremendous signature shot block. And finally, the layup, the jump stop, the step through against Tim Duncan. The turnaround has been dramatic.
He has had 2 magnificent blocks in these finals, and you see the fourth quarter taking over. This is that free throw from the line. He's 8 for 11. Still plenty of time. 5:28 left.
And the 3-point shot for San Antonio has not been there tonight. And with James on Parker, Ginobili, even though he struggled tonight, has to get going.
3-point lead for Miami. Bosh back to inside Duncan. Ginobili finds Diaz. Kawhi Leonard gets in the paint. Runner from Leonard. Leonard with a couple of big buckets here in the fourth. He's got 15. Kept at 17 points and 8 rebounds.
To me, you don't give help on a Diaz drive. He's driving to pass.
And Diaz is on LeBron James again, trying to slow him down. He's done well so far in the series against him. Trying to make him shoot. James drives and finishes. Already here in the fourth quarter. We still have 4.5 to go.
And I think they have to give more support on James right now. They can't be paralyzed by the shooting.
Ginobili, pass, deflected. Chalmers forcing the turnover. James wants it again. Leonard doesn't want to have too much with Miller standing there at the 3-point line. James jumper, in and out. And the game is slowed down at this end, which is not what San Antonio wants. Diaz does not want to take that. Blocking foul on Chalmers, just the second team foul. And the second on Chalmers is Wade will re-enter with 3:48 remaining.
And that is a really difficult substitution if you're a coach. If you want to come back with Wade, you don't want to wait too long. Are you willing to go down the stretch of an elimination game with your second best player sitting on the bench to put more shooting around your best player? Tough decisions if you're a coach.
Wade tonight with 12 points. James shouting instructions. He has taken over here in the fourth quarter. They want to get it to Duncan. Parker struggles with his dribble. 4 to shoot. Parker on the pull-up. Short. Rebound. James.
Tony Parker has really struggled. That's a good look for him.
He's 4 of 16 from the field. Offensive foul as James pushed off on Parker. He was upset. He wanted the ball earlier. And Parker able to draw the foul. Third foul on LeBron James.
He wanted the lob. To me, that's a play on.
That's what we talked about earlier. He's just so much stronger.
If you want to guard in the paint, put the pants on and guard.
Duncan down low against Bosch. Across the lane, lefty, won't go. Wave the rebound. Duncan has not scored here in the fourth quarter. And Eric Spoelstra wants a timeout. The Spurs have only scored 9 points in the period. Just under 3 remaining. The Heat up 3, their season on the line.
ESPN's presentation of the 2013 NBA Finals on ABC. Brought to you by the new action comedy Red 2 in theaters July 19th.
Sports Center, they will have complete post-game coverage of Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Will it be the Heat tying things up and forcing a Game 7? Or can San Antonio turn it around and clinch the championship? We've got 2:57 remaining in a fourth quarter that has been dominated by Miami. Tim Duncan and Tony Parker both sat earlier in the period, both without a point here in the fourth. LeBron James has outscored San Antonio himself 13-9.
And if you're Danny Green, you've got to be ready to give help. And they go to Wade on a post-up.
Back to shoot, Wade, turnaround, way off. Ginobili the rebound. San Antonio just 4 for 15 here in this period. Ginobili to the basket, lays it in. Duncan and Bosch got caught up. Bosch went down, and Ginobili with a big bucket. It's a 1-point game.
That was like anything goes in the paint right there. It looked like Tim Duncan just cleared Bosch out.
Chalmers has come up big. Trying to get away from Parker, pass to Wade. Wade blocked the foul. A little head fake that he's so good at will get him to the free throw line. Third foul for Green.
Well, you look at Tim Duncan. You know what? I thought he cleared out, but I think Bosch, again, exaggerated the contact greatly. And Dwayne Wade, a nice sneaky cut on the baseline against Danny Green, like Danny Green has done to Miami.
I think you'd like in these situations for the officials to put their whistles away and just let them go.
No, not at all. But you do have to concern yourself when you have a guy who has flopped to make sure you don't give him the call if you're unsure.
And he was fined earlier in these playoffs for flopping. And the officials are certainly aware of that. And as Wade, with his first free throw attempt, gets it to go. 2 for 2. And as we come up on 2 minutes remaining here in Game 6, it's a 3-point game. Green trying to get free. They've been all over him tonight. Back to Ginobili. Ginobili for 3. Wade chips it out. Ball still loose. Green picks it up. Green calls timeout. Smart play as Chalmers and James descended upon him. And San Antonio will have possession with 1:47. The two teams extending themselves here in Game 6. James diving on the floor. Green in pursuit. And turns and calls timeout before the double team converges. Spurs ball when we come back. The 1:47 remaining, fourth quarter here in Game 6. Miami desperate to force the Game 7. They lead by 3 with a brilliant fourth quarter, especially on the defensive end, as San Antonio has only scored 11 points in the period. Spurs led by 13 late in the third, led by 10 to start the fourth. shot clock. James all over him. 6 to shoot. Parker pulls back. That's a three-pointer. It's good! Tony Parker ties the game with 1:27 remaining.
Tremendous defense by James. Incredible step-back jumper by Tony Parker.
Just his second three-pointer of the finals. James now kicks it out to Wade. Wade on the drive. Chalmers gets in the paint. Flips it inside. Stolen by Parker. Parker gets in the paint. Stops, spins, shot is good. Tony Parker. Back-to-back buckets, and the Spurs regain the lead.
One of the few possessions where Chalmers was on Parker. He takes advantage of them and gets the lead, but on the previous possession, what a shot by Tony Parker. Once known as a non-shooter, comes through and then matched up against the smaller Chalmers, spins away to give San Antonio a 2-point lead.
Parker struggling all game long shooting the ball, 2 of the biggest buckets of game 6. Tony Parker with an extraordinary minute here in the 4th quarter with a big three-pointer, then a steal, and then a 2-pointer, and the Spurs up by 2. You see both teams with just 1 timeout remaining. Miami has a foul to give. They trail by 2 as they try and force a Game 7 facing elimination. What would be a bitter ending to their season here on their home floor. They've made a fabulous comeback. Can they do it again? Final minute. Parker picks up James. James pulls back. James backs in. Lost the ball. Duncan lost it. Picked up and Parker has it. Ginobili drives inside. Fouled by Allen, and Ginobili will shoot 2 with 37 seconds remaining. What a turnaround here in the final minutes.
So Parker again gives him some space, just loses the ball, and not playing cautiously, continuing to attack. Good foul by Ray Allen.
Ginobili makes it a 3-point game. Amazing how a whole season can come down to making free throws. Four-point game. Again, Miami has just 1 timeout left. A 7-0 run for the San Antonio Spurs.
And they would like to get a 2-for-1 with 37 seconds to go. A quick shot. James
looks, sees an opening. Wild pass picked up by Ginobili. And he's fouled by Allen. Manu Ginobili will go to the line again, with the Spurs leading by 4. An absolute stunning turnaround in the final minute and a half. You see James here. Looked like, was that a shot or a lob to
It looked like it was a lob to box.
Ginobili, meanwhile, misses what could be a huge free throw. There's still plenty of time. 28.2 remaining. One for 2. 5-point game. And a timeout called by Eric Spoelstra, his final timeout. An 8-0 run in the last minute. And San Antonio now 28 seconds away from a championship. They lead by 5. All right, Jeff, if you're Miami, you have a lot of time in terms of 28 seconds, but you're out of timeouts. What's the strategy?
I'm going to put 5 smalls in the game so we can attack quickly. If someone comes off the shooter, you make the play, you take the first best shot, whether it's a drive to the rim or the three-pointer, and then you have to play the foul game. But Mike, if they score, I wouldn't foul automatically. I would try to trap and force a turnover first.
at least give a couple of passes or a couple of dribbles before you say let's foul them. With their swarming defense, they're certainly capable of forcing the turnovers. There you see the numbers. LeBron James, magnificent here in the fourth quarter, but had that turnover down the stretch. And now they will inbound. Miller back in the game with Allen, Wade, James, and Chalmers. Just what you said. They got the shooters out there. Boris Diaz going to come in for Tim Duncan. Kawhi Leonard will guard James. Diaz on the ball. Miller to inbound. Again, Miami does not have any timeouts remaining.
If you're going to give help, you give help off of Wade. You don't come off another three-point shooter.
James catches, fires a three. Way off. Rebound tipped. Still loose. Picked up by Miller. Back out to James. Another three. It's good. James knocks it down. 2-point game with 20 seconds remaining. And the Spurs call their final timeout. A second shot opportunity. And James with a clutch three-pointer to keep their hopes alive.
He missed the first three, which was a good look. Then the scramble, Miller does a good job to shovel it to James. And then Kawhi Leonard had Boris Diaw open, but didn't want to inbound to him. And now, do you advance it or do you keep it there? You have no more timeouts. Much more difficult against this Miami team to inbound the ball once their defense is set.
So a 2-point lead still. James now with 16 points here in the fourth quarter. And again, they don't have a foul to give either. James magnificent in the fourth quarter. It also included an unbelievable block. Tim Duncan was about to either stuff it or lay it in, and James rejecting it and starting a fast break at the other end.
And James had a very pedestrian first three quarters offensively for himself. But defensively against Parker, he's been great. And the fourth quarter, he has absolutely willed his team back in the game. They got the lead, and now they've got to come up with a steal.
The Spurs advance the ball. Now it comes down to running an inbounds play, making sure you get it inbounds because the Spurs out of timeouts. And then if you get fouled, then in free throws. Basic fundamentals to try to win a championship.
And I don't like these security people being so close to Duncan as he's trying to inbound.
And Kenny Mallard clearing it out. They're there in case soon as the final's in.
What do you think? People are going to rush the floor if you're San Antonio? Fans in Miami? Get them off the floor.
Bosh will sit down. Duncan will inbound.
And he is their normal late game inbounder.
2-point game with 20 seconds remaining. Duncan looking, has to get it in, finds Leonard. Leonard fouled by Miller, who did a good job fouling right away.
And a terrific pass by Tim Duncan to get that ball in bounds.
Kawhi Leonard, 2 for 2 tonight, 9 for 11 in these NBA Finals.
If he makes the first one, if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I am not putting Chris Bosh in the game.
During the regular season, Kawhi Leonard, 82% from the line. A lot of pressure on a 21-year-old in his first NBA Finals.
And with Duncan out, attack the rim. They're not going to come off a three-point shooter. You can score quickly.
Watch one there from Leonard. Should the Spurs foul? Should Miami go for the three right away?
Just attack the basket.
James catches, puts up a three. Won't go. Rebound Bosh. Back out to Allen. His three-pointer. Bang! Tie game with 5 seconds remaining. Spurs do not have a timeout. But the officials are going to review to see if Allen was behind the line. Chris Bosh with the huge offensive rebound. And now instant replay, enormous. From our vantage point where the fans are, we couldn't see if Allen was, but that was the signal.
And Mike, Tim Duncan out of the game leads to the second shot, and clearly a three-point shot. But because they were trying to prevent the three, they take Duncan out, who is their best rebounder. Ray Allen is able to reestablish and knock in the game-tying three.
2 possessions in a row that Duncan came out and they failed to get the defensive rebound. Now, because of the instant replay rule, the Spurs, who don't have any timeouts, had a chance to discuss their final play. They confirmed that it was a 3, and the Spurs had a chance to talk this over, even though they didn't have any timeouts. That's the one flaw in the instant replay rule at this particular time in the game. Now, they have plenty of time, 5.2.
And remember, end of the half, in Game 5, Tony Parker went end to end. James was not on him. James is on him now. And I like not guarding the inbounder.
There goes Parker, final seconds. Parker on the drive, puts it up, overtime here in Game 6. Coaster ride here in the fourth quarter as the Spurs and Heat are deadlocked at 95.
Tony Parker, good push, ends up taking a fadeaway, one-legged jumper. Good support by Chris Bosh, not even close.
The Miami Heat still alive, and Ray Allen, the best three-point shooter in NBA history, regular season and playoffs, with the clutch shot of his life. This presentation of the NBA Finals continues after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Overtime is next. Game 6 of the NBA Finals will go to overtime. Miami down by 5 with 21 seconds remaining. Able to come back, capped off by Ray Allen, knocking down the three-pointer with 5 seconds left to tie the game. They held on the defensive stand, and 5 minutes up on the clock here in Game 6.
And Mike, if you had to do it all over again, do you keep Tim Duncan in to get the defensive rebound? And does the first player around Bosh grab Bosh to put him to the free throw line because he rebounded it at about 7 seconds?
Instead of three-pointer, you see it so often in the NBA. Comes off the screen. That won't go. The rebound on Leonard. Nobody's in any real kind of foul trouble except Mike Miller. He has 5, but he's not on the floor right now. Parker drives. Looking for Duncan. Gets it to Leonard, and Leonard banks it in. Leonard with 20.
I would be worried about a team's response after being that close to a championship and not finishing it off. But the Spurs are a tough, strong-minded team.
Ginobili on the way, back out to James. James was brilliant in the fourth quarter. Now he's got Parker on him again. Turns, fires. Ginobili the rebound. Nearly threw it away. Parker penetrates. Bosh on in. So many big shots down the stretch. Puts it up. In and out. Duncan tips him right to Chalmers. Bosh ahead of the field. Fouled and one. A rare time. Poor transition defense from San Antonio.
It started because Bosh had switched to Parker. He contested the shot. They're mismatched in transition. Great lead pass by James. Soft foul by Ginobili. 3-point play opportunity.
10 points, 11 rebounds for Bosch. One of those rebounds, the key rebound of the game, the one that set up Ray Allen's game time 3.
Eric Spoelstra always calls him the Heat's most important player. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he certainly has made important plays down the stretch.
Duncan, 17 rebounds, 30 points, only 5 after halftime. He had 25 in the first half. And we're right back to Duncan. Bosch on him. Duncan, quick move. Won't go. Diaw, the offensive rebound. Finds Leonard. Leonard again in the paint. A little soft touch, and the Spurs up by 2.
And when Tim Duncan is picking on the ball for Tony Parker right now, I think he's got to set more solid screens against LeBron James to try to negate James's great length and quickness.
Ray Allen drives. A little out of control, deflected by Leonard. And then a foul. Leonard made a good play, and it's just the wrong place, wrong time. His third person.
Well, Duncan had made that similar shot earlier. Diaw, another good pass, not even looking to score on the rebound.
Diaw doesn't have big numbers, but he's had a big impact. James threw it behind him. Parker comes up with it. Parker goes it out, drives, and a hard foul. Oh, Parker went down hard.
He went down hard, but it wasn't a hard foul. Big difference. Good non-reaction by the officials to call a possible flagrant foul.
Certainly not a flagrant. And again, it's the awkward fall more than the foul. You're right, Jeff.
And that's a scary thing for Tim Duncan right there with Chris Bosh rolling up on his back, left knee.
Parker 5 for 5 from the line. He shot a career high from the line tonight. Misses that one. Remember, Leonard missed one earlier. Now Parker misses one.
Ginobili as well, too, Mike.
Yep. Three-point lead for San Antonio. You get 3 additional timeouts in the overtime. You shoot on the 14th foul. Allen trying to draw contact, doesn't need it, still flips it up and in. 7 points for Allen. Rabea Plummer. Huge moments. James has been guarding Parker most of the fourth in overtime. Duncan double. Dangerous pass. Parker again for 3. Way off. Leonard tips it out, but right to it. To James. They bump, but good incidental contact. They just get the ball across the timeline with 1 second to spare. Under 2 minutes remaining in OT. James the crossover. Wade the drive. Inside to James. Deep back up by 1. Greg Popovich saying push the ball. Partner on the switch. Parker gets bumped. Leonard, 3 to shoot. Leonard's jump shot way off. Tipped and taken by Parker. Has to put it up. Blocked by Allen and a 24-second violation. Excellent defense from the Miami Heat. And they'll call timeout. An NBA championship on the line tonight, Miami. And the Heat and Spurs fighting tooth and nail.
Tremendous defensive stand by the Heat. Multiple efforts. Swarming defense. Chris Bosh doing an excellent job against the pick and roll. And then contesting the jump shot.
Parker had to throw up a heave. 1:19 remaining in overtime. Heat ball and a 1-point lead when we come back. Miami up by 1. You see still with 2 timeouts remaining, 2:20s. The Spurs with 3. Now that we're under the 2-minute mark, each team with a foul to give. And there's James's numbers. Had an unbelievable fourth quarter to bring his team back from 13 down to take the lead. They nearly fumbled it away down the stretch, but now with a chance to add to their lead in overtime.
And Tony Parker on the bench.
Why do you think?
They must be taking a timeout if they get this stop or even if Miami scores. So that they can switch more, Mike, and keep a bigger man in.
James against Ginobili. Backs in. Difficult shot, rolls off, won't go. Rebound, Leonard. Outlet to Ginobili. And there's that timeout, Jeff. Parker perhaps will come right back in.
No perhaps about it.
How about Leonard with another huge rebound? This young man, 22 points and 10 boards. And the Spurs with a chance to regain the lead.
Kept more size on the floor so they could switch the pick and roll. A makeable jump hook, a tremendous traffic rebound by Kawhi Leonard.
So close, says LeBron James. And now San Antonio's chance. Now the teams each with 2 timeouts left, still the foul to give. Now Parker, I'm sure, exhausted as they let him get a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, and again, the pick and roll game is going to be hard for Parker with James on it. Is there somewhere else they can go right now to get a quality shot? Tim Duncan on the right block. Ginobili in a pick and roll. Danny Green on a catch and shoot. I'm just not sure Tony Parker against James in pick and roll action, because of his size and length and strength, is going to be able to create a good enough play.
Maybe the most versatile defender in the NBA. James has been guarding Parker most of the way. You know, we saw the numbers of the star players, but certainly some of the supporting cast has been so huge, like a Kawhi Leonard, like a Ray Allen. Ginobili, Danny Green, Duncan, Leonard, and Parker come out for San Antonio. James, Bosh, Wade, Chalmers, and Allen. "55 seconds remain. James in pursuit of Parker. They get it to Duncan, and we go right back to Ginobili. Parker sets it up. Ginobili on the drive, looking, throws it away, right to James. James drives on Green, who tries to foul him, and then James lost it out of bounds.
I think they're going to review that, and I believe it went off LeBron James.
It appeared that Green tried to foul him. The whistle didn't blow on that, and then James lost it out.
Danny Green made a tremendous play, and that easily hit off LeBron James. Mike, a number of times in this series, Danny Green in transition has made fabulous defensive plays.
But I was wrong. That's not an attempt to foul. That's an attempt to knock it out of his hands, which he did. And James clearly touched it last. Here's the instant replay. Last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter and all of overtime. That is a great defensive play. He's done that, as you said. In fact, one time to James he did it, one time to Wade. And that's going to result in San Antonio ball with 40 seconds left.
And this is the good part about the review.
Danny Green, who has set a finals record with most three-pointers in an NBA Finals, just brilliant shooting, has also made some excellent defensive plays. It has been a coming-out party for Danny Green here in this championship round.
And now San Antonio's taking a 20-second timeout to try to advance the ball, to try to play the 2-for-1 game if they can create a quick enough shot to give them 2 possessions to Miami's 1.
So they overturned the ball on the court, an easy overturn. San Antonio will have it. They want to end it tonight. If the Heat hold on, Game 7 will be on ABC. We're right back here at the American Airlines Arena. Tip-off shortly after 9. Key NBA Countdown starts us off at 8:30 Eastern. Seems almost fitting the series should go to 7, but we'll find out. The first game, a thriller down to the final seconds. Then 4, in many ways, blowouts, double-figure victories as they've alternated wins through the first 5 games of this series. What a roller coaster ride it's been. And just an absolute dramatic thriller here in Game 6. Kawhi Leonard will inbound. Duncan, Green, Ginobili, and Parker.
Chalmers is on Leonard. Leonard has got to use his size to get on the board against the smaller Chalmers.
Right back to Parker, guarded by James. Bosh could help. Parker blocked by Bosh. James the rebound. And a foul called against San Antonio. They had a foul to give, so Miami will take it out. Bosh has made huge plays down the stretch.
What a defensive play by Chris Bosh to recover, contest, and block.
Now the question is for San Antonio, there's a 7.3-second difference between game clock and shot clock. That's certainly enough time where they don't have to foul.
Plenty of time, but by taking Tony Parker out, you can't really expect them, if they get the miss, to push it and try to play fast. They'll probably have to take the time out and advance it.
Miami clinging to a 1-point lead. Wade pulls up. Won't go. Leonard the rebound. 10 seconds remaining. Not looking to call time. Ginobili on the drive. Ginobili lost the ball. Picked up by Allen. Now they have to foul. Greg Popovich irate. He thought Ginobili got hit. Instead, Ray Allen will shoot free throws with 1.9 remaining. It's still not over, even if he makes both free throws. But a big defensive play there by the Heat.
Well, they're pushing in transition. He's attacking Ray Allen. Boy, he looked like he got him across the arm on that drive. It's so congested. But to me, that's a foul.
Absolutely. Allen, one of the great free throw shooters in the game, with a chance to put him up by 3. Now remember also, Miami has a foul to give. But with 1.9 remaining, that's a dangerous scenario to try and use it.
Absolutely, particularly if they're going for 3.
And San Antonio will call time and advance the ball. Two clutch free throws from Ray Allen. Beat by 3, timeout San Antonio. Greg Popovich, one last chance to say to the officials that was a foul down the other end. Now he's going to get his team ready. And obviously, Jeff, they have to attempt the 3-pointer.
Well, without question, they do have time, though, to take a dribble. So if you catch it, shot fake, and use a dribble to create some space, you can still get it up.
And for the Heat, again, it's a dangerous situation to try and foul and not let them at least attempt a 3-pointer, because you know the Spurs are going to look to get in that shooting motion right away.
Only if they really catch the ball with their back to the basket would I even think about fouling in this situation. You would expect Miami would switch a lot, but they have to be disciplined and tight on their switches.
Ginobili, Parker, Green, Duncan will inbound again. Gary Neal is actually checked in.
And there's no timeout.
And Splitter is checked in, so it's Parker sitting down. It's Ginobili, Green, Neal, Duncan, and Splitter.
Listen, I'm playing above Splitter right now, and I'm not guarding Duncan. I'm tracking. If I'm Mario Chalmers, I'm going to Danny Green. I'm not even guarding Tim Duncan. And same with off Splitter. Be above him. Trap the shooter.
They need a 3. Green trying to get free. Cross-court pass to Green. Green blocked by Bosh. 7. The Miami Heat not ready for their season to end tonight. Chris Bosh with some extraordinary plays at both ends of the floor at the end of regulation and overtime.
Well, great screen by Splitter. And again, I like the non-call, but if you're saying, is that a foul in the first 46 minutes? It absolutely is on that three-point shot.
And Bosh taking a chance. You know, you want to contest the shot, but to get that so close and taking a chance of a whistle, but it pays off for Miami. One of those defining games for the Heat to come back, force the overtime, and force a Game 7. LeBron James with Doris.
LeBron, you were down 10 to start the fourth, and things looked dire. At that point, what did you decide had to happen?
Leave everything on the floor. If we're going to go down tonight, we're going to go down with me leaving every little bit of energy that I had on the floor and just try to do it on both ends. I still made some critical plays as far as bad plays. Late in the fourth, couple turnovers, couple mistakes. But I can live with those mistakes when I know I gave it my all tonight, and we'll live to see another day.
On Thursday night, you'll have to win a Game 7, and the pressure inherent with that, and the glare and the weight that always weighs on you, LeBron James. How do you manage all of that?
I mean, if they said we needed one game to win an NBA championship, how do you manage it? There's no way. You just try to go out there and just give it your all. You rely over everything that you've done all across the season, all your habits that you've built. You just leave it out on the floor. They're the two best teams in the league right now, and that's why it's a Game 7. So I'm just happy to be a part of it, Doris.
Fun for us, LeBron.
Thank you so much.
Ray Allen. Ray Allen, you trailed by 5 with under 30 seconds to go, and you had to make some plays. You're on the floor as it's going down the wire with so little time on the clock. What are you thinking?
Until the clock runs out, we still have an opportunity here to win this game. And, you know, we've been a resilient bunch all year. And, you know, LeBron's attacking. You know, we don't have great offense going on, but we know that we still have a shot. So I just kept my head in it. And, you know, the ball bounces in weird ways in the games, and we got a great bounce.
What things did you show in the stand to get it to overtime and winning this game that will help you win a Game 7 here at home?
Well, we talked about the small things, not taking possession off. And tonight in the second quarter, we took fewer and fewer possessions off. We got to do that for 48 minutes now. We know we're playing one game, and that's it. We got to go out here and do our best and leave it all out on the floor.
We'll look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Doris. Well, the Heat winners tonight in Miami, but the NBA fans winners as well, as they'll get a Game 7, as we will, coming up on Thursday night, right back here in Miami. This compelling series, they continue to alternate wins. No one can win 2 in a row. The Heat will try and do it to win a championship. The Spurs will try and bounce back and win another title. Final score in overtime, the Heat 103, the Spurs 100. For Jeff Van Gundy, Doris Burke, Steve Javity, producer Tim Corrigan, director Jimmy Moore, and our entire outstanding crew, Mike Breen saying thanks for watching ABC, home of the NBA Finals.
You know, kids dream about playing in a Game 7. That doesn't mean a 64-year-old coach and a 56-year-old coach
best pals can't dream about it as well. That big hug, they will have lifetime memories. Obviously, they've had some, and now tonight they meet in a Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and here we go. So it's Crawford to put the ball in the air. Dick Pavetta and Eddie F. Rush are the other officials. And San Antonio controls the opening six with Tony Parker bringing the ball into the front court. He's picked up by Chauncey Billups. Ginobili is guarded by Tayshaun Prince. Duncan comes way outside with Wallace on him, and then puts it up off the glass.
You're looking for that early, Al. What you want is anytime that you get a switch or you get in a help situation, get the ball to Duncan early and let him operate in the clock.
Tayshaun Prince is guarded by Ginobili.
This is a big matchup in this game tonight.
And Manu bodies him, and the foul is called here by Dick Pavetta. So we're back to the basket, the opening basket of the game, Duncan.
What I like to see there on that screen, Rasheed Wallace had to help on the dribbler, Ginobili. That freed up Duncan for a second. Anytime that you're running at Duncan, he can make the jumper or he can take you off the dribble.
Now Rasheed Wallace, one of the stars the other night, over Duncan, and he has the height advantage and has been able to exploit it at early junctures in games throughout the finals.
Time and time again, Al, especially from that spot on the floor.
Ginobili stops and hits.
The Ginobili-Prince matchup will dictate the game. Ginobili needs to create and score big, and Prince needs just to be consistent and force Ginobili into a difficult night shooting.
And they look like Bowen and Hamilton underneath on that sequence. Now Rasheed Wallace for three. That doesn't go. Parker gets it for the Spurs. Loves to penetrate. Goes all the way. Has to dish it back out, and that's a turnover. And Detroit now with a 3-on-1. And he got away with traveling. He missed the basket, but they get it back.
3-on-1 situation. All he had to do was give it up, get it back. The defender would have had to commit.
And Wallace, and Ben Wallace, an MVP candidate in this series.
Well, there's not to be premium on the defensive rebounding here tonight. Detroit's having a shade under 15 a game, and then at the other end, San Antonio 13.
Parker, a runner from the lane, and Big Ben off the glass.
Easy points tonight will be the key in this game. Whether you get him on second shots or whether you get him out in transition.
Phillips, who had a 34-point game in Game 5. Prince has come alive in the last couple of games of the series after a very slow start. Wallace works on Mohammed, and Wallace has given them far more offense in the finals than anyone could have dreamed.
Well, Ben Wallace is shooting 56%. Now, a lot of his shots are on second shot attempts cutting to the basket, but he has shot a very, very high percentage facing the basket. Now, that was a difficult release.
Parker stopping in the lane, has that one blocked. Hamilton quickly over to Prince. Hamilton is free. Duncan sends it out to Parker. Bruce Bowen handling the ball. He's going to drive, and Bruce Bowen will draw the foul.
And that's a call by Joey Crawford, a definite bump. You can see when the guys have the basketball tonight, they are not going to let them maul one another at the defensive end.
Bowen to inbound. Early substitution as Ben Barry comes into the game, and they give Parker an early rest. Rapopovich, less than 4 minutes into the game, goes to the bench, and there goes Ben Wallace all the way in for the lay-in.
Once again, a deflection. San Antonio must play tougher in the post area and in the paint. You must be strong. This is a team that relies on shot blocking, deflections, forced turnovers to get out in the open floor.
Parker comes back in. So what was that there? Was it just a case of Popovich wanting to talk to Parker? He had him out for 15 seconds.
Absolutely.
Puts him back in. Barry sits down.
Now Ginobili inside the arc. You can see that Prince is honoring the quickness off the dribble of Ginobili in his first two possessions. But Ginobili will give you that rocker move and step back. He's a very confident guy in the perimeter.
Hamilton off the curl. This is bread and butter play. Detroit by 4 early. Duncan has up a shot from 15. Muhammad gets the rebound. Can't get the bounce. Duncan loses it. Back come the Pistons.
That's the value of a point guard who's getting you 5 rebounds. Chauncey Billups kept that ball alive to knock it out.
Billups with point attempt. Duncan with a rebound.
I like the pace. This is San Antonio pace. Now, for Detroit, they just got to take advantage of the 3-on-2, 4-on-3s and get the easy baskets.
Muhammad and Wallace on him. The shot is on Duncan. And out of bounds, that one will go to San Antonio.
Detroit's defense has been just what you would expect it to be. They're trying to play and clog up off the dribble to the basket penetration by Parker and Ginobili. Then they've done a very good job in holding San Antonio to one shot attack.
West drop and pull it inbounds. Duncan collects it. And over to Steve Wallace and big Ben underneath. All he needs is that long left hand. Like a big floor. And you got Billups posting down low and scoring through Parker.
And there's nothing they can do about that. Billups can take Parker at will. He not only has the size advantage, but he also has 20 pounds on him. Billups plays extremely strong.
Right, hey, that's what we're all about, all right? Right now. Hey, right now. Come on. Jump on, right? That's how we got here. That's how we gonna win. Come on in. That's what we gotta do. 1, 2, 3, play hard. Let's go, Blue. Let's play for each other. 1, 2, 3, defense. Just before the game, the two guys in their respective huddles, and right now, Detroit's on a 10-2 run, up by 6.
All right, mainly because San Antonio is struggling with their shooting. This is a game tonight. It's all about poise, and it's all about character of the individual, and then execution as a team.
6:43 to go in the opening period. Ginobili hands down. And he gets it back. Robert Horry is coming in the game for the first time. And underneath is Duncan to put it back in.
It's the premium thing at both ends of the floor. You must take care of your defensive part. Both teams are excellent getting their second shot attempts and then completing the shot.
Four-point game. Hamilton is short. Barry for the rebound. Now to Ginobili.
Bowen chased Hamilton from one side of the lane to the other and then had to negotiate around a staggered screen.
Ginobili gets a little bit of help. Back out it comes to Barry. And a little throw flutter from the lane goes.
That was good defense and a closeout by Ben Wallace. He chased Barry off of that three-point shot. Barry being a high percentage three-pointer, over 40. He forced him down inside. You'd rather give up 2 than 3.
Rasheed Wallace. Joy Crawford signals a call away from the ball. Go back to Brent Barry's play, the runner in the lane.
Now you see right there, Ben Wallace came out and he forced Barry to make a very difficult shot. I like what we're seeing in the refereeing. They are not allowing the defender to grab and hold on any kind of movement across the lane before they come off the screen.
That foul on Ginobili, and so he has to take a seat in the first quarter. 2,000 approaching. No, to get a straight out of there. And there's the block, and Barry comes back the other way.
They'll go Ben Wallace on Horry, but then great block by Duncan.
And Horry responds at the other end.
Whenever you play San Antonio, they run their trailer right to the defensive arc in the lane. If you play behind that guy and he makes a catch, that's an easy score.
Time at 12. Rasheed Wallace missing. Parker is there underneath.
He's off balance. That time Duncan was right up on top of him.
Duncan clearing it out. Duncan and Wallace. And a foul here on Rasheed.
Right there, Ben Wallace is taking Horry off the dribble. Duncan comes from the other side. Now right here, this is just a strong move. You see, they're going to be consistent now. They're not going to let you grab. So you must adjust.
6 on the shot clock. Barry gets stripped on his leg into the lane. That's already 14 fouls now against Detroit. And that was on Phillips. And that's his second foul. And now Lindsey Hunter's going to have to come into the game. So you've got two key guys who have to take a seat early in the game. Ginobili on one side, Phillips on the other.
Right, there are two people who can get you 20-plus points. So naturally, you must make quick adjustments.
4:20 left in the period. It's Duncan. 5 on the shot clock. Spins underneath, and it's swatted away by Ben Wallace again.
Big Ben is everywhere around. Great hands that time by Bowen. Bowen anticipated that pass into the post. My only comment is Detroit is very confident that they can be the first.
They absolutely are.
But they're out here tonight, and they're doing what they do best. Blocking shots, forcing turnovers, getting out on the break. But when you lose a player of Phillips' character early, that is a major blow. Because not only does he run your team, but he has also made 11 threes. He's your prime-time three-point shooter in this series.
And then with him on the bench, they start with a steal and then a foul. And over the limit now, so Robert Horry, who gets fouled, will go to the free throw line. McDyess has come into the game for Rasheed Wallace, and Nazim Mohammed comes in for Tim Duncan for San Antonio. Horry misses the first of two. Here's Michelle.
Now, you mentioned earlier how Tony Parker got benched really briefly early after he took 2 errant shots, and Popovich just wanted to talk to him and calm down his young point guard. In the last huddle, just moments ago, Popovich at the end of his speech looked at Tony Parker and said, "You all right?" Tony nodded yes, and Pop took his knuckles and sort of popped out Tony's head as if to make sure everything was still okay in there. So for now, the point guard is back in now.
He's back in. He had that brief little sojourn on the bench, and Popovich needed about 15 seconds to settle him down and talk to him early. Horry makes 1 of 2. San Antonio has the lead.
Parker is averaging right at 15 points in the series, and he's shooting 48%. So there's nothing wrong with that part of it all. It just comes down sometimes to shot selection with the percentage. Is it a good percentage shot?
Fred Smith and Hamilton this. 3.5 left in the opening period in the center game. The lane cut off here. You've got 6 on the clock. Goes in again. Muhammad chugs it. Picks it back up. Shot clock violation. Did he get the rim? He did. Didn't matter. Detroit gets the ball anyway. And driving all the way is Hunter to blow the layup.
That was a strong move by Lindsey. He got himself caught underneath the rim. And he did not have a good angle on the release. That's why when you're in transition defense, you never say, that's a gimme, let him go. You keep challenging and force to try to put pressure on the shot.
Here's Horry. Oh, yes, for 3.
to this game was shooting 48% in threes. That was his 14th make in this series.
Since Popovich called that timeout, a 10-0 run. So he said the perfect things, and Hamilton stops that streak. Basket there, making it a 2-point game.
Horry. Every time that Robert Horry catches the ball at the top of the circle, and he has McDyess on him, in this series, if you notice, he takes him with a right dribble, and he takes him down long, all the way to the basket. He never settles for a short jump shot.
Horry knows what it's like to play in a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. He played in the last one in '94 as a Rocket against the Knicks. Winning one of his 5 rings, and it's out of bounds, and it will go to the Spurs.
Getting offensive rebound here today. You have got to want contact. And then you cannot cry about a non-call. You must play big here this evening.
Mohammed to the bench. Horry has San Antonio's last 6 points. Spurs up by 4, a minute and a half in the quarter remaining. Barry drives by Prince, and they go with an offensive foul.
Once again, Ben Wallace. As Brent Barry goes down, he's hurting right now. Let's just hope it's only a stinger. Ben Wallace, beautiful rotation, step right in, takes the charge. Just watch him recover here. See, he takes it right there. Now Barry could have had a pass off to the right, because when Ben Wallace left his man, you never just want to stay in the same spot. Move and create a passing lane for Barry so that you get a dunk.
Barry was still grimacing a couple of seconds ago. Sucks it up, guards Prince. This is Lindsey Hunter. Dice turns around and drops it in over Horry.
From that area, McDyess shoots a terrific percentage, whether he's spacing or whether he is taking you with a fadeaway jump shot. That's his pet area.
Final minute of the quarter. Horry. Now Tayshaun Prince with 45 seconds. Hamilton comes off the throw. That time Bowler was right with him.
Yeah, he gambled. He shot the gap and he gambled.
Here's Hunter. Lindsey is short. But Detroit gets it.
Oh, bad pass.
And they throw it away. And it's Barry. And it's knocked away as Hamilton saves the basket. They couldn't save the ball, but he saves the basket on a fine play. And now with 22 seconds to play, San Antonio will have it.
Now this is just a sensational play by Hamilton right there. Not only that, but how about this? Almost a great save.
2-second differential between the shot and game clock. You take it almost all the way down.
In every game in this situation, you'll get a high screen somewhere at the top of the circle.
And there it is. And Parker tries to exploit it, and he can't. And Hamilton will throw one up just before the horn and not get it. Tight, tough.
The pace of the game has been up-tempo. Unfortunately, we are not getting great shooting. Right now, Detroit is shooting 38%, San Antonio 40%. The advantage for San Antonio has been the bench production of Barry and Horry. They have 10 points to only 2 from McDyess and the Detroit bench.
Detroit inbounds to start the second quarter. Lindsey Hunter. Wallace looking inside to Prince. Tayshaun missing, but gets it back. Hunter never shy to put it up.
underneath. Hamilton is there for the offensive board to tie the game. Now, Detroit, they're getting good looks now. They're getting good looks from anywhere from 12 to 17 feet. They just have to relax and knock them down. And also the advantage of posting up Prince on Brent Barry. Must take advantage of that. Crawford calls the foul here on McDyess just to reset the foul situation after one quarter of play. Chauncey Billups with 2 and Mono Ginobili still on the bench with 2. Well, when you have 2 high flyers like Ginobili and Billups on the bench, naturally scoring is going to be down. Mainly because both teams count on them. They're either the number 1 or number 2 scorers for their team. Near turnover, but Duncan saves it and scores. Oh, that's a break. Detroit got the deflection. Unfortunately, they did not get to the loose ball. Prince cuts inside. Hamilton will lay it off to McDyess. Hamilton tries to find room, does, and he puts it in to tie it at 20. That was just a great head fake. When Hamilton came off the head fake, committed Corey as he passed them, regrouped. Difficult shot off of 1 foot. Crowd gathered at the Pistons home watching the game on the big screens there. Turnover here. Prince behind his back. Looks to set up, has a 3 opportunity, and cashes in. Now this is the young man that's got to get it going. He has been an outstanding three-point shooter all year. And in this series, he has struggled. That is his first straight. It's a pretty good time for it. Ginobili's going to come back into the game. Samana with 2 fouls. He returns with a little more than 10 minutes to go in the opening half. Falling alone. That's clear. Well, they'll force Cohen to make that shot. And they will continue to double team with his man helping out in the lane until Bowen hits a few so that then they'll have to honor him. Hamilton works it over to Prince. Again, James missing this time, pulling off the glass. Ginobili with 4 points. Laurie now. We've got hot in the first quarter. Parker from the corner. Tony Parker puts it in to tie the game. That time Lindsey Hunter was there, but he didn't want to close him out. Mainly because Parker still had his dribble. You always must be concerned with a Parker taking you strong to the basket. Only his second 3 of the series. He's 2 for 12 in the finals. And the net from Hamilton doesn't go, but McDyess taps it to himself to keep possession. Detroit getting excellent looks out. The big thing is do not rush your shot. And a whistle underneath. Prince knocks that in. That's the value of your point guard being back in the game. It was easy to hit Prince on a pass away from the defender. He made that look easy. It was all set up by a beautiful pass by Dennis. Pistons 5-2. Duncan to tie it up. Now McDyess was upset with himself. He thought that he was going to be able to block that shot. Nice move by Timmy, taking it right into the face of the defender. Chauncey Billups has spent a lot of time on the bench with those 2 fouls. McDyess missing. Brent Barry, son of Rick. Laurie off the bench with 8. Duncan a light figure. On a fall away. I like the defense by Antonio McDyess. He was not going to allow Duncan to bank that jump shot. He played him tight and jammed him, and then forced him into an off-balance release.
Phillips trying to lose Barry. Good tight defense. It comes outside. Ginobili is going to lay it in there for Duncan, who has to come back out.
We only have had one fast break score in this game, and that was by Detroit.
Duncan off the glass. Normally money in the bank for him, but not in this series. He's not been consistent with that shot.
Well, tempo has been up and down, but they are not looking to push and then challenge in the 4-on-3 or 5-on-4 situation. They're settling to set up the half-court offense at both ends.
Foul call here, and it is the second on Antonio McDyess.
Right now, with Parker coming back in the game, they move Ginobili to the small forward position. You have Parker and Barry in the backcourt.
Hamilton will get a brief rest. Hunter back into the game for Larry Brown. 6.5 left in the half. Foul here. Tim Duncan gets fouled. The foul is on Big Ben Wallace, and that is number 2 on Ben.
Now just keep an eye down inside. See, Ben has been able to get quite a few deflections once Duncan makes the catch, or as soon as he puts the ball down on the ground. The main thing right now is the game is being called very close, and you must pick your spots.
And then there's contact outside, and Ginobili, gets fouled, and Wallace is slow in getting up.
Yeah, Rasheed Wallace was trying to make a move in covering ground. See, watch, he's going to step out here right now, but he gets right there with the left leg, trips Ginobili, and that's a stinger.
Rasheed's up, and that's 2 on him. He got into foul trouble the other night, ended the game with 5 fouls, and was the star down the stretch for Detroit in Game 6.
Both teams basically are rotating 7 guys once we got into Game 6, and they're doing it again this evening.
Parker. Yeah, this is not, as Joey Crawford mentioned, it's going to be called a jump ball. Crawford checking things out with Eddie Rush.
Well, in my opinion, I thought it was off Detroit. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, just keep it right.
Ginobili.
At the last second. They're going to take it into the middle.
So it gets adjudicated as we come back to the center jump circle. Ben Wallace and Nazir Mohammed, the way the game started. And this time it's Detroit controlling the tip.
Yeah, Ben Wallace is quick on attack. You must be ready. You've got to be ready to battle him because he wins almost all of the jump ball in the series.
Rasheed Wallace is guarded by Nazir Mohammed and draws the foul with 5:51 to play in the half. So now we have an opportunity here to meet in Game 7, and the game is tied with 5:40 to go.
The game has been very choppy out, mainly because both teams are struggling shooting a decent percentage, and then also they're only getting 1 look at the basket. We are not seeing anything in transition, so we do not have a nice flow or a continuity to the offense.
And tough, contested defense, which of course is nothing new, but it's pretty amazing when you think about it. On the 23rd of June, push here, and that one, Ben Wallace looking, is going to go up on Rasheed Wallace. And Rasheed Wallace, that's number 3, so now Rasheed Wallace in foul trouble, giving Rush an earful.
Yeah, well, right now he's questioning. He had Duncan fronted He fronted him and he fought him really hard. Now, as this pass comes over, here comes the double team. The double team with Ben Waller. What they're saying is that he had a hard bump on Duncan, and that's why Duncan lost control.
So he has to sit.
Once again, they challenge and they get a shot block. That is their 4th block in this game.
Neither team has scored for over the last 3 minutes. And finally, the minute to say it, of course, somebody does.
Well, Detroit is struggling in one area. We question whether or not they can shoot a high percentage in 3. They made 8 in Game 6. They're 1 for 7 tonight. That must improve as we go along because they're getting good looks.
Duncan whips it out to Parker. He passes up the 3. The Barry will launch and hit.
Barry and Ori already have 13 points between them off the bench. You must get to Brent Barry because 5 straight years he made over 100 threes and shot over 40%.
And that's so valuable off the bench, all year, in the playoffs, in the finals.
That's right, Al. He had a great year from the field. Shot it over 50%. You just can't play him lazy. Another block.
Brown wanted goaltending. They don't get it, but they will get the foul here.
Joey Crawford is on. Brent Barry is all over Joey Crawford, saying the ball was on the way down. Joey Crawford said that ball was on the way up.
And of course now, a lot of concern here. Take a look, Ori is on the floor.
And you see that ball is still on the way up. Now defensive button. Now naturally in this building, everybody's going to get upset. Now you can see the swing of the hand brought him right across the face.
He's okay. The other night, I mean, it's just a phenomenal performance. He made that unbelievable dunk. The shoulder was killing him, and then, of course, a couple of minutes later, that launching 3 that sends the series back here with San Antonio winning Game 5.
Well, you can see that his right eye is smarting right now. Now, he has been a bear in the three-point shooting all throughout this series. Now, we know he's made 14 and shot over 48%. But what I like about it is he's taking the ball to the basket when the opportunity presents itself, whether he dunks with the left hand or going strong to the right side of the rim.
Ori now has 9 points in 12 minutes of action. Duncan will go to the bench. Ori is the only guy on either team who has been to the foul line tonight.
And with the game being called as close as it is, that's like a rare stat.
Very, very. A lot of crazy stuff in this series.
Yes.
I've seen it. Shot clock at 6, and you get Parker putting his hands on Phillips, and that's the foul on Tony.
And they're not going to allow you to hand check. Never mind. If a guy is without the ball and he's moving on the baseline, any grabbing or bumping, foul.
Thank you very much, Mike. You know, Ubi, as we sit here, we have the best seat in the house, center court, right on the floor. One thing really strikes me. The intensity of a Game 7. And people can say, oh, these guys are making millions of dollars and all that. But they have played about 9 months going back to training camp. And you can't tell me you don't get a little tired. And it takes a lot out of you. It's the 25th playoff game for Detroit on top of an 82-game regular season. And everybody is leaving it on the floor tonight. I know that's a cliche, but there's no way to put it. Wallace, Ben Wallace.
Al, you're absolutely right. Detroit has played, this will be their 107th game of the year. San Antonio 106. And you have to be at the top because it's for all of the marbles. And you know what we're getting here right now is Detroit struggling, getting great looks for threes, but Ginobili and Parker only have 7 points to get up. 10 points for three.
Yes, they do mono for a 3.
You know he is not bashful. He is always looking for the 3. in this series. That was his 11th score. 3-point make.
4 out of 5 for the Spurs tonight. 1 out of 7 are the Pistons from three-point land. And Wallace gets free inside to tie it at 33.
I love that. Anytime Antonio throws the ball, they're going because they do not want him to hit another open jump shot. But he'll give it up in traffic.
Bowen. About 8 feet, and the Admiral salutes that one. His old ball club has the lead by 2.
Now Phillips pushed him into a very tough area. That was a difficult shot.
Whistle as the pass comes into McDyess.
Yeah, McDyess was working very hard to post up Muhammad on that possession. They were looking to go right down inside low.
And the foul is on Muhammad. That is his second. Duncan returns to the game.
Yeah, Duncan is on McDyess. Wallace is on Ori. Or Ori is on Ben Wallace. Duncan is on McDyess.
Taking down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, he wants to back down Parker here.
And he lays it off underneath, and Big Ben is getting free for those jams.
When Chauncey Phillips turns the corner on the screen and he gets down, the defense, you can count on it. It's going to rotate to him. But Chauncey will give it up to the big man who's open.
And Wallace, Defensive Player of the Year, has 12 points in the game to lead all scorers.
That's that same shot that Bowen had on the other side. He made it look easy, but that is a very difficult angle.
Hamilton. Too strong. Loose ball underneath.
Good call. Loose ball foul. They had that one out all the way, over the top of Phillips.
Good blocking from Detroit. Both teams now in the penalty. So go to the line for the rest of the half. Detroit now has 86 seconds remaining. The WNBA on ABC. This Sunday the game is Lisa Leslie and the LA Sparks against the Detroit Shock. Let's check in with Stuart Scott.
Al, if you ever wonder what Chauncey Phillips is doing at 3 o'clock in the morning on game nights, he's watching a replay on the game on ESPN. He says every game he watches the replay. I said, why? He said, I just got to see if there's anything else I could have done. He said, usually if they play a great game, he finds things that they could have done better. If they play a bad game, he says, I usually see that we didn't play as bad as I thought we did. I said, what does your wife think about it? He said, she understands. She usually wake up about 4 o'clock in the morning. She'll see me, roll her eyes, and just go back to bed. She knows it.
Now, Parker drives to the basket. Why doesn't he get TiVo and get some sleep? Watch it at 8 in the morning.
Then maybe Parker will get going right now. That one opened up for him. He was too quick for Campbell down in the painted area.
Final minute of the opening half.
Nice.
Beautiful inside, and this time Hunter does get the bounce.
That was a beautiful pass by Elvis Campbell and a great backdoor change of direction by Hunter.
Another foul call here. This one is on Lindsey Hunter, prone to picking up fouls, sometimes in bunches. That's the second on him.
Well, you were trying not to foul, especially when you are out at least 35 to 40 feet from the basket. You're trying not to have the contact, mainly because you don't want to send a guy to the foul line at this juncture. You want them to try to shoot and make the basket because both teams are struggling with low shooting percentages at this juncture in the game.
You got Parker in the game, and Larry Brown thinking about foul trouble. He was 1 for 3, was barely played in postseason in the game. He also has Eldon Campbell in the game. Campbell has played sparingly. Campbell has not been in this series at all, but with 43.7, Larry does not want to risk
that extra foul. Right, he's trying to protect his front court guys and also Phillips. He does not want to have Phillips pick up his third here.
And Devin Brown is coming for Popovich for the first time in the game. That's Brown defensively on Prince. Kept back up by Barry.
Once again, Duncan with an intimidation there. He changed the direction of that shot. We're in a situation where the home team feels, yeah, we're shooting 40%, but we're at home. We're getting great production from the bench. Things will get going in the second half. Ginobili and Parker will get it going. If you're Detroit, you're saying to yourself, hey, we are in great shape no matter what happens on this last possession. We're struggling 1 for 7 from the threes. We're showing a low percentage, but we're getting the shot blocks. We're forcing turnovers, and we're getting good looks at the basket.
Another timeout is called. You know, at the risk of sounding like a shill, because we said it the other night, the beauty, again, is in the eye of the beholder. This is not Phoenix against Dallas. It's rough, and it's tough, and it's a little like the NFL right now. But you've got two teams playing one game for the championship, and it may not have been a high-scoring first half, but a pretty fascinating one in its own right.
Well, you have the two top defensive teams that we have in the league. They are both in the top 3 in 5 of the toughest defensive categories. Plus, they anchor it with outstanding shot blocking at both ends. So they erase an awful lot of easy opportunities that most teams would get in a different setting.
Well put. Ginobili. Let the clock work its way down. Now to 7 seconds. Behind his back. And Manu puts it up and it doesn't go. At the end, nearly a double dribble.
Well, he wanted a call. I thought that the defense was outstanding by Lindsey Hunter. And then also Hamilton came right in at the last second and forced a difficult shot. Watch it right here. Here comes Hamilton to help him out. As he steps through, he thought that he had an easier shot.
Over to Stuart Scott.
Thanks a lot, Al. Ben Wallace, Defensive Player of the Year, leading your team in scoring. What has surprised you most about this first half, Ben?
You know, it's tough. You know, nothing really surprising anybody right now. But it's just, you know, it's amazing how hard both teams are playing. Nobody want to give an inch.
How frustrating is it that you guys' shots aren't falling?
Not really frustrated. As long as we continue to stay in the game, as long as we give ourselves a chance to win the game, you know, we'll take it right here.
If you're Coach Larry Brown, what do you tell your team with 24 minutes left in this season?
Just stay solid. You know, do what you do. Do what you've been doing all season. Do what you did to get here.
All right, Ben, we appreciate it. Good luck in the second half.
Thanks, Al.
Well, Stu, Greg Popovich said a lot of the things he said before the game. Errors in the half-court defense are what's costing the Spurs right now. They double-teamed Elvin Campbell one time. He looked at me and he said, can you tell me why we would double-team Elvin Campbell? Well, I couldn't, so that tells you something. Those errors he wants to fix. They allowed Chauncey Billups a couple drives, allowed Ben Wallace a couple of spectacular dunks. He said, we've got to clean up those half-court defensive errors because Detroit just executes way too well. We got to do that. That could make the difference in the second half. Al?
Thank you, Michelle. They probably double-teamed Elvin Campbell because they didn't know who he was. Well, they know who he was. He hadn't played a single minute in the series.
Al, you make a good point. They're getting caught on the double team. Every time they go to help out, double team, the Detroit big men are finding Ben Wallace or McDyess and they're scoring a lot of points.
Period begins with Detroit inbounding in San Antonio gets the first possession of the fourth quarter. Tonight, San Antonio's been hot from beyond the arc. Detroit, the other night, is hot. Here's Phillips. Picked up those 2 quick fouls. And just a lot of time in the first half. Chauncey off the glass, missing here. Muhammad with a rebound.
Yeah, he was off balance on that release. Give Parker a lot of credit. Good, solid defense.
Who's in foul trouble? The only guy is Rasheed Wallace, who has 3. Duncan Fox his way in. Scrambles and goes down and collects it, and he's a little slow.
Yeah, see, that's a good call. That's a loose ball foul. Unfortunately, Duncan is not moving. Somebody landed on Tim Duncan. Foul will be on Phillips, and Chauncey picks up a third foul in the first couple of seconds of
that's unintentional. He was trying to avoid the collision. Unfortunately for him, he lands right there on the top of Duncan, and Duncan has the ball right under his chest. Now, we had an excellent defensive rotation by Detroit. Rasheed did a terrific job in intimidating Duncan on that release. Point-blank range under the rim.
Parker has it knocked away, but Ginobili gets it back, and then Manu gets fouled, despite Ben Wallace saying it should be an offensive foul, and that's going to be Rasheed Wallace, and that's his fourth. So Phillips is good enough his third, and Wallace is fourth in the first minute of the third period.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because once again they lose the loose ball situation, and San Antonio scored a layup in the first half. On this one, they're going to get 2 foul shot attempts. Now, Wallace right now, you can see it. That's big. But anytime you have 4 fouls, you only have 2 points in this game and 0 rebounds. This is the team we said you won Game 6 because of the contribution of Princeton Wallace. 29 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks.
Larry Brown's compelled to take him out here.
Absolutely.
Dice comes into the game. Ginobili misses the second free throw attempt, but we have an Eddie Rush call, and it might be knee violation. Was it a shooter's violation?
Yeah, I guess they're calling it on the stepping in. On the stepping in, and it was debatable whether it was the Spur or Detroit. It looked like both guys were in at the same time.
Underneath, Wallace gets muscled. Ginobili to Parker.
Now, in this game, San Antonio does not have a fast break basket. That is shocking.
One reason would be Detroit, the paucity of turnovers. They just don't turn the ball over very often.
That was beautiful rotation by McDyess. He came right into the area so that Ginobili could not get a good shot attempt.
And Hamilton has that one dropped. And he gets fouled.
You're rooting for Detroit. You know that Hamilton and Phillips must get it going for you out on the perimeter. That will open. This is a tough shot right there. Being challenged and hit.
Hamilton 23 points the other night. He came up huge in Game 6. 3-point play here. Rip has 11. Ben Wallace is the leading scorer. On the floor are those guys for San Antonio. And on the bench is Horry, who is their leading scorer tonight with 10 points. Ginobili cross court. Bowen lays it into Mohammed. Parker will launch a 3. Duncan is there. Duncan misses a little bit of jam. Here's Phillips.
And the Knights wanted that. Gone to the baseline screen.
Prince pulls up. This is a 10-footer.
They ran Prince called to the down screen so that they would run 2 curl. But what he wanted to take Parker down inside the foul line and shoot over the top.
And you've got Duncan getting fouled here, and a sort of gyration by Ben Wallace, who can't believe the call. Rasheed Lasana disbelieved from the bench, and that's 3 on him.
Yeah, you see what happens. Look how deep he's pinning him. See, any time that there's transition, the big men of San Antonio run right to the little circle. You're about 3 to 4 feet in front of the rim. And if they pin you on their back, it's going to be a strong move. Detroit wanted an offensive foul on Duncan.
Duncan, a long from 18. And Wallace went up too quickly for the rebound, and it's out of bounds to San Antonio.
In this game, you can talk about pressure, because we have had some really open looks, uncontested, and guys are just missing.
Duncan with Tyson, since Wallace is out of the game. Good hand. Phillips nearly stole, knocks it away out of bounds, but San Antonio will get it with only 8 on the clock.
That's the value of the deflection. Even if you don't make the steal, deflect the ball with the clock. You're down inside 8 seconds now on the bench.
Duncan on the glass.
What a great play by Ben Wallace. Just knocked that right to his man.
Oh, nice pass by him as well on the other end, and Popovich calls a timeout. Prince on the other end for the bucket. Commissioner Stern. Been a good week for David Stern. They worked out a collective bargaining agreement. There'll be no lockout. His league has a 7th game for the first time in 11 years.
I saw him before the game and he said, you know, you're the F to the best. I'm taking myself a well-deserved vacation.
So are you, right?
Oh, this has been a great time.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Here's Ginobili. Gets doubled, loses the ball. Phillips starts back the other way. 4-5-5, trying to make it 7. Chauncey Phillips gets tackled here. Robert Horry's going to come into the game.
Right, from now to the end of this game, you have to watch your turnovers. Detroit only has 3 for the game. An interesting stat. The leading rebounders for Detroit, Dice and Rip Hamilton with 6.
Unbelievable. And for Chauncey Billups at the line. Chauncey tonight only has 5 points, but he has 6 assists and has protected the ball. And this is Detroit's biggest lead of the game, 46-39, 8:20 left in the period.
San Antonio has not created any turnovers. Consequently, they have 0 points in the fast break game, which is a major part of their arsenal. And then Parker and Ginobili have got to get on groove here. They need the contribution.
3 on the clock.
Lost it.
Horry trying to tap it back in. That doesn't go. Here comes Phillips. The other way for Detroit.
Detroit really running hard here in the open floor. They keep this up. They're going to open up some easy shots.
And McDice works his way around Duncan to put it in. And it's a 9-point Piston advantage.
Well, you got to be impressed with McDice tonight now. Off the bench, he's been terrific. He's got 8 points, 6 rebounds, and he's making things happen.
Spurs in 4.5 minutes are 0 for 7 from the field in this period. And they needed that. Parker.
Well, you hate to see your guard go down in that point. But Rip lost his balance and fell down, opened Parker up. That's only the 2nd time that Parker has scored below the paint. You know, when you coach the opposing team and you play Detroit, you really do not get a chance to appreciate Ben Wallace's passing. He's really opened my eyes in this series. He has made terrific passes in transition. He's made soft catches and great passes coming on baseline moves. And it's just nice to see because he's always looking for the free man.
7 minutes in the period. Tyson Prince doesn't go. Not Duncan with a rebound.
Well, that's a tough shot. Maybe because I did not think that he had a clear look. He might have been a shade behind the board.
Oh, and they double him. Duncan free for the moment. And they take care of him now. Horry on a turnaround off the glass doesn't go. Oakland got the rebound.
Oh, look out. Can't force that.
Nice steal created by Manu Ginobili.
Now that's
Phillips' first turnover in this game. He has 6 assists.
Here's Duncan inside. Gets it back. Puts it in and gets fouled.
In game 5, when San Antonio won this game. Not there, right here. This is where Duncan was a monster in that second half and the overtime. 8 offensive rebounds. You've got to concentrate on him now because he's not going to give up on any shot that he misses. He's there with the long reach.
Duncan, almost 14 minutes between points. He has 10 in the game. He and Ori each have 10 to lead the Spurs. It's an adventure, but it drops in.
It's all right, as long as it drops in. It's a confidence builder.
No, it's not. How many?
Clean block. Before I tell you, the clock shots at each end.
Ginobili. 7 straight points after that 9-point Detroit lead. It's almost evaporated, and Larry Brown says, get over here. Parker and Ginobili had 2. Ginobili's basket, by the way, the first fast break points by San Antonio tonight. And so Detroit has its 9-0 run, answered with a 7-0 run, and that's a 2-point game with 5:50 to go in the third.
I like the defense. Full court defense disrupted. We're already down to 13 seconds.
Let's slip. Gets back up. Now we're down to 7 seconds. McDyess gets free and drops it from 18.
You love Ben Wallace and McDyess tonight. Ben Wallace is 6 for 9, and McDyess is 5 for 6. So the two of them are carrying this front court lack of production for Detroit.
Barron and Ori in the game for San Antonio.
McDyess and Duncan were in a war down inside. They were really banging around down in there, and then they catch Duncan with an offensive foul.
Yeah.
And you're going to watch this now. McDyess is working very hard to front Timmy. He gets free a lot when you reverse the ball to the other side of the floor. That was quick feet and strong move by McDyess.
Pistons by 4. McDyess. And then you've got Ben Wallace in the lane, and Duncan puts his hands up. They actually called a 3-second violation on that prior play. So that's a foul on Duncan. It would be his first.
What we're seeing here is excellent passing down inside in the congested area by McDyess and by Ben Wallace throughout this game.
Ben Wallace, again, the lowest free throw percentage in history among fellows with a significant number of free throws, missing the first year.
Well, it's now 9 for 20. Yeah, it's 9 for 20 in this series,
That's 45%. Now closer to his lifetime average after that one. Ori. Ginobili comes out to get it. Duncan now. Works on McDyess. Goes all the way. Can't get it to drop off the glass.
Outstanding double team from Ben Wallace as he came across. Duncan had the advantage. He was a shoulder ahead of McDyess, but Ben Wallace came in there. Terrific move.
Prince pulls up and drops it in for a 6-point Detroit margin.
And you're going to earn your shot releases from now to the end. We know that it was difficult to get a good look without being challenged in the first half. This half, baby, they are flying at one another.
Bowen, he's going to dish it underneath from Duncan, and Duncan's going to get fouled.
Keep an eye on Duncan on this move. Now you'll see right there he hits McDyess. But watch Ben Wallace come into the fray here. Right there. See, that caused Duncan to shoot a higher arc on his shot. You just love Ben Wallace tonight. Okay, the young man has been everywhere. He's really laying it on the line. His intimidations, never mind his numbers with the rebounding and the points. He has really been helping out his teammates.
He's an MVP candidate if Detroit wins. He has 11 points. Meanwhile, McDyess just picked up. Duncan has 11. McDyess just picked up his 4th foul, so he comes out. And you got McDyess and Rasheed Wallace pretty much sharing a front court spot. They each have 4.
Right now, Detroit is very small. With Hunter and Billups in the backcourt, you have Hamilton and Price up front. So you are trying to get by with Tayshaun Prince as a power forward right now.
And Duncan, their leading scorer. And in fact, leads everybody on both teams. He has 13 points.
Right now, we're seeing, looks like a 2-3 zone right there for San Antonio. Prince. Prince thought he was fouled. Nick Pivetta told Prince that it was a clean block.
Duncan, this time he's got Prince on him. And Duncan puts it in and gets fouled.
In transition, Detroit is gambling that the small unit can defend. But right there, Prince had to pick up Duncan, and as soon as San Antonio saw that, the ball went right in, and you have Duncan in a strong move.
Duncan 3 out of 3 from the line tonight. Got the bounce, 3-point play with 3.5 to go, and it's a 1-point game.
Right now, Horry is playing Prince. Barry is on with Hamilton. You see right there, he knows he can take it.
And Duncan comes in for the block, and they're going to call up for the foul. The Betta says, yep.
The defensive rotation at both ends by the big people into the shot block, excellent. See, right now, as soon as Hamilton saw Barry on him, you knew he was taking him right to the basket. Now, Duncan came across and made an excellent attempt for a shot block.
And they called it on Barry, the foul on Barry from behind.
Well, I thought Barry fouled it. There's no doubt that Duncan came across and got a clean shot.
So you never know how they're going to call it on.
Oh, no, you're right. Absolutely right.
I don't never what's on top of contradictory, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. Right now, in your favor, if you're Detroit, Billups and Hamilton are 80% foul shooters, and I cannot believe I said that. As Hamilton missed.
It's the kibosh.
And as we play right now, Rip Hamilton is your leading rebounder with 7. Is he doing the job?
Duncan, Tim Duncan banks one home, 53 all.
Ben Wallace did not close him out. In the early going, McDyess and Rasheed Wallace were taking that bank shot away from Timmy by playing him tight.
Tim Duncan, big quarter. 10 of his 18 points in the period.
Hamilton wanted to clear out here.
San Antonio can take the lead again. Tim Duncan scoring a point a minute here in the period.
He's got to go.
Missing here. Underneath, now on the saves.
I like that. Never allow the referee to make a decision. If you can get that ball before it gets out of bounds, get it.
2 minutes to play in the period. Chauncey Phillips in the lane, and he's going to get fouled. Bowen.
Chauncey's just going strong now. He knows that this is his time. The end of the third quarter and then fourth quarter action. He's going to pull his way with that upper body strength. This is where the young man is just terrific. He'll get the shot. Now, I know the people here are upset. They didn't think he was fouled, but there was definite contact. The foul could have gone either way.
38 of 41 is the most combined out of the series, and foul on Bowen was his 4th. So
Steps up there, Al, cool, and knocks it down with a beautiful release, nonchalant.
Pistons by 2, Barry outside.
Ben Wallace fighting Duncan.
Ginobili back all the way in to score. He's around Ben Wallace, who came in underneath and puts it in to tie it at 55.
No way could Ben Wallace help on that situation. Maybe because he had to worry about Duncan. If he would have moved to help, Duncan would have had a dunk.
Hunter. Wallace almost made a spectacular putback.
Yeah, Rizzi's struggling in this game right now. He's 1 for 6, and he's had an awful lot of good looks at the basket.
Coming up on a minute to go. Duncan has that one swatted out of bounds by Wallace with 4 seconds on the 24. Looks to see Wallace reminds his teammates. And Duncan gets free and off the glass.
That can't help. Mainly because there's 4 seconds. You got to belly up on your man. So even though they scream, he would take the right with him.
Spurs by 2. Phillips has to go out of bounds. It's off San Antonio. We got 9 seconds.
That was a difficult shot. And also, once again, San Antonio comes up with another shot block.
9 of the 24. Phillips inbound. Prince.
San Antonio's in his zone now. They zone you on the side out of bounds play.
3 on the clock. Hunter in traffic. And it's a 24-second violation.
Walking's a great compliment to me. Our defense must come back. We had great defense in games 1 and 2, where we had the shot block. We had forcing turnovers, getting out the open floor. Well, maybe it's going to happen here in the last 4 to 5 minutes of this quarter. Can they continue it though during quarter number 4?
4.6-second differential. Parker, Ginobili trying to get free on the wing. Parker will pull up. He'll miss that. And it's out of bounds to Detroit, and you're going to have 7.4 on the clock.
Now you have plenty of time here right now. Watch the drive and the kick out.
Phillips to Prince.
There it is.
They work it into the corner. From the corner, Hunter drops it in. With 0.7, that's a long zero. And a steal, and the shot doesn't go at the end. But Hunter was inside the arc. 200 pages, but game 7 is tied at the end of 3. One was back in 1955, 50 years ago, when the Fort Wayne Pistons were tied with Syracuse. Syracuse won the game. The other was in 62, Celtics-Lakers, a game that went to overtime. A game the Lakers could have won if Frank Selby had made a shot at the end of regulation. History for you. And now the present for you. Al Michaels, Hubie Brown, Michelle DeCoy, Stuart Scott, fourth quarter, and San Antonio inbounds to start it.
Now Tim Duncan at the end of 3 has 20 points, 9 rebounds, 2 blocks.
Duncan, again, it's Wallace who creates it. Big Ben. Rasheed is back in the game. He has 4 fouls. Underneath, Rasheed is going to work it back outside. Hunter. Ginobili off the backs.
So right away, Rip Hamilton went right into the post and posted up Parker.
Duncan with a dunk.
Beautiful feed by Trent Barrett. Ben Wallace went for the steal. The defensive rotation was not there from the other side of the lane. Duncan at 12 points and 6 rebounds in the third period. Hamilton. And Wallace tips it to himself. Just great. And then there's a whistle so loud that you couldn't even hear it. Back to the Duncan basket.
Now just keep an eye. Watch out down in the corner here. A beautiful feed. Duncan seals off Ben Wallace.
And there's Dad. The foul's on Ginobili. That's his third of the game. Rasheed Wallace inside.
He's got to have a good quarter here. They need his strength. There's a defensive foul right there on the post-up. They have been consistent all night. And the post play defensively, you must adjust, especially now in the last 10 minutes and 36 seconds.
Second foul on Tim Duncan.
They need Rasheed Wallace to come to life here. Time is running down here now.
5 on the clock.
Gotta be quick.
Turned around by Rasheed goes to tie it at 59.
Now he can do it. He can do it when he's back to the basket. He can do it out of picking spot up. He can also do it for you in movement anytime that his defender goes to double team. He just must come to life now. He's looking, he checks the clock. Now watch what happens here. It's just up over the top of the defender.
Inbounding with 19 on the 24. But Bowen's going to come back in. They did Parker a little rush here. Bowen has 4 fouls.
And they have Barry and Ginobili in the backcourt now.
Ginobili looking outside. London strikes in. All the way in.
That was so clever. He hesitated his dribble, and as soon as he saw daylight out, that was an explosion. He attacked that rim.
And that's the type of thing he did in games 1 and 2 when he was spectacular. Spurs by 2. Wallace missing. And Ginobili gets a big rebound.
Hey, a good opportunity, a good look. I thought excellent defense by Duncan. Really challenged that shot.
Duncan guarded by Rasheed. Comes out to Barry, gets back into Tim, and it's off Duncan's hand.
Yeah, Duncan thought that he was fouled. But that was a challenge, a good deflection. And that pass, I like what Frank Barry did. When the pass came out, always look for the postman to repost, and he did. He tried to get it back into him in a deeper set.
Duncan gets a breather. Ori comes into the game. 9:15 left in the fourth.
Oh, you've got to go to Rasheed now. Now, Ori's a good defender, but he's giving up a lot of size here.
Hamilton guarded here by Mohammed. He's going to back off. Clock is down to 5. Cross court. Clock at 1. Prince puts it up.
Oh,
and Big Ben gets another huge offensive board, but then Joey Crawford makes the call here. And you've got a foul rule here. Trying to match Olympic gold in an NBA title.
Detroit must get Chauncey Billups going here. He's only 1 for 5 in this game.
Mohammed, who was whistled just before that break for his 3rd foul, with the rebound.
Yeah, Ginobili was all over Rick Hamilton on that one. He challenged that one right to the release.
8.5 left. Ori from the corner, drops it in for 3.
That is the 5th 3 in this game for the Spurs. Detroit still struggling in three-point shooting. 1 for 9. Big difference.
Rasheed Wallace puts it in over Ori. 64-61 Spurs.
They can get that anytime now.
No way can Horry prevent the Sheik from getting a high percentage shot if he plays behind him. Barry picked up by Phillips. Now Ginobili works out there with him. The drive, turn around, miss it. Rebound comes off. Hamilton leaves it to Phillips. Now they are pulling on Phillips now. Barry's on with Hamilton. Switch to turn that goal for until the end of game 5. 5 on the clock. It's going to be contested, whatever it is. It almost has it knocked away. But the better underneath is going to call against Detroit. 24 second violation. Never reached the rim. Well, that was another great shot clock. But give Ginobili a lot of credit. His defense on Prince was outstanding. And then he made him give it up, but there was not enough time. Then they get Muhammad on a great shot clock. Horry with Wallace on him. Yeah, see right now, Horry's all upset. Dick Cavetta called the travel. Horry is saying that he pulled me. He pulled me into the travel as he tried to make the reverse spin. And Cavetta, who's been around, just looks on it passively. Well, we are, when you get situations like that in traffic now, it's the angle. Your look as the referee, the angle on the ball. Hamilton off the curl. Duncan with the rebound. Tim has 10 rebounds in the game. Had a great third quarter. Duncan with Ben Wallace on him. Release it back to Horry. That one's not close, but Duncan keeps it alive for the Spurs. Remember we told you about Duncan's offensive rebounding. That's his 5th of this game. Now Bowen from outside. And Bruce Bowen has been pretty quiet for a 3-point land. He loves to shoot from the corners. He doesn't shoot from that angle that often, but he, like Horry, is deadly from outside the arc. 6 minutes and 9 seconds to go. Chauncey Towns and Rick Hamilton are 6 for 22. And they have got to come to life. Because once they get going, if they would get going with a 17 to 22-foot game, and then off the dribble, it will open up the front line. Phillips has only 1 field goal in the game. That's a big stat. And a steal. Horry knocked it away. Well, we said with 4 to 5 minutes in that third quarter, we have finally seen the San Antonio defense come to life that we witnessed in games 1 and 2. Duncan trying to lay it off for Horry. Good defense underneath. Steal by Detroit. Gonna run a staggered screen here. Arturo, he wants to go into Rasheed Wallace, cut through, or take Barry in a one-on-one. Rasheed over Duncan. Needed that. Wow. That was a big basket for Detroit. Very. Rasheed has come in here right now looking to score. And he's running a nice thing right now. He's 4 for 7. Duncan. Tyson is on him. Hamilton came over to help. That free Parker. He's still short, but Horry is there underneath. Big board. Mr. Intangible. Right outside. He's alive, always on those rebounds or the short shot. They'll continue to give Parker that shot. You know, he's really struggled throughout this game on his perimeter shooting. He's now 3 for 11, and the shot has not gone down. William Davidson, the Pistons managing partner, who watched his Pistons win the championship last year. He also owns the Tampa Bay Lightning hockey team, and they won the Stanley Cup last year. Now he's trying to get the trifecta with another championship. One of the truly great owners that we have in the league. They have an outstanding organization. Joe Dumars doing a terrific job in basketball management. filling all the holes with excellent talent.
With 3 on the shot clock, Duncan misses off the glass, and Rasheed Wallace leads it to Chauncey Billups. In this quarter, Rasheed has done all of the scoring. Spurs have outscored the Pistons 10-6 in the period.
Now that was a terrific double team by Ginobili. As Prince left the area, he vacated the low box and went away. Ginobili came right back and double teamed Billups so that he would not be able to take this man one-on-one. Now we have Bowen on Billups. Parker is guarding Hamilton.
Inside, McKnight's turnaround short, Ori off the glass.
That's a beautiful pass by Rasheed. And Tony McKnight's had a great run.
Under 4 left.
Now you have your switch here now. So you have Prince on Timmy Duncan.
And you also have 2 on the shot clock. In front of that, it's Duncan.
That's the first shot from the right side of the floor that Duncan hit. But I like it because Ginobili challenged and then he tipped back to Duncan. Beautiful.
And then driving to the hoop is Chauncey Billups, who's been limited to 1 field goal tonight. Picks up his second 4-point game.
Now Detroit needed that and Chauncey Billups needed that.
3:10 remaining. Duncan puts it on the floor, lays it off to Ginobili. The 2 on the shot! Huge!
Duncan accepted that double team and knew exactly where he was going.
San Antonio by 7. There was time at the end of 3. Duncan coming up very big.
This is Tim Duncan at his best. Just watch the diagonal pass to the right side of the floor. Right there, you're going to Bruce Bowen, who is shooting a high 40% from 3. Now, as Lindsey Hunter goes down in there, they kick right back out, and then you have Ginobili on the catch and shoot. Now, this is a big factor in this game tonight. That is the 7th three-point make for San Antonio, and Detroit only has made 1 3, a difference of 6 points.
And in total contrast to game 6.
Pick up those extra points.
And you got Rasheed Wallace. Listen, Ginobili was there. Wallace was right on, but short.
Hey, this is where San Antonio does an excellent job. They run the clock well once they get inside of 3 minutes. They just do not rush the situation.
2:20 left. And a reaching foul here on Ben Wallace.
Wow. Detroit. That is their first foul.
First foul of the quarter.
First foul, right. But we're approaching the 2-minute mark here.
Pistons have only 8 points in the period.
That's right. Only 26 for the half now. And they're going to look at that and shake their heads because they have not been able to score. And then again, the San Antonio defense has actually stepped up big time.
Here's Duncan. Comes up short. Good rebound for Ben Wallace. Kicking down to 2 minutes. Chauncey Billups is going to drive, and he is going to get fouled, and then he stumbles at the end of the play. It goes that hard. He stumbles over Bowen. That is a foul, which is number 5 now on Bowen. Number 5 on Bruce Bowen.
Now, if you get the 2 foul shots here, you're in a 5-point game. Plenty of time. You have 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
And the 2 fouls the rest of the way. That's the 14th foul.
That's right.
We got Billups at the line. Billups is 6 out of 6.
Main thing right now, Detroit must really sharpen up their defense. They're bringing Lindsey in right now, and he's going to be on Ginobili.
Prince out. 2:02 to play. Billups with 11 points. Detroit's leading scorers are Hamilton and Ben Wallace with 12 each, and he misses the second
4-point game. Like we said before, San Antonio, just take your time, good ball movement, run the clock, make sure you get high percentage shots.
Use the clock, Duncan off the glass, missing Ben Wallace again to clear it.
Now, Larry Brown, you know you're getting what you want. One shot attempt. You got the rebound. You got to make it happen.
Big possession here for Detroit. Now Hamilton goes through the lead. They're going to call it on Detroit.
Offensive foul. Rick Hamilton had no place to go. He got hit right in the thigh. Keep an eye on it. He's going to run right in there. Once again, the intangible man. Robert Horry does all of the little things. Gets the loose ball, gets offensive board, but he takes charges, and he then naturally, the bottom line is he makes big three-point play.
Barry comes in, Bone will go out. Horry is 91 seconds away from a 6th ring. And he takes a timeout here. 1:31 remaining in the fourth quarter. San Antonio 72-66. We said it the series. We said at the top of the game. If Tim Duncan doesn't play great, everybody thinks, not everybody, a lot of people think he's playing lousy. An average game for him is a game that's kind of quiet. You don't even notice it. And as we said at the top of the game, if they win the game, he's probably the MVP of the series.
Well, he's not only with the 20-plus points, but 11 rebounds. He made his foul shots tonight, Al, and that gave him a lot of confidence. He's picking out the good perimeter three-point shooters on the double team, so you can never underestimate the value of his assists when they hit those threes. Now, the big thing right now for San Antonio is you got to run clock, and then when you make your moves, go to your prime time guy. He's been on fire making solid decisions.
And whatever happens if San Antonio wins, it's just a tip of the cap to Ben Wallace, who has just been terrific.
Absolutely.
In the finals.
Yeah. I want to bring out a point. In the 3 games that Detroit won, at home, they won 2. They shot 46 and 47%. They came in here in Game 6 and shot 47%. That's why we said at the top of the show, can they duplicate shooting that high percentage and then making threes? Well, as we sit right now, they're shooting 41% from the floor, and they're still 1 for 9 in threes. They've been not able to make the shot tonight in Game 7.
There's a situation with timeouts. Detroit has a foul to give San Antonio, doesn't. French Barry will inbound to the front court.
There's still plenty of time here for Detroit, but they've got to get stopped. Oh, there
what
it
a
is.
steal, and it's Ben Wallace again. Coming over to the sideline. He is everywhere. Another huge possession, and Phillips with a pull-up to drop it in to make it a 4-point game.
There you go now. Now it's your defense. Just use clock management is the key. In San Antonio, it must be high percentage shots, strong drives to the basket. Detroit holding the one-shot attack.
Duncan gets it inside. Rasheed Wallace is there. Rasheed Wallace backs it out of his hand, but got his arm as well and commits the foul, and that's going to be 5.
Well, they've been getting away throughout this series by trying to strip the ball on Duncan every time he makes that move. Now just watch, see, they don't go for the block, they go for the strip right there. Now, the pressure's on Duncan to go to the line now and make the foul shots. Tonight, he's 4 for 4. In games 5 and 6, he was 9 for 21. He's answered the bell here tonight.
Tim Duncan trying to increase a 4-point lead with 62 seconds to play.
There you go.
You never know what you're going to get from him from the line in the playoffs. He was 15 for 50 one night. Followed that up to 3 for 12. Tonight, 5 for 5 in the ultimate clutch time game. One of 2. Ben Wallace gets the rebound, and Larry Brown calls an immediate timeout. 62 seconds. Oh,
Okay, Detroit's strategy. What do you think of this play?
The big thing right now is you want to get the high percentage shots for your best guy. You prefer if you can get off the dribble, get into the paint, and make a strong move, either on a pass or a dribble. That way, if the shot does not go down, you get fouled. Now, we know that they are starting in three-point land. They don't need a three. All they have to do is use clock management now and get high percentage looks. When you say that you're in a 5-point game, you know, the clock is in your favor, but you must answer defensively by holding San Antonio to one shot attempt. If you can force a turnover, great. If not, holding the one shot attempt.
Through the playoffs this year, in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, that's pretty good. The Spurs' opponents have not made a three-pointer, and San Antonio defends the three phenomenally well. They have all year long. Their opponents took by far the fewest three-point shots this year. And one of the reasons is, San Antonio puts an emphasis on defending a three-point shot.
Well, they're one of the quickest that we have in the league now in foot speed, in closing you out on the perimeter. They run drills to that. Then they force you to put the ball on the floor because they are an excellent frontline rotation team with shot blocking.
Tayshaun Prince will inbound.
Now both teams are in the penalty right now. You're shooting the penalty. Detroit only has a 20-second time left.
Chauncey Billups, and he has it blocked way outside by Bowen.
Now that was an incredible defensive play.
Bowen charging, making the block. Under 40 to play. Ginobili. And that's going to make it a three-possession game. Into the corner. Wallace bangs it home. Rasheed Wallace, 75-71 with 22.7. And you have to foul whoever gets it on the inbound play, and happens to be Ginobili.
Well, San Antonio is happy. The right guy is going to the foul line for you. Keep an eye on Bowen. See, he times this perfectly. He has a major height advantage on Billups. And at this end, the alley opened up. And this is the wrong guy, because when Ginobili sees that, he's going. It's a big-time pressure shot by Rasheed. Now, going to the line, this is your only player throughout the season on your starting lineup that shot over 80% on the line. The other four guys were all in the 60s or lower.
Manu Ginobili makes the first. And the Spurs 22.1 seconds away from turning the Riverwalk into Margaritaville. Not that it wouldn't be anyway, but you get the idea. 6-point lead. Larry Brown takes his final timeout. And Larry Brown, and you can only hope, for those of us who know him, and he's been around for so long, that there are a lot of people who love him, that everything comes up real clean with him, and that he can go back and do what he loves and has been his life, and that's to coach.
33 years out, 29 years of winning records. That is unheard of at this level. That's a very difficult thing to do. He's coached at the college level, at UCLA and Kansas. He's coached two teams in the wnba, Carolina Cougars, and in Denver, and then he's coached in the NBA. He is one of the truly great teachers in the history of basketball.
6-point San Antonio lead. Detroit cannot stop the clock on a timeout. No fouls to give. Rasheed Wallace in and out, loose ball, out of bounds. The officials check with each other. Spurs will get it. Yeah, Detroit's all upset. They honestly thought it was off of San Antonio. Now, from our angle, you could not tell. Main thing right now, San Antonio will try to put out there the best ball handlers and also their height, the guys that they think will make the foul shot.
And Popovich takes a timeout. 18 seconds.
Now, when they're challenging right now, they honestly thought that they had that possession. They would have had the ball with 18 seconds to go. Now, when Rasheed Wallace shoots this, it's an almost, that ball goes right off of the foot of Ben Wallace. So the referees are correct. Excellent call.
18 ticks.
Well, we said that San Antonio must get back to their defense that they put out in games 1 and 2. Well, with 6 minutes to go in that third quarter, we saw that old San Antonio tenacity come back. Because from that point on and out through this fourth quarter, Detroit has struggled to get a good look at a shot, whether it was a jump shot or a drive to the basket.
Won it in 99. That was a shortened year because of the lockout. They won it 2 years ago against New Jersey. Now trying to do it again. (77-71). On benefit of that timeout. He inbound the ball in the front court, and Duncan to send it in.
Detroit's got to go for the steal, and then they'll probably go for a quick foul. And then force the guy to make the foul.
So there's Ori, and they have to foul him, and then Wallace comes out to wrap him up, and send him to the free throw line. So a series that started out with a rout in each game winds up with a classic Game 5, a great Game 6, and a hard-fought, tightly contested two-possession game at the moment. At the end, Ori has 13 points, 3 out of 4 from the free throw line, 74% career free throw shooter.
Ori and Powers has really been outstanding off the bench. They made 3 threes between them, and now it's a total of 19 points, with Robert being the main man. But Ginobili has 21 points here, very quietly out, with the 5 rebounds and the 4 assists. He's done an excellent job, especially in the second half, to back up Duncan's production.
And Ori has 15 points, and then Hamilton will go in and get fouled, so they give him a chance for a 3-point play of all things there.
Now that's a bad foul. Popovich and shaking his head. What are we doing? You make this foul shot right now, you're back down into a 5-point ball game. Big thing now, get out. Do not assume that there'll be any time of a timeout. San Antonio has 1 20-second timeout left. So what you do, if you make this now, you line up, you go for the steal, you do not get the steal, you foul immediately, and hope that only 1 second goes off the clock.
That was the 4th foul on Parker. Those were Hamilton's first points of the period. The ball is thrown all the way down court, and Ginobili will pass up what would have been a layup to run out some of the clock with 7 seconds.
Now that was a heady play by Ginobili. Ginobili had his man face guarding him, and he made a move to the ball towards the baseline, stopped, and went long. Excellent pass.
And then the presence of mind to run around a little bit, take a couple of more seconds off, and he knows he's going to go to the free throw line. He's a good free throw shooter. And this would be the total dagger here because it would make it a 3-possession game, 80-74. It is 81-74. And the San Antonio Spurs, with tough defense, and Tim Duncan answering a lot of questions and erasing any doubt about coming up big when you have to come up big. And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
San Antonio Spurs, the commissioner of the NBA, David Stern.
The Detroit Pistons were a worthy champion and gave it a good defense with pride, with passion, and with no quit. But these San Antonio Spurs, a most international of teams, showed our global audience in 205 countries that this series belonged to the 2005 NBA champion San Antonio Spurs. Congratulations to Peter and Juliana Holt, to this extraordinary team, and to the city of San Antonio. Here's the trophy.
This never gets old. It has to feel better this time, I'm sure.
Oh gosh, it never gets old. We're gonna keep on doing it too. Keep on doing it, San Antonio Spurs.
Congratulations. Let's bring up Greg Popovich. Greg Popovich, head coach. Pop has disappeared on us. Where is Greg? He is the 5th coach to win the NBA championship 3 times. Here comes Coach Popovich. Greg, I'm sure this series was in many ways difficult because of your friendship with Larry, but it has to be so sweet with what the team has gone through and how you've come through another era of this team and won a championship.
Well, number one, I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for Larry Brown. He's the best. And secondly, we just played a great team. I don't know how the hell we did it, but I'm thrilled. Thank you all very much.
Greg Popovich, the 5th coach in NBA history to win 3 NBA titles. Now we'll bring Commissioner Stern back up here for the presentation of the Most Valuable Player trophy.
20 points a game, 14 rebounds a game, and a lot of intangibles that demonstrate his heart. It is my pleasure to present the Most Valuable Player trophy to none other than Tim Duncan. Where are you?
New model, but it's the 3rd one you'll have, which is a pretty select company. Magic, Jordan, Shaq, and you. 3-time MVPs of the NBA Finals. First, your thoughts on this series and how tough Game 7 was for this team.
This trophy is definitely an honor, but this team has so many MVPs. There's so many different guys here just laid it on the line. Bruce, Mano, Tony, these guys just laid it on the line every night, and we couldn't have made this far without any one of them, so every one of them is an MVP.
Tim, you played in Game 5 with great heart, and tonight, after people asked for more Tim Duncan, more from Tim Duncan, to do things out of your personality, you dominated the second half of this game. How personally did you take things that were said coming into this game?
I didn't listen to anything that was said. I know what I wanted to do for myself, for my teammates. I want to come out here and give my best effort. And things didn't go well at some times, but I pushed through everything. They continued to feed me the ball, and things happened.
Obviously, David Robinson was such a great part of the first two. The cast has changed slightly, yet you're back at the top of the mountain. Being the leader of this team, is it any sweeter to win this championship?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We fought for this thing. This is such a long year for us. Guys fought so hard. 7-game series. Guys showed up tonight. It was incredible.
The MVP of the NBA Finals, Tim Duncan.
This is now down to a best of 3, and the major question going into tonight, Doug, is that zone defense that has been very successful, utilized by the Phoenix Suns. Can the Lakers adjust to it? They've gone through 2 games where they've had their problems. What happens here tonight?
I expect them to be very aggressive to get started. Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum early in the game, and Mark, the first quarter is going to be very important for the Phoenix Suns. Both games here in the Staples Center, down 9 in game 1, down 12 in game 2. The Suns did not lead after the first quarter in either one of those games. So I think the start is very, very important tonight. Phoenix must get out defensively and not let the Lakers get into a great rhythm.
Let's check out the Taco Bell starting lineup for the Suns with that front line of Amari Stoudemire, Grant Hill, Robin Lopez at the guard, Jason Richardson, and Steve Nash. For the Lakers up front, Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, Andrew Bynum in the backcourt. Derek Fisher and Kobe Bryant had another stellar performance Tuesday night. 38 points, 6 threes, 10 assists, 7 rebounds. But after the game, expressed his views about the Lakers' poor defensive effort. He said, "We have lost our sense of urgency defensively."
Well, you know, there was so much speculation. We talked to Phil about it, but were you so concerned about attacking the zone that the guy's mental frame of mind in that game was, what are we going to do offensively? And the Lakers, when they have been very good, have been very good defensively. So I look for a much more conscious effort tonight to get back that defense that had been so good for them in the first 2 rounds.
The officiating crew, Bennett Salvatore, Bob Delaney, Mark Davis, the alternate, Bill Kennedy. If you play percentages, the winner of Game 5 has gone on to win a best-of-7 series 83% of the time. The Lakers have won their last 8 Game 5s. The last loss they suffered in a Game 5 in a best-of-7 took place in 2007 against the Phoenix Suns.
And it's going to be interesting to see Kobe tonight, too. Remember, Marv, in Game 4, Kobe 0 of 1 in that first quarter, did not look for his shot. He's always the guy that feels the pulse of the game, what he needs. So let's see how he gets started tonight.
Lakers controlling the opening tip. Bryant with the spin, and Hill knocked to the side. It's played by Nash. Nash to the pull-up. The Lakers and rebounding to come up with that loose ball. Artest pass on a three. He's being tempted by Richardson. Gasol rejected by Stoudemire. Denied by Artest. Shot clock is down to 5. Gasol rejected by Stoudemire. And Hill had it knocked aside. The ball deflected out of bounds, and a foul was called on the Lakers.
Terrific interior defense by the Phoenix Suns here. A couple block shots early. Little soft shot thrown up the basket by Gasol. Amari Stoudemire comes over. He follows him with another block. And the Phoenix Suns have started out in their man-to-man defense. So a couple very good defensive possessions here to get started.
Foul committed by Bryant. We're just underway here in Los Angeles. And the foul is called on Derek Fisher. That is a three-point attempt. 3 free throws coming up for Steve Nash.
Well, you see what Steve Nash does. He sees Derek Fisher's hands down and he just drives the ball up. And the master of that, Marv, in the NBA is Kevin Durant. He's the guy who has that down pat. That's one of the reasons why he shot 11 free throws a game this year. And anytime you see that man's hand get down in the shooting pocket like that, you drag the ball up, and Nash almost automatic at the line.
Steve Nash coming out very assertive. Opening minutes, 94% free throw shooter. That number a career high, led the NBA in free throw shooting. Missed one the other night, and then hit 8 in a row.
See, with the Phoenix Suns, it's when they have the lead late in the game like they did the other night, Marv, it's so hard to catch up because you get that ball to Steve Nash, he goes to the line, and like he did the other night, makes 8 straight, and you can't catch up. And so it's important for the Lakers not to get into one of those situations where you're trying to foul and chase to get back into the game.
Mentioned Kevin Durant of Oklahoma City. Well, the Lakers have been through this experience in their first-round series against the Thunder. They won their first 2 and hold the foul away from the ball. And then lost 2 games at Oklahoma City. Stoudemire called on the foul, but they won the next 2, including a 24-point blowout in Game 5 here in L.A. It turned out to be a difficult series, but they survived and then went on to sweep Utah. Here they are now tied at 2 against the Suns. Andrew Bynum draws the double. And trap Artest. And it's a 3-second violation.
Suns very aggressive here, Mark, defensively. So they have come out and met the challenge. It looked like the Lakers were going to try to pound that ball inside. The Suns, of course, a shot clock violation, or excuse me, a 3-second violation, and blocked a couple shots.
Bynum jumping out on Nash, who fires for 3.
They're going to do more switching tonight. Phil Jackson said they watched the San Antonio series and feel like tonight they might have to do some more switching defensively. And Nash sees it, he pulls it back and knocks down the shot.
Have opened up as you mentioned. In contrast to game number 4, here's Kobe Bryant. What a run he has had since he had the knee drained. He's been averaging better than 32 points a game. And has put up big numbers in this series. Cross-court pass that surprised Hill.
Well, that time Amari Stoudemire got caught with the ball, Marv. If he doesn't have the quick move the basketball, I think he sort of surprised Grant with that cross-court pass.
It was like pass out of the pages of Ernie DiGregorio. It's really seen
his name out of the pass.
One corner to the other.
It was my draft class, Marv, 1973.
Gets inside. Good job by Lopez and a foul. Lopez was hit. Now, Phil Jackson is very upset with the calls in Game 4. He said he understood in Game 3 because he felt the Lakers did not attack the rim, and the Suns did. Bryant picks up his 2nd foul.
Yeah, Kobe very frustrated here as he goes to the basket. Thought he got fouled on that play and then comes over the back of Robin Lopez. It's amazing. The other night, the Phoenix Suns beat the Lakers on the board by 15. That was a big part of that game, but Phil Jackson is not happy with the 18 offensive rebounds that the Suns got in that game.
Richardson, nice move, and he has played so well this series.
Jason Richardson the other night, he and Steve Nash in the second half, both 0-3, 0-6 combined, and they win that game handily.
Story the other night, the play of the bench is Fisher misfires, kept alive by Bynum. Bynum gets position. Bynum with the tip. Gasol is fouled by Lopez.
Much more aggression on the offensive boards by the Los Angeles Lakers. They have the height and size advantage. What's happening right now, too, Mark, that the Phoenix Suns are scrambling and doing a lot of trapping in the post. That leaves some offensive rebounds, so everybody's going to have to get back there and gang rebound.
Game 4, very quiet one for Pau Gasol. 6 of 14, he had 15 points, only 5 rebounds. Reminder, you can check out TNT Overtime Live. You can do it now on NBA.com to watch exclusive player follow cameras of Suns and the Lakers. TNT Overtime only on NBA.com. Suns with a 7-4 lead. Try to trap Hill. Oh, the steal by Lopez took it out of the hands of Gasol, and a foul. Will the basket count? The foul is called on Gasol. And they say it is a non-shooting foul. Basket will not count.
We see the Phoenix Suns, especially Robin Lopez, not quitting on the play. Tell you, Mark, he's come up with a tremendous amount of hustle plays throughout this series to give his team extra possessions.
Nice pass to Nash. Stoudemire with the bucket, the foul on Bynum. Phil Jackson had to bring on Shannon Brown after that second foul by Kobe Bryant, and how that changes things here right at the start.
You bet it does. And how about this pocket pass again? We always talk about that, Marv, that little pocket that you have. And Steve Nash does that so well with his left hand in rhythm for Amari Stoudemire. And Phoenix has come out very aggressive, attacking the basket. Once again, those 50-50 balls are coming up with. This is a very positive start.
So the Lakers already over the limit. With less than 4 minutes gone by. Lopez stepping out, made contact, and the foul on Robin Lopez. That is his second.
It'll be interesting with Channing Frye coming in. Will the Suns go to that zone? Because you've got to protect Amari Stoudemire. He has a foul. It looks like Amari Stoudemire is going to stay. Lopez is leaving, so they have a small front line right now. Let's see if the Phoenix Suns now go back to that zone.
Channing Frye able to shoot his way out of a 0 for 17 in this series. And just forced it. It was stopped, deflected out of bounds. The officials checking with each other as to who touched it last, and the call is last touch by the Suns. Channing Frye the other night, 4 of 8, all with threes, 14 points, 6 rebounds, a major factor in the Phoenix one. Here's Brown, his shot blocked, another block by the Suns. Hill in the open court. Nash gives it right back. Here's Hill. Nash for the rebound. Richardson for 3. Rebounded by Bynum.
How about Grant Hill? Grant Hill normally used to run for layups. That time he runs from the three-point line. That's how his game has changed a little bit with the Phoenix Suns. He used to be a guy that tried to get to the rim.
Lakers just 1 for 9 here at the start. Gasol with a nice lead.
I just don't think, Marv, that they can play man-to-man with this troop out there. Gasol with way too much size and strength inside for Frye, and there's no way that Amari Stoudemire is going to be able to match up to Bynum.
Hill with the open 3.
There's that three-point shot that I was talking about. Grant has not been shooting it well in the playoffs at all. In fact, coming into tonight's game, he was, 1 of 5?
And he did shoot the ball very well during the regular season from 3-point range, although not a high number of 3 attempts, but he shot 44% from downtown.
Yeah, normally Grant shoots the corner three, and there's Gasol with that little spin move. Channing Frye, his help is to the middle. Hard to get a force it back to your help. You cannot let it beat on the baseline there when there's nobody to give you help down.
Nice entry pass, and Shannon Brown scored. Shannon Brown getting early playing time here tonight. Nash found one of the trouble. Nash thought he was fouled. Chest for three. And it's handled by Stoudemire. Just came out reluctant to shoot the three in the opening minutes. Phil Jackson was not pleased with his shot selection in a couple of the games here against Phoenix. Richardson, oh, what a turnaround, and he drills it.
Well, that's what you were talking about. With Kobe Bryant out of the game, either Shannon Brown or Derek Fisher are going to get caught down in the post. Nice play that time by Jason Richardson to take advantage of his size.
Suns have hit 5 of 10 from the field, left in a good start. Bynum calls the double. Shot clock to 3. Brown with a tough angle shot. Brown getting a little anxious here at Staples.
I really like what the Suns are doing defensively. They're trapping the post. Their rotations have been excellent. A lot of shots taken to get to the block.
Smith on penetrates. The lively pass handled by Hill. Shot clock is out of 5. Hill over Gasol. Back comes Artest. Gasol played by Frye. And help. Fisher is fouled.
Nice job by Derek Fisher that time. He did not settle for the three-point shot. Got something going to the rim. Part of the last 3 games of this series of games have either been tied, a 2-point game, or a 1-point game. Pau Gasol, such a big part of that. In the 2 games in Phoenix, he only got 4 shot attempts in the fourth quarter. He was 2 of 4 for 5 points. He's a big part of their game down the stretch.
2 shots for Derek Fisher, fouled in the act.
Sort of interesting, and then Kobe Bryant coming back in with 2 fouls here, 5 minutes to go in the quarter, so obviously Phil Jackson knows that Kobe can play with fouls and stay away from that third.
We've talked about there's certain players you can trust in that situation, others you do not want them on the floor. 5-point, Phoenix lead, 5 minutes to play in the first. Nice pass from Nash, nice pass from Hill to set it up for Stoudemire.
We see the switch again on the screen and roll. That time it was Bynum, and Steve Nash recognizes it. He drives. A nice little slashing move from Grant Hill. So good movement without the ball. As Phoenix is back to that zone now for really the first time we've seen tonight.
Artest trying to get it down low, turns it over. Richardson, it's not a 3 to go, and get it back to Nash.
Multiple opportunities normally at the end of